Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
Don't leave me all alone. This battle's a lonely one.
Hello PUBG Esports fans! One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
Famously, the final one falls and they go out in 11th place. 1 versus 1 does continue through, and it comes down really to the healing game. Nurin's baits him with the vehicle, taps him in the head, and Smash is gone.
No heals left though. This is gonna be the mad dash of hope. 1 HP. Didn't quite make it. Scarier now. DXG and Freaker Freaks. The pull up. Oh! The knock from the vehicle as well. The trade out comes in. Now DXG just kind of in a ditch here. They don't have much cover to play with. These nades coming back in though, and keeping the Freaker Freaks at least pinned to this ridgeline for now. There's Neil T on the trade out. Finds Hands here as soon as he tried to peek over. And now the nade comes right on back in. No one's making it out of here alive. This looks like they're both going to die to this. Every other team now watching. Meta's starting to flex out of the compound as well. Look at this play. Keeping track.
We need Silzen or Wicked to just be able to tie this one up and do something. Silzen, he's took out 2. What? What has just happened? Evilly and Summerfall simultaneously Lingdu. It's left to you in a 1 versus 2. Oh my word, Silzen, what an opportunity. What a time to hit that.
Oh, he's got Silzen. There's no trade. Wicked. Oh, he's got both. Seeing nades, you're right, they are. They're coming out, and these nades were good before. Virtus Pro's corpses lay down here. They know the distance. They know where to go. The molly is perfect. Say goodnight. Answer just yet. No nades to come towards him. Another smoke invested. His last smoke now goes in. Snake is still visible in Onyx. Peeks again. This man looks just invulnerable. He's still alive, and this is creeping in. He's got good damage, really. He's 9 HP. In Onyx, the ridgeline spots out Snakers, but now the damage comes back. 26 HP here. He's still looking. He's still trying to find Rello. He knows there's still someone close to him. He's looking at that smoke. He knows there's a problem still. And on the ridgeline, he finds Rello. He's looking at Snakers. He's 1 HP. He's putting everything into this. Snakers is yet to move. He's hit the deck. He's not surrendering. He's pushing forward. Amber closest to it. T1 though, that nade. It's sent through. Adder's gonna find damage on this. Another one could do it. They are now below half HP. This one's a little further away, but the core! It's taken down at least one of them. Falseface and Uber suffer, and there they go. FaZe
Good lord.
just get wiped off the face of the earth in a second. Nurin's flashed up, looks towards the smoke. Sees 1, sees 2. He sees so many. The spin. Venotika's got his back. Day trade. Absolutely decimating T1 here. Not even an answer made. Day trade.
Well, in the fields here, should be able to get this final kill, you would assume. No, denied instantly from the opposing side. Dangche, 1 HP in a dream nade goes off. Balefrost left to hold front and center here. I mean, he's doing a damn good job of it, to be fair. Nope.
Right.
You've got to go for it. There's nothing you can do. While all this noise and action's been kicking off, Sonics have been positioning the vehicles to set up to receive this. That is absolutely phenomenal! What in the world was that? Bounces off the rock and just completely decimates Tiamba, hiding behind the vehicles, and Batulins just keeps going. We'll kill them. Full send. This is the last chance to dance for VP in this match.
The nades come out, they're ready. Tickleton is there. He greets her with a smile and a couple of bullets as well. Up and over he goes. Batulins leaps out. He gets one of the trade. But the kill, that's not the style you want. You would be moving nice and quick towards the woods around the back of Mansion, but no. A Freaker Freaks Tiamba following, not too far behind either. Was following the path that a Freaker Freaks cut, but look at it. It is right this tiny bit of land. is all that they're fighting for, and Longskull wants it for himself. Smash has even gone down towards Kickstart. Shoot to kill! Plow through them! Send in the vehicles! The Mollies, they're working, they're burning alive! Kickstart's just gonna keep his head down. It's another for Mims! What is happening, Rich? I actually can't believe this right now. Tiamber in the best position possible. There are 2 knocks for Meta, and suddenly appearing out through this is Sparky trying to find a way out. And there's no way out!
Show me the gamble, I wanna shot. Climbing and climbing, I humble ya. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble ya. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players never fighting, breathing for air. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. No one breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster and I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee. Cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
The final one falls and they go out in 11th place. 1 versus 1 does continue through, and it comes down really to the healing game. Nurin's baits him with the vehicle, taps him in the head, and Smash is gone.
No heals left though. This is gonna be the mad dash of hope. 1 HP. Didn't quite make it. Scary. Now DXG and Freaky Freaks. The pull up. Oh! The knock from the vehicle as well. The trade out comes in. Now DXG just kind of in a ditch here. They don't have much cover to play with. These nades coming back in though and keeping the Freaky Freaks at least pinned to this ridgeline for now. There's Neil T on the trade out. Finds Hands here as soon as he tried to peek over. And now the nade comes right on back in. No one's making it out of here alive. This looks like they're both going to die to this. Every other team now watching. Meta's starting to flex out of the compound as well. Look at this play. Keeping track.
We need Silzen or Wicked to just be able to tie this one up and do something. Silzen, he's took out 2. What? What has just happened? Evilly and Summerfall simultaneously, Lingdu. It's left to you in a 1 versus 2. Oh my word, Silzen, what an opportunity. What a time to hit that.
Oh, he's got Silzen. There was no trade. Wicked. Oh, he's got both. He's Seeing nades, you're right, they are. They're coming out, and these nades were good before. Virtus.Pro's corpses lay down here. They know the distance. They know where to go. The molly is perfect. Say goodnight. Answer just yet. No nades to come towards him. Another smoke invested. His last smoke now goes in. Snake is still visible in Onyx. Peeks again. This man looks just invulnerable. He's still alive, and this is creeping in. He's got good damage, really. He's 9 HP. In Onyx, the ridgeline. Spots out Snake, is put down. The damage comes back. 26 HP here. He's still looking. He's still trying to find Rello. He knows there's still someone close to him. He's looking at that smoke. He knows there's a problem still. And on the ridgeline, he finds Rello. He's looking at Snake. He's 1 HP. He's putting everything into this. Snake is yet to move. He's hit the deck. He's not surrendering. He's pushing forward. Amber closest to it. T1 though, that nade. It's sent through. Adder's gonna find damage on this. Another one could do it. They are now below half HP. This one's a little further away, but the core! It's taken down at least one of them. Falseface and Uber suffer, and there they go. FaZe
Good lord.
just get wiped off the face of the earth in a second. Urine's flashed up, looks towards the smoke. Sees one, sees two. He sees so many. The spin. Venotika's got his back. Day trade. Absolutely decimating T1 here. Not even an answer made. Day trade.
In the fields here, should be able to get this final kill, you would assume. No, denied instantly from the opposing side. Dangche, 1 HP in a dream nade goes off. Balefrost left to hold front and center here. I mean, he's doing a damn good job of it, to be fair. Nope.
Right.
You've got to go for it. There's nothing you can do. While all this noise and action's been kicking off, Sonics have been positioning the vehicles to set up to receive this. That is absolutely phenomenal! What in the world was that? Bounces off the rock and just completely decimates Tiamba, hiding behind the vehicles, and Batulin just keeps going. We'll kill them. Full send. This is the last chance to dance for VP in this match.
The nades come out, they're ready. Tickleton is there. He greets them with a smile and a couple of bullets as well. Up and over we go. Batulin leaps out. He gets one of the train. But the kill, that's not the style you want. You would be moving nice and quick towards the woods around the back of Mansion, but no. Afrika Freaks, Tiamba following, not too far behind either, was following the path that Afrika Freaks cut. But look at it. It is right. This tiny bit of land. It's all that they're fighting for, and Longscale wants it for himself. Smash has even gone down towards Kickstart. Shoot to kill! Plow through them! Send in the vehicles! The Mollies, they're working, they're burning alive! Kickstart's gonna keep his head down. It's another for Mings! What is happening, Rich? I actually can't believe this right now. Tiamba in the best position possible. There are 2 knocks per meta, and suddenly appearing out through this is Sparky trying to find a way out. And there's no way out!
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to PGI.S day number 2 for Weekly Survival 6. We are getting down to the final moments here of PGI.S as we are very close to that weekly final as well. My name's Kyle Laris. I have Avenger as well as Cameron here joining me to break things down for the games. Avenger yesterday was so far so good. Some big names going through, and Tiamba towards the end as well, getting that little surprise going on when it came to dealing with Heaven and advancing on as well themselves.
Yeah, that was an absolute crazy game. So many decisions made that kind of tore the teams apart and left them with 1 or 2 players standing rather than having, you know, full team E36 losing 4 guys, the Zenith push on to shoot to kill. And then, of course, Tiamba getting through here, and they're getting replaced by a team in their own region as well for the 3rd time yesterday, which is going to be TSG joining us here in the first game today.
Yeah, definitely. Cameron, obviously you're watching from the sidelines yesterday. Anything really stand out to you yesterday when it came to the games?
So I'm going to try and keep this concise because this could accidentally be a longer point, but I was doing a lot of research on figuring out like what was the sort of common thread between the teams being able to take the full chicken dinner throughout the entirety of these weekly survival weeks. And a lot of it actually banked on having a solid position earlier on in the game, not so much just only having a position in the late game. But yesterday we saw a lot of the opposite of that. Tiamba is a great example of that, but even looking at Gen G as well as Multi-Circle Gaming from the very first game, we've seen a lot more success already from the first day of this week of teams being able to work solid positions coming in from the edge, which is a little bit of a mix-up, at least from last week.
Yeah, I mean, of all Edge plays that were successful yesterday, I was especially surprised by how Tiamba was able to find themselves that success in that last game. But they were so consistent yesterday, which is crazy. 3 fourth places, 1 third, and then that first to round things out. Of course, there's a lot of money on the line as well for all of these teams, as we have not only the money for those first places through each of these games in the first 8 games that are going on, and then we have a few more for today. But then, of course, going into that weekly final as well, we have plenty of money coming in regards to that too. Because overall, right now, Martin, I'm pretty sure that it equals over 2.4 million for our weekly final. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's I think the multiplier is at something like 2.44, 2.45 at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like 2.45 million dollars for the first 4 places in this weekend. It's going to be absolutely crazy.
We got into the wrong job, I think. we should have played harder, especially you, Avenger. You were right there. Anyway, but
Close, but never close enough.
We have 3 Miramars and 3 Erangels for today. 6 more teams will be joining on the 5 that have already advanced onto that weekly finals, which is effectively our proper grand finals here for PGI.S. And Cameron, looking at the hopefuls for today, I mean, a similar question to what I asked you in regards to those that have advanced on and who's done well and who you looked at. Who did you look at yesterday that didn't advance on but impressed you nonetheless?
There are a couple of different teams, mostly VP and Oath, that come to mind that would really want to have their own individual late games. Try to have a go once again. VP, especially on their Miramar game that Sonics ended up winning game 4. They had such solid game throughout the mid game, throughout the end game. It was just the late game that they sort of got a little bit of a mix-up. Sonics got Mime onto a northern position around them to keep them from really being able to aggress even further into the circle, but they were able to get like 17 or so kills before they got taken out. It's one of those heartbreaking second places that I really hope that doesn't tilt them, because we've seen them a situation like that tilt teams before. Other teams, though, we have seen them rise to that greatness and just continue to perform well again, like Tiamba, who got multiple top placements before getting their victory.
Yeah, and I think one of those teams that's had... We talk about those heartbreaking second places, but a team yesterday had 2 of them, and it is Meta Gaming here, Avenger, who has risen through the ranks from week to week, has kind of stolen our hearts almost a little bit with Ragnar being the entertaining chap that he is, and now 2 second places on the board here. Surely they're eventually destined to get to that weekly final.
Yeah, I think so too. 2 teams yesterday, or not yesterday, last week, that actually had the same kind of, they had 2 second places that also got through was Freaks and Tiamba. So I'm quite sure with these 2 second places here early on, already in the first day, I'm quite sure they're going to be able to make it through as well. I would be surprised not to see them to get a win, considering that they got all 16 games to play.
Yeah, as long as Ragnar doesn't keep bopping Silzen on the head with a hammer, I'm sure that Silzen and Sparking will be able to do well for the team. And I think they have been real standouts, Cammy, when it comes to Meta's rise here through the ranks.
Yeah, so Sparking was definitely sort of the golden child coming in from the Latin American region. We were hearing a lot about him even at the end of last year with the DreamHack Americas event. And showing up here for the first couple of weeks, he really was, sorry to say, the only player of that team to perform successfully. But over the course of this entire event, we saw more and more players step up and actually perform solidly as a full squad as they got those reps in for this event. And so it really isn't just the Sparking show anymore.
No, they're looking like a pretty complete unit, which is good to see. And a team that is also slowly looking more like a complete unit, I feel, especially here in this last week, Avenger, is T1. Yesterday, they had a pretty damn good performance. They had one of those second places. They were kind of in that trench over by Erangel, trying to get out of it. It was not going their way in the end. But what do you make of T1 here in the final week?
Well, as we talked about yesterday as well, you know, like a team coming in with a roster change, a 2-man roster change just before this tournament started. I don't want to give them, I don't want to give too much of a hard time the first couple of weeks. They didn't qualify the first 2 ones, but then they proceeded to qualify for the following 3. So I think their performance has been good. Yeah, I'm sure in the weekly finals they haven't had a top 4 performance yet, but I still think it's respectable. And I think for 2021, I think they're gonna be doing quite well, to be honest.
Yeah, the prospects seem high for them, Cameron. Do you have any thoughts regarding T1?
I am not so forgiving for T1
Okay.
as Avenger is. I think on paper, these players are really, really good, and we've seen that in game multiple times, even from the very beginning. It's just the lack of sort of macro and strategy that sort of concerned me. In a fight, it's very evenly goes 50-50 if you put T1 up against another solid team. It's just I can never feel comfortable relying on them to get into position to have a sort of favorable standoff like that.
That is fair. And of course, teams like Infantry are, in terms of their strategical position in this game right now, it feels like their entire focus is on massive fragging power when it comes to someone like Longsker, for example, Avenger. Even in games where we didn't really see them make too much of a splash, Longsker was still up at the top of the kill leaders. I think, again, in a similar vein to what I was saying about Meta being destined to eventually qualify, I feel like Infantry might be just eventually destined to qualify here as well.
Yeah, I really hope that they are able to qualify and make it through. To be honest, I think they're one of the top teams coming out of the region. I think they're a top team in terms of putting out damage and putting out, just the impact that they have in the lobby is just insane. When they have a compound where they're able to focus on shooting and killing, they're in a good spot. When they have to do a macro rotation, they're able to do so and put themselves into a good spot. But the pure impact based on the damage output and like durability lowering and the rest of the lobby is just insane from these guys. So they're entertaining to watch, and I hope we're able to see that in this last weekly finals here as well.
Yeah, entertaining is definitely one way to describe it. Very, very impressive stuff coming out from them. Cameron, do you have any thoughts regarding Infantry?
It's mostly, I mean, in this case, I am going to agree with Avenger a lot more with this team. If I had to give one sort of concern, is that Longsker seems to be the main source of fragging power. Over the course of this entire event, he's averaging 1.62 kills a game. Everyone else is averaging 0.87 or below, and he has close to maybe 1.6, 1.7 times the damage of everyone else. That's nothing like deal breaking, I think, but it is sort of a little bit of a concern, especially if you're looking at a round where Longsker might be taken out early. That doesn't happen all that often, but it is still a bit of an issue when you have so much of emphasis, so much of a win condition on one individual player.
Yeah, those are interesting numbers to bring to the table, especially since now, I suppose, Cameron, we have such a huge sample size to draw from. That really kind of aids us in kind of being able to make those assessments, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to pull up averages instead of just looking at overall numbers, because some teams are playing significantly more games than others. It is all important to note that this is looking at averages between both the survival games as well as the weekend games, whether it's bottom 16 or weekly finals. And there's a little bit of a difference on how the teams approach that, but it is still a really good benchmark.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. And one of the teams joining the lobby coming up now, of course, we saw FaZe have themselves 3 games towards the end of the day yesterday, who are currently sat in that bottom spot here, technically speaking. But TSG, as you mentioned, Avenger, is joining the lobby here. What do you make for TSG's prospects?
I think TSG has come in and then kind of shown that they're capable, but the problem for me is that they qualified in the first 3 weekends, and I felt like they had figured it out at that point, and then they didn't qualify for week 4 and 5, which was the bigger prize pool one. So kind of the reverse action for them in terms of that. If you're able to make it 3 weeks running, then you must have been caught up to by the opponents, and they were just never able to kind of translate that into it. So I want to see them coming into this, obviously head up high. They have less games, which makes it statistically just harder to make it in because you have less chances, of course. So I really want to see them come in swinging here and see them have a go at it for sure.
Cameron, thoughts?
I mean, mostly just the fact that, as Avenger said, they performed very good in the beginning. It's been a big slump since then. Actually, I believe last week was when they were in the 32nd seed spot, so they didn't even play the survival at all. So this is definitely a lot better of a position for them. But I don't know how much confidence they're going to have behind them to win, especially coming right out the gate.
I mean, watching their progression, especially towards the end, I feel like Volibear's kind of been the standout for them. I don't know if the numbers back that up. I haven't quite looked into it, but he's been definitely very good on that side. I think they just need to tighten the bolts potentially before they actually get advancing on here into the ultimate week for PGI.S. Of course, everybody is looking forward to trying getting into that weekly final where 2.4 million plus is on the line. But it is week 6. It's day 2. We get to match 6 here as we head over to the commentators, Sims and Pansy.
Thank you very much, guys. And I'm going on a quiet start, you know? I'm waiting for the caffeinated beverages to take effect. And I'm honestly still recovering from yesterday, if I'm honest, Rich. That was probably one of the craziest days altogether of PUBG I think I've seen.
That's the point, isn't it? We can say we're going to, start off a little bit calm. We've got a long day ahead of us today, 6 games. It may only feel like one extra game, but it does drag it out for both us and the players, to be fair. I mean, yeah, when we look at it yesterday, it was just one of those things where every single ending, everyone just refused to die. Everyone refused to give in against all immeasurable odds. The finish from Tiamba, the finish from Inonix, like, some of the things I have just never seen, but I suppose we're at that point, right, where points don't necessarily equal prizes. Qualification and winning the game does. If there's nothing else to lose, then we expect these players to basically give it their all and show us really what they're made of.
And look, I've definitely had my thoughts about the format changes, but if it means we get moments like that, I'm kind of down. I'm kind of down for it, but we have had a kind of south to north playing path pretty. The islands. It's not quite as prisony as I wanted, not quite as far towards the west as I would have liked. But it does bode a problem for a couple of these teams. This is going to be a harsh game coming out. What is it? Petrichor Road, E36, Buram, Zenith, maybe Meta. Way further towards the north, are going to have a really hard time trying to get down here. I mean, I guess they can go on the kind of west and east sides. It probably shouldn't be too much of a bother. But that's quite a lot of water and a whole ass island in play, Rich.
There's a chance, all right? I'm going to give you it. There is a chance. The problem is it rests so much on a very finite balance of we're getting this next hard shift and then just continuing that trajectory down to the south. We've had a few. It's few and far between. They are an interesting ending, and unfortunately, if you're not in a position down on the coastline, it's very hard to get across to Los Higos, just given there's no real boats, unless you're going to be taking it all the way from the other end of the coastline, like from the western side, the eastern side, and dragging it in, but it still becomes difficult when teams are already set up. You've got the small bridge, which becomes an extreme bottleneck, and ultimately, it does spell disaster if you're not ready, willing, and basically set up to receive that, but still, anything can happen. We know these circles can do whatever the hell they like to do, leading up into that point. For everyone else, it makes it a little more difficult. Even if we don't get the Los Higos endings, again, same principal factors that we spoke about yesterday. Around 45% of this circle is going to be situated over water. Maybe not necessarily the full percentage, but in terms of an entry point to the circle, because of how it banks off to Valdemar. Whether or not you want to try and go for some weird rotate across the Valdemar bridge where Na'Vi is going to be setting up and maybe working your way through Higos, it is, it could be viable, especially if no one's sat on the opposing side, but you're playing the numbers game and wondering, will someone be over there? It's going to be a bit of a blind set as you do come off the back of that island, but still, for everyone else, I'd anticipate we have a few early scuffles as people try and find their feet.
Right, so I think Cammy brought up a very good point, actually, and I want to talk about it a little bit more, because this, we'll note when things start to kick off, but we get a couple of minutes of, inane conversation. But I did like what he said about the kind of initial positioning, and we have seen, those who have circle favor initially do tend to bode well. There's nothing surprising about that. We've all played PUBG. So I'd like to, again, kind of highlight who's in there now. So it would be TSG, DA, let's say, even though they've just went on the move fast. Na'Vi, DXG, excuse me. I'll say about that, right? I'll say about that. Now, I think something he highlighted as well, though, is yesterday we had some really big swing factors in regards to that, where teams would be able to slot in really well, pick up a great position, and play it out perfectly. So it's not like it's impossible. It's just, of course, you play the percentages. Please, DA. You can make this. You can drive across there. Don't make this difficult for us DA fans. But no, there's always a chance. There is always, you know, chances and opportunities, and these teams will be looking for that fine percentage.
When you look towards this circle, the one thing that kind of stands out is the... Right, oh, never mind. What might stand out? We'll hold for a second as DA is running this gauntlet. So they have to try and make this one, but certainly making a bit of a meal of it so far. With a bump on the road down below, it's slowed their approach to go across TSG. TSG chilling at the top, and DA for a moment they will stay their feet. Whether they opt to actually sit here is a different question, or if they want to try and disengage, they might just try and pull that vehicle around the back to keep the tires free. It's a nice little area. You can control this one easily with a team. Yes, it gets a little bit harder further down the line, given that you are smack bang in the center of the circle, and everybody will be looking onwards of this, and if they've already heard shots, then they have the information that a team is certainly up there and within a fight of somebody else, so that might should pay them favors, or the team should kind of try and stay away from that if they are going to be wandering across this way and within close proximity of those noises. But again, Jumasera for me, I look at that and I draw the line straight down to the coastline, somewhere that actually kind of struts out just off from the island side on the more easternly, southeast as we look at this. And somewhere through that kind of cross-diagonal angle. A little bit DA on this side of it. It's a good position, you know. We have seen a few down here, and anywhere in and around that, it's going to be good. But ultimately, it still can't support everybody. That's the overarching story to kind of take from this one. That immediate area now that we've got cannot support every single player.
I don't know why, but a suppressed barrel just makes you feel uncomfortable. It really leaves me with a sour taste, very unpleasant. Then yeah, right, it will be compressing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's meant to be loud. But something I would quite like to kind of remind people of as well is how close VP were to converting, I think, 2 of those games. There was that crazy Miramar one where Sonics got through, and they were hammer and tong at that. That was one of probably... If they'd converted the win, probably one of the most hard-fought victories, excluding some of those like 1v2 clutches. So it was exceedingly exciting, and VP do very well on Miramar traditionally. I would say they do well on Erangel as well. But they're I'd say one of my teams that are going to go through, maybe not even this game, but within the next handful. I'd say a Virtus Pro are my team to watch in this. Who would you put up there with them then? Because I'll take the easy one, right? I'll take Virtus Pro. Who else do you think is making it through in the early couple of games today?
It's really hard because the lobby's ever changing, right? But I'm still really confident in STK personally. I still think that there's, for all the trials and attributes that they've been thrown under on social media for the team change, I still think this is an absolutely rock solid roster. The capabilities are there, the IGL's still there, the knowledge is still there. There's no real reason. All right, they've had a few difficult weeks, but so is apart from Gen G, basically everybody else within this whole tournament. It's not uncommon. And I don't think that they should be attributing that to the team change. Yes, okay, things have turned around and stuff, but it's still the core 3-man roster, whichever way you kind of want to cut it. And Pentalol's been playing with them quite some... Well, I say playing with them, but certainly subbing with them and knows them. So it shouldn't be just like, okay, we're just going to swap somebody out with zero prior knowledge and things change instantly. And then it's like, well, this might be the wrong decision. But I do think STK have still got it well within them to be up there and to be well within qualifying today, personally.
I think that's a fairly good shout, honestly. I don't mind that at all. I believe that Paperthin...
There's so many you can add to that list, though. That's the problem.
There really is. Now, Paperthin luckily has come in and has given us his thoughts and prayers for meta. I believe he was doing that for, was it Down 1? And obviously that went well for them. So... fingers crossed. Paperthin also hoped that car would have a lovely day. There it is. See, it worked out in the end.
Brilliant. I like that.
Brilliant. Proper good. We are just waiting on that circle to update. Most teams are in now. I think E36 and Zenith might be... they're not close by. They're just chilling out on that western side. And E36 just got away from the town. So, Zenith will be able to cross and have no problems. And it's actually pretty chill.
Yeah, the unseen team here so far is Zenith. You've noticed on screen just because of the shots that have been coming towards them. They're a little bit slow and a little bit cautious on their approach. I think 3 teams now have popped bullets at them, but it's Petrichor Road all the way to the northern edge of the circle. They decided to wait until the circle does actually... Oh, you're getting it, Lauren. You actually might just get the island. You've got a very, very good chance here.
Rich, you know when it's like land ratio? Where there's no land. How can it?
That is
This circle's just
one
getting
of
ratio.
the...
What?
Oh, no, no,
Hold on,
no,
please. I gotta...
no.
There we go. Right. Okay.
Well, you said
we
you
go.
wanted a bit of a calm start.
Bro, what the hell is happening? All right, all right. Let's get into it. Let's talk about it. I don't know how to really convey the nonsense that's going to happen because we have an island in play. We have Los Higos slightly in play, and of course that northern portion. Now, surely it's going to just kind of like close towards the north. But I imagine someone would be in there and phase fish, barrel, and a gun. Something about a saying of that seems kind of true here. And Virtus Pro are certainly not the fish. This is looking a little sketchy for FaZe, who now have to kind of dip their way around, but Fuzzface is alive. Makes it to the coast-ish. We'll see how he gets on from here, because he's going to be on foot, but he's not that far away, but they did lose one in that.
Now, let's not forget, during all of this, it could still very much bounce back to the main head of the island. Senyu will fall in the kill feed. You'll see that now. Quick knock on the side of E36. They do match up against Na'Vi in home territory of Valdemar. As a rough area and guidelines of how the map is situated at the moment, because, again, it could be rather manic and pure madness that's about to unfold before our very eyes. You did see one player of FaZe Clan fall, but they still got the rest of them over with the boat. They will hold the keys to the gate that unlocks the island. Not Los Higos, but the one that kind of joins the two between the bridges. They will hold the westernmost bridge off against Zenith, and Na'Vi will be coming and backfilling Zenith. That's what they need to be very aware of. Zenith should have at least a scout looking onwards to make sure that no one does turn up on there. Infantry, you jumping out here? Just dropping one off and maybe laying a few people off in different places. That's fair. All right. Trying to do whatever you possibly can do. Fuzzface is still in the water, and that's because he's been swimming around from the right-hand side of this. Jumped out of the boat, and it gets really, really difficult with so many players up top. Zenith look like they've understood what's going on. Now, they've all just turned and faced. They see FaZe Clan on one side. They haven't realized that the Na'Vi is yet on the opposing. That could be extremely, extremely dangerous if they don't keep track of that. With E36 also making their way out of water onto the beachhead, Zenith are about to be hit from 2 different angles. It's something they need to be really, really cautious of. Meta, again, landlocked. Nothing else they can do about this. They're on the island. They're smack bang in the middle. Same goes for infantry now. You got to stay your feet where you are. Best position, a freak of freaks. They took the main bridge.
Yep.
They hold the petrol station. For everyone else in the north, you have to hope and pray this swings your way, because if not, you're basically dead.
Oh, what a start to the day. I'm not going to ask for anything more. That is me done. My official request has been met. And Kickstart, does he notice? There are a couple of players about to breach. Already the nades coming through makes it does seem as though they might have a very good idea. And yes, say hello. Now that's a bit of a problem. What year is this? They're shooting people in the water. I'm so happy! Shinboy just posted an aid down. That's why I'm playing catch. Now, PureBoy could do something quite nice with this if he gets the timing right. Maybe he could do some work, but this is horrible for E36, really, isn't it? And I'd like to take this moment very briefly to thank Paper Thin for making the circle happen. I'm sure maybe PlayerUnknown did press the button, but Paper Thin did will it on, so I appreciate that. Now, this is a bit of a battle that's going to be raging for a while unless they decide to maybe try and get ahead of this. Zenith could get in the vehicles and just disengage away, get into the island itself. You'd already mentioned earlier, though, FaZe are watching that. The next island up, FaZe will be having maybe not like a main say in who can cross, but definitely some shots. If I'm not mistaken, Na'Vi is starting to leave. Kickstart finds Sasu, and this is terrible for E36. They're finding nothing. They have the water behind them, maybe a scrap of a building, and that's about it. Now, FaZe will note this. Hearing some shots come out as well, you know, 80 and co, but this is what we are up to. This is what is available for these teams.
Absolutely nothing. When I look at this map, I think, yeah, the island must be the end place. But still, even with the main head of the island on the opposing side, the main head of land, it does loop around on the edges. So there is this small 50-50 balance. If you're a betting man, you're going to be saying, yes, we're going to the island. But if the circle dictates like 1% more is over on the opposing side, the next circle, it will go back to the north. At the moment, it doesn't look like it. It's looking very strongly like the island will come into play here. Very, very strongly. But again, I don't do the algorithms. I don't know how all it works. Oh, just going to Osigos, mate. Not a problem.
Cheaper than Benidorm. At this point, still waiting on the north to resolve itself. Like, there's still teams living up here quietly going, come back, please, circle, come back. And because we have a bit of fun today, why not grab a little code for yourself? Pop it in game, get yourself some of the little coupons, get going, get into it. I'm not selling it as well as the Americans do. They're very good at selling coupons and such. Toro's got a real talent for it. Brits, not so much. We're a bit more deadpan, I guess, just across the board. But it is a bit of a divide in the lobby. You have the northern portion, which we're seeing now. You know, your T1s, your Burrams, your DXGs, such and so on, shoot to kills, DAs, VPs. And then, of course, the island teams, the tropical gang chilling out down there. Which, of course, is your Freaker Freaks, pretty prime position. Na'Vi, FaZe, Zenith. Now, E36 do go down. We saw them having problems earlier with Zenith, I think it was. So, not surprising seeing them call up. But I think that was shoot to kill from across the river. Yes, it would have been, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a little look to see where this goes. Ba-ba-bam. Back to the mainland. Now, I don't actually mind it, because I just get to see more teams having to pull off ridiculous things. And this is the circle that's going to kill half the lobby.
Yeah, that's the devastating one. We have 6 teams, and I was jotting all the names down to see who would be surviving, and ultimately those 6 teams that are on my list is everyone from the island. It doesn't happen like that. And again, with the land ratio, this is what I was trying to say. It was still a finite balance, even though the circle is well and truly homing over the island. You do have this strut out from the main head of land. And if it's something like 50.5% more in favor of the head of the island, then that's what it's gone towards. Like, it was so fine and on a knife's edge. It's now basically wrecked every single person who've committed to the holiday resort. It's not great. Everyone now has to move, and like we say, it's just unfortunately one of those things. We can chill all day long. We can talk about this. We've just been watching these circles unfold. T1, however, in the kill feed, we need to make note of that. Third party has also come through from the form of a Freaker Freaks, getting involved with that one also. Adder will go down. The frags will be stolen across. Petrichor Road not having the greatest of days. However, playing towards the northern edge has kind of paid off for him thus far. They don't really have a ton of distance to go. We hop back to the main island.
Environment. That's terrifying, isn't it? Cab just had a little look over, as did Besto. Sees a great deal of Zenith, but still a bit of a scrappy fight here. It's just Orange and Tab, and Shimboy's found Tab. Zenith is staying alive in this. Now, if you don't get moving soon, if you don't put your plans in action, you're going to get done for on this. I think FaZe already looking at maybe a boat that they probably pulled up with. And you know what? I love seeing it. More of the map, more versatility in the gameplay. Make these incredible players have to consider more things in case this tournament format wasn't crazy enough. But, as said, Zenith still trying to fight for their way in. Na'Vi currently hold them back, or what remains of Na'Vi, which is orange. So high flashes, Zenith on the peak, and actually a decent enough trade. Now, he'll lose his life for it. He was down pretty low. Virtus Pro, this should be easy. And FaZe made it out barely. Look at the HP. Uber's low, Buzzface is low, and Uber's dead. Virtus Pro, probably one of the better positions as it stands. Oh, the bombardment is just dirty. 80 can't find a way up right now. I don't think he wants to. He might just live in the sea.
And he actually might out-survive some of these teams by doing so. Infantry will be the next ones to commit back to the boat and get across. Do whatever they can. DA can see Tracer Fire within the building, just laying into metagaming from the opposing side. We hop back towards the north. We've got a 3-way battle. STK, Petrichor Road, Oath Gaming just downwind of this. STK are in a 2-2 split, so they'll hold deeper angles further down towards the south. First nade comes out. Balefrost will fall. The question is, do Petrichor try and advance on this one? They know they are being punished from 2 different angles, and they have to be very, very careful for it. They could push up against the blue, which just denies one certain area they don't have to worry about. Then they can focus on players towards the south. STK, however, probably won't get too hyper-aggressive given that they've split their resources between two different areas. Oh no, Wicked. That's not the way to be doing it on the rotate. And just look at the bullets. Every single person sees him. Actually, the one who gets the frag off in the end of it, which is kind of wild, as you say. We still got players.
What year is this, Richard? I'm seeing like 3 teams in the water. I'm getting flashbacks. Oh.
Not good ones.
It won't win you the game, though. Yeah, it's different these days. You don't get to win from the water anymore. But, as said, Wicked's in there, Seer's in there, Inventory's in there. For now, though, Oath still trying to deal with their problems in the north. This is ever raging, and Petrichor Road are no easy team to get past, right? Like, this is something you got to pay attention to. Now, Sparking has beached. The Wookiee comes flying out to merely be met by Buram. So that's Sparking gone. So maybe it would have been the better choice to have a little dip in the water. Bring yourself across. Long on top for now. Now, Oath team aware, but it's a weird one, right? Because technically you're shooting down, so it's just you get the headshot almost for free. But Long, when he peeks his ridgeline, he is very vulnerable. But he's made it work for one. There's that headshot I'm talking about. It's dangerous playing these games, but Long makes it work, but for only so long. He gets noted. And there he goes to DA. Petrichor Road goes down as a collective. And Oath stay alive. Now, they are in the circle. They will be able to stabilize. And DA is a name we will probably be saying later unless they make a meal of this one.
Everyone else just has to try and scramble to their position. One of the strongest at the moment for this circle. Finally, VP. The safety net of the building that they've garnered for quite some time is now removed from them. I'd say probably can't. Not really long for this world, much more to be fair. Doing whatever he can. Ultimately clutching at straws when you're up against the blue. He might just give it up at this point, to be honest. There's not a lot he really can do whatsoever. Zenith, I've got to say, like, with resilience has been in their favor thus far. They had several teams continuously battling against them on the opposing side. And they've somehow made it off the island across the beachhead. And now to the foothills of DA. You do have to be careful because VP's still there, but VP, like, you've got this scenario where VP fires into DA, then Zenith strikes at the perfect right time. We'll always have a constant conflict between a Freak of Freaks and Buram just because they are battling off the back of this bridge. Either side of it, it's quite a nice area to be taking residency in at the moment, given that your back is completely safe. Then we hop back on board with STK, still up towards the northern side, looking at Oath, but eventually they do have to ramp down. If they do ramp down, they hit this trifecta of teams, VP, DA, and Zenith, all of which now are going to be forced to move by the circle.
I'm watching Buram, and honestly, if they make this through, now that would be fun for me. Now, we are seeing Action 5. Ooh, this ain't fun. Penta tries to do the moves, and well, he does get knocked for it, but they at least get the flush, so they've picked up a little bit of a next kind of springboard position to work towards. So now we still have this scenario of, look how many teams are here. Oath, Shoot to Kill, Virtus Pro, of course, DA, Zenith, all around. Metralius with the switch out towards the SKS. Tap, Code Mark, we're going to find with two lens. Here it comes out, Shimboy finally strikes. Now he gets one, but he's quickly traded out on. Now the rest of Zenith, it's a little lower down on this ridge, playing by the bottom side of the rocks, going to try and relocate, readjust. No wide flank available, and Code Marco's going to attempt to go for the flush there. And the remainder, not quite on deck. Punich is a little further towards the eastern side of these rocks, as you can see there, in the smoke, and that nade's not bad now, is it? Oath's gonna start going through. This looks like NA on NA action now.
Just to be careful they don't step into the fire because it is very well hidden, obscured by the smoke. VP comes in from the back lines, though, follows up with a nade, so Smakel's removed from play. Hyruzen hits the deck. 1-2, thank you. The spray transfer is picture perfect. Balefrost now to hold the line, but the bombardment will commence. Halo comes into play now, into focus. STK have realized what's going on, and VP has been eliminated just like that. What a response. It was a bit of a mixed match, to be fair, between Oath and STK firing in to VP, so they got the blunt end of the stick from a third party. TA still have to get across this stop gap before getting to the circle. It's not the most barren of areas, so you do have some trees and obstacles that you can play off the back of, but still, with the elevation in the favor of a Freak of Freaks and DXG, how difficult that will be, I do not know.
All right, so high percentage chances will be your DXG, Buram, and are a Freak of Freaks down to 3? Yeah, okay. I'd say those are your 3 to watch right now. DA's positioning is pretty rough, as we can see. So, kind of putting them out of it. And now Buram are on 8 kills. We said this about Buram. They're a team that if they get to the right place, they play a wild game. Stylistically, it's hyper aggressive. And speaking of aggression, here we go, straight in, straight out. Shoot to kill is gone. I think it's placed for them. And look, in this format, it's all about that win. It's all about that final player, final team standing. And okay, we're going to the beaches, Rich.
This gets a little bit interesting because there's no players inside that circle. This gets very, very interesting. And also puts Boomerang now their fantastic and very formidable position. Same goes for DXG. They all have to remove themselves from cover. They all have to remove themselves from these safety nets that they've been banking on so much. But this is a very low wrap. If that nade's good, it's better than good. It's absolutely banging. 2 players will fall. And the big obstacle that was front and center of Boomerang to get by. They have made this look easy. The follow-up molly's good, and that should be a Freak of Freaks gone.
That was so swift. That was a nade, bit of pressure, molly. Okay. Buram, they're on the map. They removed one of the biggest strikes. DXG is still alive, though. And I'd say DXG's position, pretty strong. Yeah, the new circle's a problem, but it's very good. Oh, now that's...
Wait.
That's a big boy up on the bridge.
I just got for his position, and he's inside the circle, Lauren. Like, if he has to, he could always jump off that backwards and wrap down low where Boomerang are to get to his teammate. Like, they could hold this with these long-range weapons up there. That's... That could really throw a spanner in the works.
Now here comes the push. Right, trying to get across. Let's see if they make it. Nodrada says no. That's one. Sprays in on the second. Nilty's still alive, but barely. They need to make their stand now. Buram can't really... I guess they feel confident enough after maybe a Freak of Freaks they can let them get close. But look at this damage. 11 kills. 12 kills. Racking them up. And what we have left are the 4 teams. Meta with 2. Infantry with 1 quietly in the background. DXG with 3. 1 knocked. And Buram all 4 alive. But the circle will be pushing these players substantially closer. It's time to get going here. Look how compressed it is on this side, Rich.
Longsker eventually has to move from water. The downside to Boomerang is that they are very, very boxed in. Very, very bottlenecked here. Long KO Pie, finally. The first shots will commence. They've already lost 1 player earlier on, but now this might be the go time. This might be the time to shine, especially if they've got all their utility. It's time to commit it to the cause. Boomerang have already done the same thus far by removing a Freak of Freaks and doing damage. That's a nice little dip, but it's answered instantly. God Meow goes back, and now Silzen and Co. It's time for them to join in. The bombardment has commenced. Boomerang and DXG both damaged. Longsker is going to remove himself from water, and he is behind enemy lines well and truly.
It's just a Navy SEAL just from the water, peeking up, has a look. Doesn't want to give away too much. His position has not been noted, to my understanding. So Buram could be in for a terrible surprise. Meta have to make their move. They had been noted prior to now, so Edie's going to watch out for that. Finds 1. Looks for the second. Just living in the smoke. It looks like the molly's burning anyway. Buram, 15 kills now. Now there's 2 snakes, and Longsker still has not been checked on. He's made it to the water now, mini in hand. 3 players in front and 1 off to the side. He sees 1. Oh my god, he's got all 3 of them right there. That's 2. A third would be fantastic. And DXG will probably go, wait, there's another? Where did he just come from? Out of nowhere. The beast from the water emerges, and now the 1v1. DXG, already baffled, but IQ 500 trying to keep cool under pressure. Looks in, gets attacked, but it's an answer right, but he's won it. He's only gonna won it.
Coming into this competition, we knew this man could do incredible things. Longsker bides his time in the water. Patiently, he waits for the right time to strike. makes his way up, decimates Boomerang, pound for pound, destroys them all, takes the 1 versus 1 at a disadvantage when it comes to health, and ultimately wins it out and wins his team a spot in the grand finals. I cannot believe. I mean, I'm like, for Boomerang, I think you wouldn't check the water when you know there's one player in front of you. It's not, when you get to those engagements, I can understand how easy it is to take your eye off the ball for all of a second and forget that there could be someone still sat in the water. It's not something we see these days.
No, okay. So, player unknown, if you're watching, this is why we like weird circles, because the teams are really good at playing the other ones, and it's like, oh, you know. But then this happens when crazy circles happen. Like, I'm kidding, but not really. But I mean, as said, I don't even blame Buram, because at what point do you go, oh, there's probably someone still in the water. Oh, there's probably this. There's teams up on that ridge line that technically have seen it. Oh, it's got to be heartbreaking as well for them, because they were in such the right position, such the right place. But finally, how many kills did Buram have as well? Like, unbelievable stuff. Absolutely love it. Fantastic work across the board from that final player. Had to kill, what was it, 3 players, knocks 2 with the gun, nades out the 3rd, and then has that 1v1 against EXG, who we're down to, I think it was IQ 500 was the last player, if I'm not mistaken. Already had 2 kills to his name, so he was having a good game as well. I'm thoroughly impressed. Thoroughly impressed. Welcome to the weekend, Infantry. Look forward to seeing that.
It's as simple as that, those clutch moments when everything's on the line. We've said it time and time again, and we thought yesterday was just maybe a one-off, maybe a potential flash in the pan, but I tell you what, it keeps on going. These days are not living up. These players are not giving up. He has just projected his team into the grand finals. I keep finding myself saying one of the most clutchest players we've seen in a long time. He just basically took a 4 versus 1, took on a full team of 3, banged them out, took the 1v1 at a health disadvantage. He was down on HP.
He was tagged.
And still happily leans it and just baits him out, grabs him, and it's 2 grand and a spot in this weekend finals. GG Infantry.
Why is this game going so crazy now? Like, we've had so many insane clutch games now. Like, normally in an event, like a week, we might have one of those moments like, oh, do you remember that? Now it's like, every time, boys. Every game, apparently, is just going to be insane. Alright, enough from us. Interview time.
PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 6주차
PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 6.
파이널로 진출하게 된 팀은 바로 인펜트리였습니다.
And the winners of our 6th match making it to the weekly finals was Infantry. Congratulations.
정말 마지막 교전에 대한 얘기를 안 해볼 수가 없을 것 같은데요.
I don't think we can miss talking about that last moment in the game.
정리하는 모습이 굉장히 인상적이었습니다.
You guys eliminated Buram United in a genius way. Can we just get an explanation on what was happening at that time?
就是跟 BRU 交战的时候，可以跟我们详细的说一下当时的内容吗？
当时第一是拿全了的，然后就可能也是因为他们把我忘了，对的。
약간 오늘 운도 따라줬다고 생각합니다.
I think today luck was also something that was on our side. I think Buram United kind of forgot that we were there, and that played to our favor. And also the way the circles were located today was really difficult, equally for most of the teams. And Infantry, you guys showed maintaining your position in a longer time. How did you guys talk about it with each other to make that decision?
但是你们一直保持在停留在一个位置，然后请对此说一下。
因为那个2圈刷出来，我们就判断大概率是小岛圈了嘛，然后就开船上了岛，结果3圈很难受，然后就没办法，就只能再开船去水里面了。
저희도 오늘 약간 자기장 부분이 많이 어려웠다고 생각해서 물속에 계속
We definitely also thought that the circles were quite challenging, and so we decided to maintain our position inside the water.
순위가 5위입니다.
Infantry, you guys are ranking number 5 with your total prize money, and I'm sure you are looking forward to this weekly finals to get closer to being the champions. How are you guys preparing for that?
保持的任务就好好打。
저희는 최선을 다할 것 같고
We'll be doing our best.
임할 것입니다.
네, 롱스커 선수 오늘 천재적인 경기력 보여줘서
Thank you
정말
so much for your
감사드리고요.
genius
다시 한번
performance
파이널
today,
진출 축하드리겠습니다.
and congratulations on making it to the weekly finals once again.
네, 참 6주차 파이널 진출이 PGI.S 챔피언을 위해서는 필수적인 만큼 아무래도 다음 매치 점점 더 치열해질 것 같습니다. 계속해서 7번째 매치도 함께 해주시고요. 분석 데스크 먼저 만나보시죠.
Next level stuff. Where do we even begin? Brilliance. We were losing our minds as we were watching this game go down. Never mind the circles, but Longsker, the absolute genius of PUBG, is able to round out this game. Joining me, Avenger and Cammy here. Avenger, where do we even begin? This was ridiculous.
I don't know, honestly. This from start to finish, this was just a 31-minute roller coaster. Like, this was insane. Oh my god, the boating back and forth, the swimming, the clutches, the whole situation was just crazy, right? And to start the day off like this we're in for a ride today, to be honest, Colors.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Cameron, we were talking in the back. We were like, but what if Longsker does? What if that happens? And then he makes it happen in the most ridiculous fashion. That was pure magic.
It really was, and he said in his interview that he thought that Buriram forgot about him. I don't even know if Buriram knew that he was there to really begin with. I feel like the terrain of the beach, how there was that big, almost a ridge that he was able to play behind, that was able to obscure his vision enough, even while he was just being a little marine life form out there for the entirety of the mid game, that he was just able to stay unseen. And of course, we also saw the advantage in the end game, which I'm sure is going to be in the highlight, because despite all of the action, all the chaos that happened throughout this game, that is definitely going to be the biggest highlight from this entire round.
Just nuts stuff. I mean, we're watching the final moments here play out. Longsker constantly kind of waiting in the waters like that big octopus creature in Lord of the Rings that drags in Frodo as they're trying to run into the mines. And he just he pops out and destroys them and then takes the 1v1 against DXG, Martin. It was just amazing.
Yeah, Buriram didn't prepare for this. This was not in the script for sure, and Longsker just popping off, winning like that, just insane. And the reactions just say everything, right? The happiness, the sheer relief is just insane.
Yeah, absolute huge relief and just fantastic plays coming out. Infantry bag their ticket to the weekly finals here for week 6. But on the opposite side of things, Buriram was having a great game, and then we saw a post-game here, Cameron, just destroyed. They were so angry at themselves considering the position they were in.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not be tilted off of that? A single player coming in from the water? The audacity of Longsker to take that away from them. And this was the game that Buriram thrive in. They perform the best when it's a chaotic match. That's why they're so successful in field games. Once the circle shifted over to them, I'm not even talking about the northern shift in the mid game off of phase 4. I'm talking about phase 6 and 7 where it went over to the bridge to just a wide open field. That's the game that they are primed to win. They had like, what, 12, maybe up to 15 kills after the DXG engagement, and then one player just pulled the rug out from under them. It's heartbreaking. You could really see that in their faces.
Yeah, truly ridiculous. Let's take a look at the numbers from this game and add everything up. Infantry, of course, advances on into that weekly final. Not many kills. I mean, let's be honest, Martin. The circle... We're focusing a lot on this ridiculous moment at the end, but the circles just were equally as ridiculous. Infantry was in the southernmost side of the island, then having to try and transition on towards the mainland. That's just nuts in itself.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, taking a boat, trying to get onto the other side, under the bridge, swimming under the bridge, getting into a good spot. And Noadra joining the 1K club as well from Buriram. Heartbreaking for Buriram. They were in a winning position for sure. And with with Infantry winning and 4 AM joining the next game, it marks the 4th game consecutively won by a team that is then replaced by a team from the same region. That's actually interesting. Is that this is going to be the case for the rest of the day? Is E36 going to win the next game in Destination Gaming White? They join the game after this, you know?
A bold one, that one. We will see. Unfortunately, they did go out in 16th here. I mean, a lot of these teams were presented with very difficult choices, I think, Cameron, is fair to say. E36, of course, on the mainland. They tried to swim down to the south. For me, it looks like a death sentence 100%. I guess if you stay on the mainland, at least there's a little bit of chance that maybe it shifts back up. What are your thoughts?
It's a coin flip either way. I said at the start of show that having a good position at the beginning of the round seems to help a lot of teams get these full victories. Once phase 2 happened and we saw the huge likelihood of that island finish, I mean, who can say what's the best position or not? It swung wildly. Hardship towards the north, then the hardships towards the east, and it really was just playing how Infantry played successfully, is working with your position, trying to come in from the edge. VP had a couple of good moments trying to come in from the west side as well, but ultimately you cannot analyze this game at all. This does not fit into any sort of algorithms. This doesn't fit into any sort of models or graphs. This is definitely an outlier that you need to treat it as such.
Yeah, sample size wise, we don't get many of these. I mean, if you're speaking about super settings Avenger, usually when we see this kind of circle play out, everyone in the north assumes that maybe it's going to the island and then they all just kill each other and then that actually accrues them points. But given that it's the survival settings, it really changes the dynamic a lot of these kinds of circles, I think.
There's also many teams just send it, you know, because you need to win a game. So they thought they're just going to end on the south. So they had to send it. There's the only chance to win, right? If you see a team where like they come in late, they usually go fishing, either dynamite fishing or they go into just shooting all the fish in the barrel that is trying to cross the pond, right? So because that's points on super. In the weekend, that would have been 3 points, the guys trying to swim and cross over there. So I like that we saw that many teams in the south. That really talks to the kind of unpredictability that this game had in circle 2 and 3, where we're sitting like, this could go north, this could go south. Is the south bigger than the north? And like all this probability, but the second circle is just so far south that it like you had to predict it to go to the island in the end.
And I guess some of those kind of transitions that were potentially doomed to fail, or greetings of those transitions that eventually had knock-on effects. I mean, so Digital Athletics, considering the later circles, Cameron, had a hard time of being able to deal with that. We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about the team that's actually coming in to the lobby right now. 4 Angry Men, who have put up a lot of money on the board here, Cameron, so far, and they are a dangerous team to be coming into the lobby.
Yeah, they were really, really strong, especially at the beginning of PGI.S, winning week number 2. But then after that, they have yet to make it to another weekly final. And 4 AM, they're a wild card. They've been a wild card team for almost, I think, the entirety of their tenure, of the Orcs' tenure in this game, in PUBG, where you can never really tell. Some games, they absolutely pop off and go completely ham. Some games, they really struggle, and it's almost impossible to tell which one it's going to be. So you definitely need to feel threatened by them, but I cannot call one way or another their probability, their likelihood of being able to advance to the weekly final, whether it's today or tomorrow.
Avenger, your thoughts regarding 4 AM, one of the big fan favorites?
Yeah, honestly, 4 AM, after God V's sickness and he was being sick, he had to bow out. They had a rough time coming back, as we said here. 3 weeks running not being able to come in, but they're a team that's stats wise and player mechanically skill wise, they're up there. They're definitely a team that I think we should deserve to have in our weekly finals here. So I really hope they make it. They don't have that many chances coming in here in game number 2 today. It's gonna be rough only having, you know, these amount of chances. It's gonna be rough. So I really hope to see them step up, and I hope to see them see some good games here. And we're in for a treat, you know. DA is still in the lobby, 4 AM joining. We might be having some good Erangel games.
Yeah, we are going on to Erangel for the next one. That's right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, here for the breakdowns. What a ridiculous start to the day here for day number 2 of week 6. A big thank you to our sponsors, Zowie, Perrier, Toomey, and of course Intel, where the gaming happens as we get into game number 2 of the day. The money is thinning out here for weekly survival. 1,000 for first place and a spot in the weekly final. Let's head over to our casters, Sims and Pansy.
Oh, I thought game one was meant to be a soothing way to start off the day, to pick back up a little, and went, no, we're gonna clutch out again. We're gonna double down. This time, no, not just a 1v2, a 1v4. Help me, Rich. I'm meant to have a voice after this.
This is going to continue for the rest of the day and tomorrow, right? There's nothing, and I suppose it's one of those things where we look at it, and we've been discussing it in the back, so we might as well kind of discuss it on air as well. You can love, you can hate the winner chicken dinner format. There's always different sides to it, and people will always see it differently. We've been playing these super settings esport rules for so many years now. People have, become attuned to it, and that's totally fine. We've worked for many years to get it to that where it needs to be in the right spot, and it does best at eliminating all the possible, or the best way of removing most RNG scenarios. See who is the best over a long form set of games. We still have that, and it's still there. The one thing that we are seeing, and it's absolutely definitive of this format, over the last few days, and even this tournament, we have seen some of the best individual performances that we have ever seen. And it just keeps on going today. And this is how it will keep on going, because there's nothing to lose. It's all about your individual performance. It's all about the win. Everything's on the line with that. You don't worry about points. You don't worry about denying. You don't worry about making sure other teams can't pick up certain points from you, or you don't help them up the leaderboard and the cash doesn't change. No, it literally is the absolute dream scenario where you put a player in an unwinnable situation and he has to perform.
I honestly, and this is just more conversation than anything. We do have a interesting circle of it kind of being Asnaya Stalber, but we can talk about that later. But I think you're right, and I think it's one of the best things about PUBG that got us all in love with it. It's that feeling, that pressure that everyone. Do you remember the first couple of games you played of PUBG when everything was still a little unknown? You didn't know every trick of the trade, and it was all just so brand new to you. But the pressure you felt, the adrenaline that runs through you, that maybe you can catch them out, maybe you can do something about this, maybe you can get that win for your team. And we're seeing teams play like that, which to me is super exciting. And honestly, it just showcases how good these players are, that it has happened so often. Because you know what, if you're sitting there with 3 of your players up in potentially let's say that last scenario, if they hadn't been keeping track, maybe a 3v2, but they had good positioning, they had decent gear, Buram, after the heartbreak, they probably felt pretty comfortable at that end. And yeah, they probably weren't playing with 100% perception as to maybe there's someone in the water, because you're not used to it. By default, they've been playing, super settings, and they're very aware of how it traditionally probably would have played out. And the way that went was anything but. And I love that. I love the fact it reminds me of how it feels to try and, do those crazy clutches and just pull it off, because as I said, you got nothing else to lose. You got to give it 110%, everything that you could. So for me, incredibly exciting. And I'm glad that all you guys at home have been enjoying it as well. I see everyone thoroughly having a good time today, and it's just a celebration of what we love about PUBG. It's one of the best parts of it. So glad to have you all here. And we will start talking about that circle. So very far northeast, sitting towards, I guess, center point between Yasnaya and Stalber. And the starting teams, you have great position. I like to take note just so I can remember, because my brain is a sieve. Virtus Pro, kind of around Kameshki area, so very far northeast. No immediate threats either, so they'll have a relatively quiet time. Now, FaZe, I've at least caught enough of a glimpse of DA to kind of pull up for a second and keep track of this. Probably not a bad shout either. Petrichor Road, also sitting up towards Stalber. DA, who we just saw through the eyes of FaZe there as well. So there you're kind of 4 teams who are currently within the circle. Everyone else is still outside of it. They'll be working towards it. It's a little bit of a longer rotation for some of these teams, but a fair few access points there. There may be some casualties on rotation, but I will imagine most teams have decent enough access to this.
We anticipate this one does work its way down south slowly but surely. Again, with the Asnaya Pond in play, there will be some water factor, some land ratio that does take effect if it should be still in by the time we get to circle number 4. Currently has FaZe, E36, 4 a.m. as well. Quick note, welcome to the lobby. The Giants of Old are here. We'll see how they perform in this one. They've been having a few struggles and a few battles to get to these weekend finals, and now the biggest struggle of all is getting to the grand finals. We'll see if they can fare any better than the weeks gone previous. Small note on that, it's still kind of weird that Liquid aren't yet in these lobbies. We've still got someone like Liquid. If you're a European fan, TSM,
hurts my
ENCE,
heart
like
a little bit.
like so thus far. I mean, we haven't had a single PEL/EU team, quote unquote, qualify yet. You know,
It stands out. Look, it hurts. But honestly, they've been outclassed so far. There's no way to put it other than that. And I'll be the first to say I always love seeing the teams that I know the best doing well. There's no shame in saying that. I love to see the boys do well when we've been watching them for years. But the way that other regions are stepping up right now, if you're not doing the same, you're not gonna get a gift of a circle anymore. Especially when we've been seeing, teams just clutch out and push beyond expectations. It's all fair. You can't really argue with it. No one's saying, oh, you got to be slap bang center circle, otherwise, oh, it's just RNG. No, these teams are clutching the hell out, dude. I mean, I look towards Virtus Pro, and I'd say they're probably one of the teams getting the closest consistently. I think that's a pretty fair shout at the moment. But outside of them, I'm one of FaZe's biggest fans. I'll sit there and watch a FuzzFace stream all day long and have to occasionally mute because he watches the VODs back and I hear my terrible casting. I don't know how you put up with it. But they haven't been consistently good enough yet. If they find the form, fantastic. But compared to someone like Virtus Pro, or you compare to some other teams in this lobby, it's not been quite there yet. That's just simple as it is. And we move on. We'll have to see how they form now going into this 4 a.m. though. The newcomers to the lobby, a dangerous element to add to any mix. And I wonder how they fare in this one now, because they're a team that's had certainly highs and lows. So curiosity is certainly going to be building towards them, and they're in a fine position in this one as well. They're in a very good spot.
Something like this, I aim as an IGL, but if I was IGL in this, my eyes are above Yasnaya. We've had so many endings that kind of fall between Petrichor Road, VP, DA, Metagaming. We have had some that do pull down towards Yasnaya, and hell, if we have this very southern hard shift, then maybe even STK, the position on your screens, becomes into the fray. A couple of years ago, we would continuously have field endings. They were taken away when things were all changed up, and we don't get too many of them now, but we still have seen some. Anything can happen. It's all theory crafting. It's really just setting yourself up for success at this point and seeing in which is going to be the best lay of the land to get. Navi can't stay here too long. You can just see coming to the map on the bottom corner that DXG will be trailing this in on almost simultaneous rotation path. Booraram, the furthest away from this circle at the moment. Oh, maybe not actually. Oh, excuse me, over on Sosnovka, but Booraram will be, excuse me, I'm completely wrong altogether. I'm looking at the wrong colour. Zenith are the ones coming out with, I just saw blue and I thought, oh, Booraram, it's not, it's Zenith.
There's a lot of blue teams in this lobby.
Yeah.
Like, switch it up, boys. Let's get a little variety. We've got, DA.
They're all in the cars as well, so you've just got the steering wheel. But Zenith, over by Georgia Paul, eventually will come into the fold. You'll see a Freak of Freaks maybe go toe-to-toe with them, depending when Na'Vi goes. If they work their way towards Rossok, we could have some sort of a fight towards that side of things. Na'Vi have pulled up on the edge of the white, so it depends where DXG makes its entry point here. I'm still keeping in mind that Oath are going to be very late to this one, but we've seen a few times Oath like to come off of that bridge and then they'll just go for the coastline. They'll straight up just go to the east and book it past Lepovka, for example. But TSG are going to be lurking there, so ultimately, still have to be on red alert, but same time, plenty of space to not be losing players.
I think for now, in my mind, somewhere between Petrichor Road, FaZe, and 4 a.m., maybe VP. I'm a little nervous for VP because they are a little split. If you're rolling your mind back to the map and if you caught it, you still have Batulins, I think Hiruzen as well, a little split from the others, and then E36 have kind of parked themselves somewhat in between it. Now, Na'Vi are out on foot at the moment, seemingly scouting away, but the 2-tap, Penta, just posting bullets so freely. Look at this, 6 times on the old slot. Don't know why I did that, SLR. And interesting to see how the changes come in with the weapons. Once that's put through to live, that could be quite interesting. If that changes things up, the barrel getting a bit of a nerf potentially could be enjoyable, but a variety always keeps me happy. And once again, I'd say that, yeah, Petrichor Road, 4am and FaZe were the power positions. That's not necessarily southern, but now with that water and play, Rich, we kind of look towards the east, trail around that. It's probably not going to go towards the west side, of course. But this is that mad land grab now. You can obviously go to the apartments. Zenith, they're going to catch one towards a Freak of Freaks as well. So a little bit of a knock and a little bit of a trade out. But good luck on the minimap. Can you see our problem now? A Freak of Freaks, Zenith, same color. 100%. No idea who's who. It looks as though Freak of Freaks fine. They'll be getting that res. So no harm, no foul. And this is going to be that kind of, okay, let's pile in towards the east of Yasnaya. Let's head on through Meta. Good position, and maintaining a 2-2 split as well is very, very bold and brave, but I like that. Now, FaZe going to be locking themselves in towards the pond for now. I don't think they're going to be happy with that. I feel they might shuffle a little further forward. They're not quite out of the vehicles. Maybe just a pull-up, a little bit of a mini scout, and then head in towards potentially a compound or two. Eyes towards T1 as well. Yeah, the observers are on it today. Woof. Okay, T1 heading in from the north. Now, this is the split the VP were holding that caught my attention when E36 were amongst them. Now, add in the T1 here, they could scout this out and see that there may be only one here. Maybe they've already been scouting potentially. They could have good information on a potential compound crash.
Yeah, they're 700-meter shots that are coming in just below Stalber from Lou, who's keeping them all in check and just really peacocking them away. But they have split the compound between VP and T1. I can see Ada looking for somewhere else to try and stay his team's feet. Kameshge will see Starlord. So even T1's a little bit broken up at this point. Understandably so. I kind of get it. FaZe Clan, you touched on it, and that is the perfect principle. The pond was just really a stepping stone. You don't want to be near water. Let's be real. So they take a quick peek, and they go in a full 4-man split. They're trying to just put as many puzzle pieces in play to complete this thing when the circle does update. Again, it has its positives, it has its negatives. Positives being you're going to have a much better grasp of land when the circle does update. Negatives being if someone pulls up, well, you're just in the car and booking it before you die against a 4v1, unless you're called Longsker, of course, and you're completely fine. This is totally fine. Circle like this, Petrichor Road, banging position. Gets a little bit more difficult eventually if the circle does central up towards the end and they have to come down from that hillside. If you don't have vehicles, getting off of that hillside can be very, very difficult and very, very rough. 4am and E36 will be the two teams that stick it towards the north, just below Stalber, hoping the circle will hard shift towards their way, in which case VP, DA, Meta, 4am, E36, all looking lovely. They're all above the Yasnaya pond. Everyone else, they're kind of committing to the cause. Between the fields, between Yasnaya, it's you got about 5 or 6 teams, and before this powder keg explodes, you know what? Let's give you a code left-hand side. Get that bad boy banked in. Get your free goodies, because after this, when the next one does come into the fold, I think we'll see a lot of action firing up in the kill feed.
And do people have to DM you or Hypoc to get hold of?
It's actually Martin.
It's Martin now. He is the
Martin's turn this week.
Gatekeeper of the codes. I see. Got it. All right. Waiting on that circle update. Let's have a little peek. It's a pretty fair spread, actually. No one obviously going anywhere. It's just kind of weird. Imagine east of Yasnaya. Yeah, moves away from the pond. But that's a lot of field in play. That's a great deal of field. Those fields to the east of Yasnaya get dicey. Petrichor Road's position is big, too.
See where people do end up and where people stay their feet. TSG getting the blunt end of the stick here at the moment. Where's that fight taking place? That's not too far from the center, actually. That's Booram, and I can see Metagaming with on our map. They're actually pulling up behind that to try and backfill in third party, so don't be too surprised if you see a Metagaming kill or two come through. 4am, again, the position that they were in, they've now had to fall down to where Petrichor Road was setting up shop. Understandably so. Okay, pull up, full commitment has to happen now at this stage. It's a very interesting one. Straight out the back of it. Wait, used him out of the vehicle.
Uber died to an Uzi, and I don't know how to feel anymore. My emotions are frayed, and as a fuzz faces, it's just down to 80. This is horrible between these two. DA still alive with 2. 80 looks dead, dude. This is over. FaZe. Oh. We've seen, I swear I've seen like 2 Uzi kills now, and like some weird UMP kills. and Oath are like, yes, look at this. Soften target. You've got DA trying to get themselves back together. You still got like Metralius very, very low. This ridgeline peaks could be the death of him. The double down. Rello makes it look oh so easy. Why couldn't you have done that, Face? Huh.
You do have to question whether, you know, what was the scouting then to even drive a vehicle through the straight through the middle pack of it. Like, you always have to anticipate that someone's going to be there. Like, it's a prime spot of land, right? You know, you've got to think a team's going to be setting up shop and working off the back of it. Whether they maybe assumed that DA or somebody would move, but it's central map. So I am quite surprised by that one. Whether or not they thought they could just take them in the vehicles hap-handedly and have done with it. Fair play if so. I respect the attempt. But this time for FaZe, it fails and it doesn't come through. It's a little unfortunate. 16th will seat them. DA instantly. Well, like I say, even, I suppose, hindsight, we think about that. Even if FaZe had made it out, would they have gone further? Probably not, because Oath just jumped on that.
Yeah, the third party was perfect from Oath. I mean, they played that to perfection. Waiting for that keg to explode and couldn't have timed it better. Now, I am watching towards this northern side. Now, we are seeing 4 AM and Petrichor Road. Well, what remains of Petrichor Road trying to deal with 4 AM down to 3. And while this happens, Virtus Pro are kind of creeping around. You just see the minimap there in the bottom right? Just seeing them starting to kind of build up a bit of a barrier of entry. You can see Lou, you can see Spyro. They're going to move to the kind of foot of the compound, and they'll be in the prime position to catch them on the way out, unless they just fly out in vehicles or something of the such. And, you know, Petrichor Road's remainder up on the hillside being chunked away at by the blue. The circle did update, and it has kind of closed towards, you know, shoot to kill, bit of Oath. And Zenith actually not in a bad spot. This is a very North American heavy circle as it stands. They are all in very good spots. Everyone else very much on the outskirts.
This is very, very important to try and keep your compounds clean. And by doing that, it means, Purdy Curdy, for example, shooting players at distance, shooting players on transition. Don't let them get to the doors, because then you do. Third parties become available. People come into vision, come into view. You can try and shoot into it at range. But people like Oath, people like STK, these are the prime positions right now to keep control of. This all of a sudden gets a bit more difficult for Oath. They're going to be sharing this area. Yes, it's only a shack, but it's an elevated line of sight. Other players will begin to encroach on these positions. Other people will start to get a little bit curious. Don't forget that during all of this, you still have VP and 4AM to the north, who've yet to really show their hands. They've just been chilling for now. DXG take the bigger dip. But again, even this has its own downsides. It's very exposed on the backlines. E36, Meta Gaming, both of these teams should quite easily to be able to make mincemeat out of DXG and just squish them between both of them. But I didn't even realize Meta's got problems of its own. Does it realize there's a player inside there?
I don't know, but Batulin's now knows that they're not alone. They've got 2 fights on 2 fronts. 4 AM in front of them, and now a Freaka Freak's trying to catch them in the heels. Now, they've lost EJ for a Freaka Freak, so they might have to be a little bit more cautious. 4 AM trying to make a bit of a mad dash with what remains. Crazy and Loot trying to disconnect from this one, use that kind of, I guess, western ridgeline to fall down towards, maybe even get a flank towards your position. Here is somebody to be aware of this possibility, because they could be caught off by surprise here if they're not aware that 4AM have already crossed this way. Now, potentially, Zenith could see this. And they definitely have. Yeah, Kickstart's eyes were trading on this. These are decent shots, like, what, 400 meters or so? Give or take, maybe 3. So it's not exactly an easy shot, even with a decent scope on it. It's going to make it a little bit trickier. But VP need this fight cleanly, and I feel like 4AM don't like to give those away.
4AM's at a difficult stance, but it did stick its feet in the ground and stick towards the north, so we've seen this from VP many a times. They do play outskirts. They do like to bide their time and just encroach on teams when they're in a weakened position. Something like this, they'll probably try and deny 4AM any entry whatsoever. Lou on the backside. Xiaolu can't really do too much. Crazy's kind of wandering low here, and they're a bit squished together. They're in nade range. If he does have any nades left, like, he could have a field day with them. They've lost track of him completely. All right, now they've seen him. Presence has been noted. A lot of work to do here, but certainly from what I'm seeing throughout the last 2 days, Lauren, nothing is out the realms of possibility these days. And you know what? There's Senya just to ruin everybody's day as well.
That's a solid 600 meters now. We talked about Zenith before, kind of 200 meters in front, a little bit further on. So you're right. And the big indicator for me, the big kind of not necessarily even win condition, but potential condition for Virtus Pros, they won that fight cleanly, and they did. They didn't lose players, but now they're a little behind on rotation. They can send it in, but where do you send to? Look at what remains. You have the roadside that kind of snakes around in the east. You've got maybe 2-3 compounds in, and then you have the power line kind of positions that we all know are actually garbage and pretend that they're playable, and they're just not. Don't let anyone lie to you. Now, there is a plateau that can be played here. Now, it has to be secured for Virtus Pro, and keep your eyes on a Freaka Freaks E36. They could be the ones to go for the mad send if they have vehicles, or at least lean that way, because they don't really have other options. They go southeast, T1, Oath, DXG. They haven't been subtle, they've been loud. So this is where things get horrific, as DXG just go on the slow drive pie to just find TSG and a Freak of Freaks. Want to see where they head to in the vehicles now. Their turn to try and find some space in towards the circle. Where the heck are they gonna go?
VP's got a lot of defense to do here. As Zenith want to try and turn into them. You've spoken about these pylons, and ultimately it's just somewhere to go to die. That's the second team that will fall victim. You can try and use the vehicles all day long. You can bring another one to the frame, maybe box yourself in, then you have some sort of a chance. Zenith might just do that. They realize, okay, we see what's going on here. There's already some smokes down. Let's utilize them. There's already some vehicles there. Let's continue to build up what's in front of that. Nades from the side of E36, looking onwards of T1 directly in front. First victims have fallen. Canaxi, there's a couple of Mosin shots coming out from Buriram. Something to keep a track of. That is bouncing. That is finding its target. That is absolutely picture perfect. Zenith now under the mortar strike of VP. They came into range. They came into distance. Shinboy, last man standing here to try and hold the mantle for Zenith.
And do the best he can. You can see DXG just under fire. So many angles can see this now. Buriram in the south, one of the main culprits of having this sort of vision, dealing out damage. It will be cut, actually, to close down DXG's book and chapter in this game, at least. Update coming in a couple of seconds now. Let's see where this goes. North America. We need to have a conversation. If you lose this game, welcome to how European fans feel, okay? We're gonna just put it out there. Shoot to kill in prime position. Oath, decent position in the north. They are the only two teams in, and they are surrounded by a field. And that's about it. Na'Vi, outskirts of Yasnaya. Buriram, the standalone compound, no longer viable. The north, littered with teams, and looks like VP, they're all in one car, Rich. Rich, they're all in one car. There goes Hiruzen, Penta just tapping away, more damage coming in. They've, I don't want to say made it. Made it's a terrible word. They have parked. And for now, they're getting absolutely shredded. Zenith just pile in shots, as does Shoot to Kill, as does Oath, as does Na'Vi. The car has even had enough. The car's out of there. This is awful, guys. I don't want to be around anymore. Buriram, they're on the go as well. Here we go. This is send it, do what you can. Are they going to get out of this? I do not know. Kickstart's going in towards Virtus Pro. That's a little dicey. I guess they've recovered, maybe? No.
Oh, no.
Batulin's still low enough, and the trade-out comes in for Lu. Now, where's Shinboy in this? He wasn't with him. That's a weird pull-up there. Maybe a miscalculation, or maybe overconfidence. Maybe the timing's right. I don't know. This is all looking so dicey.
He's just trying to find a way that he can get himself within this circle. And he knows that's really the only next point of contact that he can take. So if his teammates committed it for the cause, done some damage to them, he may have just given them a position that he can actually fall himself into. Na'Vi also chomping at the bit to try and do something. Playing with scraps at this point, to be fair. You mentioned that vehicle rolling away earlier on. That was really the only sign of defense that came out from the side of VP. But on the other side, with Zenith causing problems, they have given them a vehicle now. It's not much, but it's something, you know, to work off the back of. See if Shinboy does want to try and get involved in that one. He's clearly made note of Na'Vi's presence. Nade hits, it strikes, it puts Besto certainly on red alert. Now for STK, it's time for them to commit their utility, try and put it to good use. And look at this, quick peek up side of the smokes. Nade goes down, circles here, and ultimately he just has to run.
Yeah, he's got to make his final stand on this. And pick your poison. I don't know if he gets in towards the VP side, maybe feeling they're the weaker target, which could be a fair assessment than maybe Na'Vi. Na'Vi are up at full strength and have decent position. Shinboy still looking for his way in. You can see the line of sight's decent for Lu and the others. They're okay. They've, I don't want to say stabilized, that's a strong word, but the molly's coming in. The nades are coming out. Shinboy just trying to creep forward here. That's about all we can ask for. As Na'Vi start getting tired of this, they're tired of waiting on North America to clear through, so they'll do it for themselves. Virtus Pro gone, and now next on the chopping block will be Shinboy, and he's done as well. Alo's there actually to nab that one away, so Shoot to Kill coming back into the action. 3'd up as well. Luke 12 is in absolute, final boss mode. We have Na'Vi, we have Shoot to Kill, Buram, E36, and Oath. Now, don't forget about Oath and E36 in the north. They will have to move down, but they're still very much up here.
Everything seems to be going in the favour of STK at the moment. I know it's only a very small shack. But with Na'Vi been damaged, with Oath about to go toe-to-toe, and they've already been a fight earlier previously against DA, so they've had some utility committed. However, FaZe's bodies will be there, so I'll keep that in mind. But they do have to go up against E36, and then they have to come into a very exposed area. Satu, first one to fall. Pack Caps finds out that's the barrel going toe-to-toe. Pure Boy now running in. Oh, watch the vehicle, watch the vehicle, watch the vehicle!
Oh no, this isn't pretty. Pure Boy in trouble.
Yeah, they got 2 crates?
Fair enough. Seems reasonable. Oath taking their time coming out, but they're trying to be methodical, and great damage from Pack Caps, I think that was. The flash really helped matters. Is he catching enough of the glimpse? There it is. That'd be Balefrost kind of a little bit further forward than Pack Caps, but good work. Now, we are into the top 4. Now, at the start, I said it, Shoot to Kill had every right to win this, but look at Buram. They're encroaching towards their space, and Shoot to Kill have been getting away with a little bit of freedom. Now, Oath on the pull-up. Just going to be trying to get the vehicles in, get some safety, but Buram want to rip every part of safety away from Shoot to Kill. If you are not ready, if you are not scouting this, if you are not on top of Buram every second of this game, they will find a way to punish you. And they are knocking at that door, and they've got something to say. Balefrost with a wild spray into the smoke, hopes for the best. However, you're seeing Shoot to Kill just trying to get the heals off. The damage comes in. God, Matt. Oh, he's got the molly. This is Shoot to Kill look nervous. They're just prone down in a ditch, basically. They're not being proactive. They're not playing these smokes. Buram are hunting them out actively. Alo prone down. Luke 12. Hurdy-curdy. What do you do with this? Flash comes in. Good timing on that. Buys time for maybe the re-aggress now, but Gobiel's cross is perfect! That's 2 big kills for Buram. And Shoot to Kill are getting shredded. And they're just clearing the compound now. Fire from afar. Na'Vi put some bullets into them. As Purdy, he's just prone down there. Kurt is doing nothing about this, just trying to survive. And now 3 of them remain. There was a flush on Arada, but that's about it. That was from Tab, as Kanaxi gets one back as well. They've gone from one team on to the next. They're now fighting Na'Vi.
Yeah, STK bit off a little bit more than it could chew. He didn't keep track of Buram perfectly. And in which case, when they went toe-to-toe versus Na'Vi, Buram stepped up to the plate. Really nowhere else to go, given that the circles forced them into this engagement. Purdy tries to clear out players within home ground, but it's Snakers from the backlines. A third party does the dirty towards STK. And now Buram. Everyone else wondering, where do we go? Where do we work from? Na'Vi especially, none of them are inside the circle. The res has been stuck down low, I believe. Maybe, oh, surely? Yeah, Tam's just trying to get himself out. Vision fall down the defilade, but any quick peek from Kanaxi or God Meow, it's job done. Any nade that comes flying this way once again. Nades across the board, I'm not entirely sure how it'll be looking, but another high fragging game coming out from Buram, especially when you saw what it meant on the face of the players, how annoyed they were in the previous round to lose that versus the snake in the water.
Well, let's see if it's enough to set them alight this game. They control the south. The north is mostly Oaths, and they're actually in a very good position now. Oath have the north side, high ground, a bit more cover, and Na'Vi, of course, are the ones that gets all the attention because they have to work into this circle. They're not quite in yet. Just on the very verge of it. You saw Senya being the one to be punished in that. Now Besto and Tab can kind of creep their way in.
down on the floor eventually. They'll come into close proximity of Boomerang and they'll read the info, especially with the very slight elevation. Canaxi and Godmeow working off the back of that building. Surely he spots him. Absolutely. A bullet to the brain and down goes Besto. Comes down to the tab to try and hold the line, but with the blue on his back, what really can you do? It now focuses on Boomerang versus Oath, top and bottom of this circle. Both teams forced to fight and forced to move eventually towards a central point. Vehicles in abundance for Oath. Let's keep track of that. They could move them into a position which gives them something to work off the back of.
Yeah, I was looking at Belfrost there, but look at Edie. He's in the middle of the damn field. What a madman. And here we go. Tab is still alive, and that's going to be PackCaps finding Edie. He was way off in the open. Opens up for a trade, though. And keep in mind, there is still a snake out there in the form of Tab. Oath on 12 kills, too, putting up numbers. Buram 10. These two are fragging out here. Tab just going to be trying to keep his head down. Buram are getting aggressive. Look at them. They are ferocious. They are frustrated after the last game and put all of these emotions into maybe trying to dig deep enough in this. Going for a combat res right here is mad. And Oath are locked into those smokes. Buram have them pinned to the back of the circle, at least for now. I actually think Buram are playing this like... Buram are playing like they are the favorites in every scenario, even though they're in the middle of the field up against Oath.
They're choking them. They box them in. The molly will be
great
fantastic.
Molly, great molly.
Oh, it gives away the position. When they go down, they now know which angle they were holding. Canaxi's just pushing this. He's directly to the angle of approach that they should not anticipate. All the way up against the blue. You'd have thought that maybe they'd have fallen back. The numbers advantage will go the side of Oath for all but a second. But Canaxi is playing so damn aggro at the moment. He's holding this line.
And this has worked for so many teams in the past. Edie's found PackCaps, that's a problem. And now Balefrost and Snake is called upon. And they're still just behind this smoke wall. They have so little information on this. Tab is watching all of this unfold as well, holding his breath patiently. But Edie, Canaxi still alive. Godmeow may be looking for information here. I think he might just stay forward. Edie, he's found Balefrost. Oath look like they're terrified, and I don't blame them. Buram are looking dangerous. Tab stayed out of nowhere, almost did them in. But no. Buram, after heartbreak, pull it together. A 14-kill win, fired up off that last loss. They put it through here and prove they deserve their spot in the weekend.
What a wild set of emotion these players must be feeling right now. From being on the cusp of qualification in game number 1 to having their hopes and dreams shattered, everything going well for them. And one player just emerges from the water and batters them all. We saw in the pre-game, like, anger, throwing the hand warmers down on the desk. You could see what it meant, and you could see the feelings that were going through the players' minds. And then instantly, no regrets, no remorse, no nothing. They continue as normal. They continue the fragging prowess, and they qualify. For now, I'm going to pass it back to James and the desk team to break it all down a little bit more.
That's right. We have them getting themselves the victory. Great stuff. And of course, now moving on here. With that victory, it means that Buram manages to make up the situation that they had in the first game. We've got Martin as well as Cameron here joining me. Martin, that was brilliant by Buram. You were with them all the way.
Except 5 seconds. No, they actually managed to do super well here, and that's what we were talking about yesterday as well. James Cameron saw that as calls on the sidelines, but you know, Buriam yesterday and in the previous week as well, their tendencies and their aggressive playstyle and the momentum that they managed to build up really had us hoping for them to do well here in this week. They for both the casters, for us, and I think many of the fans out there, their playstyle has really grown on us, and I think them really getting into how well they're able to play around this style, this is going to benefit them massively going into the weekly finals. And I think that style is going to maybe propel them into a really good spot, potentially take the home a big chunk of the money that is available for them here in the weekly finals.
Yeah, Cameron, I think a huge sigh of relief after this victory, but also like a great fortitude to recover from the previous situation as well to then make the win happen here. I was scared that we were going to get another second place, and then I think it would have been soul crushing, but no, they managed to stick it through.
Yeah, before they had those aggressive smokes to really put the pressure onto Oath, I thought Oath had a really solid position, and they still did. It was actually anyone's game towards the end game. But if we did see, as you mentioned, another second place high kill game for Buriram, I would be a little concerned for their mental fortitude. But just to go off of what Avenger was talking about, this team, this very aggressive playstyle that they have, they are not scared of taking any engagement. They know exactly what they need to do to get up into your face, and just like the previous game, though they got the third there, they thrive in these chaotic situations, and they will try and force those chaotic situations onto their opponents. And it's those big, high-risk, high-reward plays that I think is going to be incredibly useful for them to try and actually come back and win this event. Because remember, the amount of money that you get for first place, as well as money only being paid out to the top 4, you really want to go for these big placement games.
Let's take a look at the standings coming on in then and see 7 teams that have now qualified here through to our weekly finals. Buriram will be joining an elite list so far here for our final weekly final here, Martin. It's a good list so far.
It's a super stacked list. It's honestly a crazy list. I'm super happy to see it stack up like this super nicely. Oath with a second place as well. Their other second place was a 17 kill second place. This is a 13 kill second place. I'm quite sure with the performance that they're showing up for today that they're going to be able to potentially make it today, if not maybe just tomorrow as well. So they've been able to perform so well, and also one of the only 3 teams to have made it into the previous 5 weeks consecutively.
Yep. And we will see if that comes to fruition in our next game. Of course, our next team joining is Detonation Gaming White. We'll get onto them in just a little bit's time, because we still a lot to talk about in regards to this game. We go, Cameron, from one of the most ridiculous starts of any day to this game, which was kind of a bit more meek in regards to its circles and kind of how things played out. SDK had a great spot for a huge swath of this game, but it felt like things did not come together for them when they were being pushed from potentially multiple angles, and of course Buriram comes to ruin their day.
Yeah, it was a very strong position on paper, being in the center of a wide open field, but then when you actually look at their small little, I mean, it's a little more than a shack, I suppose, but it's still only one little one-story house, right? A trailer, essentially. The hill that it was on didn't give them a huge high ground advantage just because of this particular angle. And so Buriram and Na'Vi both had avenues to approach that building. And SDK essentially put themselves in a sandwich position. No real way for them to safely force one engagement, come back, and then force onto the other side. They really just had nothing to do other than wait for a team to approach them. And of course, as we've seen multiple times today throughout this entire event, Buriram, if they are running at you like raiders, like barbarians, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and speaking of running at the next team they had to run at, it was Oath in that situation up towards that pylon position, Avenger. And I guess for Buriram, you're already talking about these aggressive tendencies that they can show. I guess it's the perfect opportunity for them to get aggressive. They know the angles that Oath can take, because there's really not that many, I suppose, on that pylon, and they're able to dismantle them.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And also, what I want to kind of elaborate on the whole situation with this shoot to kill as well. When that circle, it's sent that perfectly on them center-wise, that position becomes like, it goes from a good spot, and you're like, oh, God, nice, we're in the circle, to being surrounded by, especially due to the terrain, how it is. The teams can get super close to you with just 1 or 2 smokes, and also because the terrain of the sides, east and west, is going quite elevation-wise, is going quite low, so they can get quite close. They can use one car rotation, and they got into them quite easily. Buriram capitalized on that, and then you see the same situation happen with the pylon. You come into a spot where, with a few smokes, pylon can be smoked off. Vision is completely disabled for Oath, and Oath, they had to get out into a spot where they already been extremely bruised and battered from a situation like this. Smokes being deployed and used quite well offensively from Buriram's side as well, and that actually netted them the win from that one.
Yep, very nice to see. As we take a look now at the highlights here from this game, and already to start things off with the circle being all the way up to the northeast here, Cameron. A lot of teams had to make pretty wide, heavy rotations to get up there. I think there was only 2 or 3 teams even in that first circle.
Yeah, actually, I think it was only, what, Virtus Pro and Petrichor Road that were in there in the very beginning, neither of which are actually able to make it to the late game. We're seeing in the highlights all these fights that started off pretty early on. Just because of the amount of open area, the space was limited in terms of playable positions, strong positions, even from the get-go. So while it did seem like a pretty slow game, it was not an easy one to maneuver for a lot of these teams. By the way, this play by Kickstart, so close to actually working out.
Yeah, definitely so. VP were under a lot of pressure to make anything happen, and then Zenith decides to just throw another wrench in the works for them, and Zenith eventually going out in 6th spot. But I think Zenith, Martin, his pure boy runs away from cars. That was a little bit scary in itself, Martin, too.
Yeah, for sure. But coming on to Zenith and them actually starting to play on the Western Pylons, they decided that the Pylons is ours, that we're going to do everything we can to keep them. And then when VP tried to get into a good spot on them, they were like, nope, that's our Pylon. We've been working on the last one as well. We've been working our way into the circle. Kickstart pulling up like that and actually capitalizing on a situation where a knock was happened on VP as well. So super well played. In the late game here as well, 13 kills for Buriam. And a super 13 in the end, of course, on a super well deserved chicken dinner here for Buriam. Super nice and super happy to see them coming into the weekly final.
Very much so. Hard work pays off. Buriram moves through as our 7th team and bags themselves a cool 1,000 alongside that. And I think for a lot of these teams up in the north of these Yasnaya fields, you must construct additional pylons if you needed more cover. But beyond all of that, we move on to what is effectively our next game and how all of these teams are going to be able to move through these matches. Cameron, looking at some of the teams, especially like Petrichor Road, for example, and all these other teams trying to move off Stalber, Stalber is an okay spot to actually move on from, but coming off of that kind of side of that hill, etc., is almost a death sentence eventually when these circles oftentimes shift south from that location.
Yeah, it's just running down an open field, essentially. There's not a lot of cover there on the south, especially. So, like, Petrichor having to go to that warehouse position towards North Yasnaya, I was really nervous. Here, though, we can see the match results. See, obviously, super total points aren't really relevant here, but you can still see how big of a game both Buriram and Oath have, even here with the kills. God, Meow and Patcaps both leading the board for their teams.
Yeah, only one North American team through so far in Sonics, but I think still, I said it yesterday, Martin, and I'm going to say it again. You know, I've become a North American believer. I feel like an Oath, a Zenith, potentially even STK, kind of in their weird spot that they're in right now. There's a lot of opportunity for them to be qualifying through into this weekly final.
Yeah, for sure. They have a lot of opportunities. They have a lot of chances as well in terms of how many games there's left for them, and they're still in it. And they've been doing quite well for them so far. So good to see. Patcaps also nearly reaching the 1K club with that one, but not so far to make it in there. Also, he looks slightly disimpressed with not being able to make it in this game here.
I guess so. Unfortunate, but we'll see how that goes on forwards. Again, you know, another second place. It's got to be brutal in this format right now, especially in this last week. But there is only so much you can do sometimes in these games. Now, of course, we are alternating our maps as well. We'll be going Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. So that means another Miramar game coming up. And we are just going to go to a short break. And when we return, that match will be on the way here. So stay tuned. 4 more spots for today for PGI.S. Here on the Battlegrounds, not everything goes to plan. Let's take a look at a few of those moments and break them down. All right, 4 AM rocking up to down one Kia. Gonna have to defend. Oh, under. Popping off.
Yeah, I might try it. Oh, Bignan's actually got one. 4 AM with more health. Crazy. No.
Wow.
Kia coming in with help. No. Oh.
Get him. Nade him. No. That's
Nade him.
that's
No.
the wrong nade.
Get out. No. Bignans.
He just sat there. All right, GEX on the edge of a circle, looking to set on up mine.
Yeah, and don't think they know that have Liquid on the other side. Smokes are coming out. That kind of shows where they are. Liquid knows. Nades are coming out. Oh, that's going to be a nade straight. Nope, not in the molly. Still a bit too far. Oh,
wait, no.
no. Yeah, get away. Oh.
He was right in front. He was like 10 yards ahead of him. How did he run him over?
Why did he walk in front of the car as well?
I don't know. LG Divine. Where are they in the tournament? Haven't seen them in forever. Here comes a nade. Get out of the car. No, you're gonna die. Get the big kaboom, baby.
Out of the car. The other one hits the car, and then you see the shot coming in from the back. 31 damage from him. 38, that was from Navi, and I think Navi flushed him as well.
All right, it's slowly dawning on me, Martin. I know what's about to happen. Because I remember this moment.
Yeah, Liquid, they want a cinder location, and they're going for the shack. And EB is going to go first. A few flat cars, the Mirados coming in. EB's going to get in. A headshot on the way, and no, he's knocked. And it's like, all right, guys, I'm inside. Safe rest. Safe rest,
guys.
Okay, Jeeves is like, okay, guys, EB, I'm coming. Stay safe. And he's been spotted by Sonics as well, and TSG and Sonics are shooting, and he's like, no, not safe rest. And Jeeves is like, save rest, and the other two last guys, Mexian Clipper coming in.
Smoke going?
Oh no! And stuck in the door. Not
what
safe
a disaster.
rest. Not a safe rest. This is great.
got me like wanna shot. Climbing, humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it, yeah. Got these other players, everybody breathing for air. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. Winner takes it all. Taking it off. No more breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Yeah. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it off. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee. Cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGI.S. And yeah, I mean, when you look at everything that's gone on here so far throughout the tournament, of course, we have 4 more games going on today. But I just want to talk broader strokes here for a moment because, and this is trying to avoid any cliche whatsoever, as I'm joined by Avenger and Cameron, the tournament, it feels like, has been not only the money, but a life-changing experience for a lot of these players. Being out there in South Korea for months on end, grinding and getting better and trying to approach this kind of tournament, Avenger. I'm sure this has been quite the experience over there for these guys.
Yeah, this has to have been a life-changing experience for them, both in terms of experience, meeting so many different nations and interacting with all these guys, and this is for me what I love so much about this, right? Especially when we were able to travel as well back in 2019 and 2018, meeting all these people, interacting with all these people, and seeing them play games for a living. And I think once these guys, they look back into this and look back onto these times, and especially maybe this tournament here, they're gonna be like, damn, that was one hell of an experience, and what a time to be able to do that.
Yeah, one hell of a ride, I think, Cameron, is fair to say for a lot of these teams. We've seen some teams go literally, well, not literally, but we've seen teams go from rags to riches. We've seen teams be in a position where we came in and we really didn't give them that much credit. And then now being able to turn up here on the big stage, they've done fantastically.
Yeah, I think Day Trade is actually a really solid example of that. It's a team that, from what I could tell, not a lot of people had them particularly high on their lists and their tier list coming into this event, mine included. But they're able to consistently advance to the weekly finals. They've had some good performances in the weekly finals as well. So definitely that's a team that I think has definitely outperformed expectations.
And Detonation Gaming White will be joining the lobby here, Martin. They still have things to prove, I think is fair to say here, in regards to their status on the 32-team lineup.
Yeah, for sure. They, this tournament, I want to talk a bit high strokes as well. This tournament has been super rough for some of these teams, both mentally and everything. But it has been one of the, if not the hardest tournament to qualify into our kind of final weeks and our grand finals sort of things. And coming into this, it's been rough for some of these teams, and they have done super well. Some of these teams have grown into it, that have grown up onto it. They didn't qualify for the first some of the weeks, and now they're able to qualify for the last weeks, and that's just super impressive to see.
And let's find out who's going to qualify into our weekly final here from Match A. It's the final match with prize money on the line for the weekly survival as we head over to Miramar once again. Shifting gears, heading to the desert. Who's going to be winning things out? A huge thank you to Intel for joining us here at the PGI.S. And a huge thank you to Sims and Pansy for joining us here for the commentary.
You're always welcome, James. We just like to hang out. Get to watch a bit of PUBG, kick back. What a time it is, and we are back in Miramar, starting off in the south, heading up towards the north, not too dissimilar to that previous circle we had that did take us all the way down south. I doubt we'll get it again, but you never know. And we do have another team joining us, so we'll have to have a little chat about them once this game gets underway. We start to see how they're looking in this, but already what a day it has been for PUBG, and I'm glad James mentioned this is the final time of prize money in this, but I promise you, I'm sure none of these teams are even considering that right now, are they? Because this is all about that weekend.
110%. Like, the money on the line is just subsequential to what's to come this weekend. I mean, if we're talking about money, my word, is this weekend going to have a lot at stake. One team is potentially going to be walking away. And I say potentially because I don't have the full numbers yet, but over $1 million. It's a guaranteed prize pool. A guaranteed first prize of $500,000. But we can see what the crowdfunding can do. Like Gen G was vying for 300 grand. I mean, they walked away with over 800. It's just madness.
But it also just proves how much the audience at home truly is still very invested into this, and you guys are making the difference. So once again, shout out to you dudes, getting involved, getting into this, and it's given us one of the biggest, especially FPS prize pots there ever has been. So this is genuinely life-changing money. That's the crazy part, the clutches just on their own are pretty incredible. But you add into the fact that this could be, you know, potentially life-changing money these players are fighting for is just wild to me. But Circle coming in is southern, but not quite as southern as before. No, oh, is there a bit of water? There's a little bit of water, but not that much. It is just kind of, honestly, center point is where DA drops. So if you're aware of that by now, you can imagine the sort of game we're in for. Kind of south of Picado, kind of Chumacera way-ish, around that. You know, VP, Shoot to Kill, T1, DA, Na'Vi, all pretty safe bets to do well in this game. Outside of that, though, furthest out team would be DXG. Not too surprising. And DGW have joined us, and they'll be looting out towards Impala.
We have that huge main road within the circle that goes from Monte Nuevo all the way across to Los Leones. It cuts the circle essentially in half. So pick your poison, IGL. Where do you want to be? There's, or I mentioned, not really any water in play in this. So it's kind of which lay of the land are you going to be playing? Are we going to go down towards Na'Vi, topside Chumacera, the darker area, the more rough terrain? Or do we kind of stick in and around Picado? Do we hope that something comes into play from that area? We've seen actually that not just yesterday, but throughout this competition, that small crater where, excuse me, Sonic's won yesterday, we've had an absolute abundance of circles go in that area's favor. So that'll certainly be in the minds of all these players. If we can see it, they can see it. They'll be eyeing these up and watching how these circles are formulating over time. Again, with different patches, everyone says it changes the circles up, it changes where things like to land. Well, we know with this, the settings themselves have had some slight adjustments, which has definitely had a knock-on effect when we look towards how these games are working out and how these circles are bringing themselves in. But for now, it's a matter of just kind of banking on where you want to set up. Anywhere in that middle road is going to be good. It's going to guarantee you at least, you know, a decent chance of having the next circle. If not having it, been in with arm's reach of it. The nades are actually flashbangs, so no lethal utility, this time committed by Elo. Where's the rest of the team? Well, they are focusing on this. They are heading this way. DA are doing the same as well. This is going to be a bit of a standoff 4 versus 4. DA are definitely quicker.
I'm watching this now. I'm also watching T1, VP, a Freak of Freaks, probably TSG, all watching this too. So if these two take each other out, they were the prime positions to do well in this circle. Now, there's something to be said about cutting your losses. Now, Smash probably doesn't want to be that loss that gets cut, so let's see if he can make it away from now. Shoot to Kill have bullied their way into that compound, it looks like, so that has worked out well for them. DA, do they manage to keep life, is the next big question. It looks as though the answer will be yes. They managed to make it away from that compound, but Shoot to Kill, you fought for it. That was a brave fight to just come in on. Again, if you're in such a prime position at the start, it's very hard to take risks, but they went for it, and it's got them a decent spot.
Quick pause for a second. DA will be on red alert, given that they've just come off the back of a one fight. I want to instantly roll into another one, so slow and cautious. Totally fine with that. We'll be able to take control of Church, and it's as middle of this circle as you possibly can get, so I'm totally fine with this.
Mm-hmm.
In and around... Oh, wait there, Malofo. Detonation Gaming White, by the way, welcome. Adding them into all this fray. Japan's team, second team, should I say. See how they do fare throughout this competition. Not too many... This is kind of what I suppose, is the bigger factor, right? We talk about how many games, okay, this is the last chance to get down to all this, la 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 la. The later you come into these qualification rounds, okay, some of the quote-unquote bigger teams might have qualified. Some of the, if we're working on that principle, well, you know, it gets easier towards the latter stages. I don't buy that, because when you still look, like, we haven't even got in teams like TSM. Granted, it's not been the TSM we all know and love, and we know the reasons why. We've still got VP in this one. We're going to have Team Liquid. There's still a lot of teams that need to be added to these lobbies. So while you may think, all right, if FaZe qualify, that's FaZe gone. If you work on that basis, fair play. But the pressure that is on these lobbies, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I think reading a lot of kind of socials, especially from like the IGLs in this tournament, I think Petulans, was talking about it as well. Excuse me, this is probably one of the most pressured games that he's ever played. This format is grueling for these IGLs because it's one choice can, as said, create a huge opportunity. Maybe just even not making that choice or maybe being a second behind it can cost you everything, and you have to adapt everything you've known, right? You play a different format traditionally, you come into this and you have to be able to reset every single time and then switch it up on the weekend. Not many other esports can say that that's a factor, that you have to change your entire playstyle potentially to survive. And it's something that's going to be weighing heavily on the IGLs in this. And I think for them, you're right, the pressure just mounts the deeper you get into this, because as I guess technically, yeah, the lobby does get easier, but technically doesn't really work when, your tournament life is on the line. Technically, sure, but also if I make the wrong choice or if one player makes a mistake, we might be out. It's a lot to put on these players. And as said, for now, no big problems.
Quick replay of the tap. 2-tap over onto the side of Pang.
Very nice.
T1 earlier. Again, it's not too far as sharing compounds at the other side. Dang Chase here, and probably some of the shots from T1 may have been known. You can see Relo on his map, just lurking and looking to see what goes on here. At the moment, we won't have too many casualties, given no water, given we're a pretty even circle. If we centralize on the next one, it'll be another one of those where you just hear me and Lauren talking for an abundance of time and rolling through the lay of the land, giving you the potential possible clashes.
Can I be honest as well?
Mm-hmm.
This is very different casting wise, because technically kills don't equate to much. So unless it's something that actually garners you positional advantage, good rotations, I can get excited by it, but it really doesn't mean as much as it used to. Kill points used to equate to, points. It was important. Now it's the win. Everything else kind of pales in comparison, doesn't it? The whole kind of meta changes. So, as I said, we can't really overly read into early frags, early kills. We question, okay, well, what's the value more than anything? Was that actually a good move in the long run for you guys? Because value to what should be technically exciting is now the win. It's now securing safety in the future. This is a very different dynamic. So you're right. I think this does change how we even view the game.
And on the back of that, it's time for... It's probably where we get more enjoyment of being able to see those end game moments, those absolute rare treats where players are able to jump and pull the clutches. And also for this kind of lobby, regardless whether you say, oh, well, it's all about the win, there'll be a lot more camping. With that comes into play amount of times we will say we want to see good scouting. We want to see picture-perfect rotations. We don't want to see needless deaths. This is the time where you need to be taking as many players to that end circle as possible. Not that that's any different from any other time, but again, when kills aren't the primary focus here, survivability absolutely is. It's so vital. Circle, we'll move now to a different angle. It has updated, and you know what? It's centralized on Picado.
Volley there, gonna get a glimpse. Oh, I think that's Alo on the way out. Does actually make it away pretty well. Yeah, he should be alright. Get back to the rest of the team. And yeah, people bring up interesting points about this. Kills don't matter. It's not true. One kill doesn't equal a point, but a kill early means you have one less fight to the end game. Well, I think we all know that's not quite how PUBG works. It's not just you against one team, right? It's a lobby of 16 teams, 64 players, obviously, including you and your squad. It's not as one-to-one as that. This is why this game is so unique and incredible to watch, is that the knock-on effect and the entire kind of, I guess, the way the lobby works. I mean, this is why Buram was such an outlier to me in the way they approached the game, because they held almost true to the way they approached it, right? They was hyper-aggressive, taking a great deal of fights. Now, would I say they are the most consistent team? No. Are they one of the scarier teams? Yes, because you don't know what to expect with them. Everyone else kind of playing that game of, okay, let's eye that next big compound. We'll crash if it's vital. Playing their own sort of, meta that's kind of come around from seeing this. But there are a couple of outliers out there who've gone, we're just going to keep going. I mean, DA and 4AM, we're constantly battling for the J compound. I mean, sometimes logic doesn't always apply. And it definitely stands out to us. Now, the next circle has updated. We are down to 62 players, so not too many players have been caught off guard here. And it is kind of that east-southeast Picado circle. At least it seems that way, because the kind of power grid ridgeline, very very rare it ever goes up that way. So it is all about that southern swing. Now, so you'll be expecting someone like T1. Afrika Freaks often have good position on this circle. It's something I was wanting to mention earlier on as well, Rich. Afrika Freaks always love this position, and it normally does them okay in this circle, especially because it has seemed to favor that kind of close in towards that, as you said, that kind of like ditch that's in between Picado and La Bandita. So again, this could be a good position for them. T1 not too far off. DA, TSG, Zenith, DXG, all these teams, E36 as well, actually. Relatively good positioning. 4 AM, wide swinging around on the far north. And FaZe on the outskirts, Na'Vi outskirts, Meta outskirts. But so far, no problems.
In and around Picado now is the safety net, right? We look towards Power Grid. It's not going to go there. It can't pull up, and that takes out the entirety of that plateau around Power Grid, but also the rock faces of where 4AM will be working off the back of. They're coming off of that now, and I'm totally fine with that. It's not going to go there. We can at least say now that we know 30% of this map will not be playable, and the circle will not go there. But where does it go? Again, Picado's a safety net. We've still seen that crater that comes in. Same principle factor here. It is going to push down. It is going to pretty much hard shift as far central south as possible. Yeah, you'll have Picado in play over by the crater standard. It's the standard circle, quote unquote, of Miramar, but a little bit more teetering towards the west to bring Picado into play, and everyone's just going to have to commit to it because it's very barren.
That's the main point, the openness of the territory. Now, E36 are in a decent position, kind of the motel, slightly adjacent to Picado. Now, they've done well to catch T1 on approach. There has been some help from the ridgelines around, but T1 have managed to at least pull into this. We'll see if they stabilize. Petrol Station is shoot to kills. Now, most teams will just send to Picado because it's safe. You can actually kind of get into this. And I say safe as a loose term because the hillside is just open, right? There are ditches and there are divots you can play into, but it's not as sustainable. Now, the next challenger... If Afrika Freaks are holding the 2-2, if they've scouted this, maybe TSG could do some damage, maybe not. Cad with a nice shot there towards Volibear. And they are going to deal with this kind of pull-up from TSG. It's not a full pull-up. It's not quite, in your face. It's to the ridge on the southwest side of the compound, but it's certainly enough pressure to kind of call the attention of Afrika Freaks. Now, I'm waiting to see if they pull over maybe one of the other players. Yes, they have. EJ has actually filtered down towards this, maybe just to ensure safety here, to make sure they don't get kind of picked off here and has someone unresable.
Vehicle goes up, but it'll just clips download, and ultimately, I mean, he's bleeding out pretty slow. They've been first, but I don't think he can get out of there. I don't think the players can get to him in time. Dangche's all the forums to T1 once again. It comes down to Ada to try and hold the line. It's very, very difficult when you have so many teams encroaching on your position. Everyone else is just committing to the cause now. V will be the next team that roll into this one. TSG in the distance. Sparking catches them going up against Afrika Freaks directly in front of them for the barn compound. Third party will unfold, and Meta eventually have to come down from here. They've got DA, DWG just on one side, DA on the other. So still, for Meta, they have to be very, very aware that the more noise they make, the harder this will get. With T1 getting a kill in the kill feed, we'd have to assume that E36 has pulled up. They have. They've made it into the motel across the road. And now Ada has the fight of his life in order to try and stay within this map.
Now, it looks like a lot of the teams still will be banking for that either east or southern shift. Virtus Pro just do wild plays on this. They've taken themselves to the mountain edge as well. So in Picado, about 4 or 5 teams. We do look towards Afrika Freaks. Again, they are the ones who do tend to get the good compound here. Update happens. Yes, they do. But it's got a fair crack of Picado in there. Now, I want to see what the likes of FaZe, DA, 4AM, Oath do with this sort of circle. Because yes, you can compress a little, but all the teams on that ridgeline, even the teams in Picado, will have vision on you. So they've got to have a plan in mind, whether it be a compound crash. This is where things get a little crazy, because they are going to have to make low percentage plays just to stay alive in this.
Everyone Picardo will just inch forward. STK, E36, and the last player, an adder of T1. Kind of stay their feet for now and hope that the circle is favourable to them and eventually runs off the back of that crater, which is the crater I'm talking about on the right-hand side of Sparking's POV. They're driving. Both of these teams heading head first, and away we go. Vehicle just comes flying through the air. The damage has been done, though. He stalled him for all but a moment, but he's run back into his vehicle. That's rather unfortunate, because now, all of a sudden, the rest of them are just running into gunfire. They are meeting their makers upon arrival. This is not good whatsoever.
Yeah, for Meta, it was a bit of a blind send into that bowl. It was not much more. And it looks like Virtus Pro going on a send themselves. I don't know if they go to a similar area. It looks like it. There is a plateau just below. That's where the cars are being pulled up. And Petrichor Road are going to be like, well, we've just heard this. We might be able to stabilize in time to take a clean fight. Now, already you're going to see a couple of smokes maybe going towards this just to keep themselves in check. A couple of nades coming out. Virtus Pro not quiet about approach, but not wildly committing yet. You've got to be careful of that ridgeline above them. They put the smokes there to somewhat keep them safe for now, but they're checking around themselves, trying to get used to that new space that they find themselves in. 4 AM and Oath also having a clash just north of the current position we're watching. That's on the outskirts as 4 AM went on that wide swing. That nade doesn't look bad at all. Yeah, really good. Look at the state of their HP. They are almost at 1 HP left. Batulin's in a similar scenario too. Virtus Pro feeling under pressure here.
The thing is, for Petrichor Road, they'll be able to get all the utility off the bodies from the previous fight. 4EM not faring any better with the grenades. The bombardment comes through from Oath. They are just landing a little bit too far. Never mind, I spoke too soon. With the smoke's been unfolded, it gives Oath a little bit of a point of contact to be looking at. Forever on a deeper angle might be able to catch them off guard, but I can already see Balefrost is cycling. Lethal utility in hand. They've gone for the low rab there, and at the moment 4EM is just surrounded on all fronts. They need Forever just to go huge to bail them out of this. It's going to be difficult, but at least an opener comes through. Crazy finds one instant trade-off. Roth from a distance, that's going to be different fight altogether onto FaZe Clan. Relo still clutching at straws to keep them in with this one. FaZe Clan's gone. Wait, is that a 3-for-1 nade?
Something of the such. For now, I'm looking at VP finally breaking over that ridgeline. That's Mamu spotted. That's a nade posted. Spyro's there. Get your code now, because I'm watching these nades. Batulin's with a molly and Petrichor Road are being pried out of this ditch. Lou finds one, and there it is. The reses can come in. Spyro's there. No quick reaction from any team. No one's close enough to punish this, so they should be able to stabilize for free. Now, Petrichor Road, you can see, so now there's 2 teams who've died for this. This is a highly valuable area to be playing towards, and there's maybe 2-3 teams outside of the current circle as it is who could go on a mad send for this as well. FaZe went in the meantime. They're having a horrible day of PUBG. They are not playing to their capabilities right now. Put it to the side, we move on, and Na'Vi deciding to slow themselves down here.
Can't slow down too much because Oath is just driving themselves down this hill. So they find all these players. They should have easy pickings. They can see everybody from these specific angles. They're not inside the circle, so they only have a limited time that they can stay here, but they do have vehicles in abundance. They can at least stay mobile. Tags are done from the side of Long K, and for Na'Vi, it just never gets any easier. Good lord, if it's not Oath, it's DXG. If it's not DXG, it'll eventually be VP when they move further afield. Like, there's nothing they can really do but battle tooth and nail. They need to go as a unit and see what they can do. Thankfully, DXG have got a few shots on them. That nade could be perfect. It absolutely is.
Yeah, every team you listed who was, like, able to maybe cause hindrance to Na'Vi just did. Besto's found a bit of a way forward. Okay, that could be a kill. Alright, but no flush. And it's still just like, okay, I've got to hold back the team in front of us directly. Hope the Oath can't see us. And shoot to kill, don't turn around. So Besto's going to have to keep going. Same with Orange if they want to try and get themselves in. But Orange looks pinned down here. Besto's found Fergus. Besto's still doing Besto things. The tag and the repeat. The man's got a way to play, but he's taken down 2, but he's lost his life for it. And I feel as though that might be the end of Na'Vi here. Last straw going to be, I think it's Orange now. Yeah, done for. Too many eyes turned their way. You were spot on with that, Rich.
VP now. It's time to maybe push out a little bit and hold back off. They don't want to go too much, and just because of how this works. My concern is, have Detonation Gaming White made any noise whatsoever? Hyruzen's position is perfect to try and stop the backfill. That is a beautiful little headshot. It could be the go symbol that VP needed, however. They could just try and wait the oncoming assault. Maybe bait Oath into thinking that they're safe. Let DXG do the damage to their backlines and cause them all kinds of problems. Circle updates. It keeps DA, a freak of freaks, and the last player from TSG safe for now. The question is, if DXG has been Detonation Gaming White, DGW, has been so quiet, if VP do not have the information, which I'm now seeing a vehicle rotate in the back come through, so they absolutely should do now, do they stop VP's position? Do they hinder them going forward into the circle?
VP are hella crunched, aren't they? Because they've got Oath who need to make a move and will be proactive. They're not afraid to do it, and VP will be put under the gun of Oath, who've been sharp today. They've had a couple of unfortunate endings. They haven't quite been able to convert, of course, because they're still here, but they're not an easy team to deal with. They are very, very spicy. They've got a lot of value to their firepower. And with VP not quite dealing with DGW, there's a problem of timing. That blue, once it gets moving, is going to be right, forcing them close together, let alone throwing into that DXG, who can then just swing down from the north. So I guess Oath's in a pinch too. This northern side is hard. And also, let's talk about leaving that motel. That's going to be another problem. Zenith, E36, and Shoot to Kill are in that position now. So, kind of, I guess, two different, very unfortunate scenarios are about to unfold.
DXG are the ones who do make the first move, and they'll take the vehicles and really just get ahead of the pack. Whether or not they kept a track of STK is a different question altogether. It's that's the stickler. Like they've got 4 vehicles between them, so I'm pretty, can't argue at that. The first one's to rotate, and they are staying as mobile as humanly possible. For Zenith, I think it's just a waiting game. Once you come out from the safety behind that building, it's going to spell disaster against E36.
Let's see if
finally,
people are paying attention.
Yeah, this is the telltale sign, right? You have to get through these first.
Spyro on the ridgeline already. It's going to be Relo to fly and Lou. That's going to be VP down to 3 and 4 standing for Oath. And Spyro could be the changing factor, but there's Malofo very cautiously joining in. But yeah, there's that pinch we were theorizing could happen. And VP, there was no right choice, no easy choices. DGW didn't give away too much. They made it hard work. Balefrost, lovely spray, good control, even with the prone, and VP go down. And a similar situation has unfolded towards the motel as well. It looks like just Roth has been able to escape to be able to tell the tale. And even then, let's have a look towards Shoot to Kill. They're now keeping eyes towards the ridgeline that Oath are residing in. Kurt's going to find a comfortable one towards Roth. And there we have it. The north side is North American dominated with a little bit of the Japanese side in there as well. Let's see what DGW does about this. They're getting a little proactive on that ridgeline. They might be trying to force Oath back, but look at DXG. That's a lot of D's in there. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to say. All on the same sort of ridgeline. And Oath now have to kind of hit the deck and let this play out and hope for the best and hope there's some support. And there is, but it's in the form of another side and almost just ignoring it. Belligerent in approach, they just still try and deal with Oath in front of them, but they have to turn around. Division X are hot on their heels now. So now, Division X go, wait, hold on, that's a lot of presence. We didn't realize this. We can stabilize and just steal this ridgeline.
This is the whole point, right? They've got so much limited land to be able to play with. They can get themselves involved within this fray for now and kick people while they're down. It allows basically a freak of freaks in DA to fight it off, and DXG could have all the room of this map to play with. They're going to have all the utility. I can already see the damage is ticking away. That's got to be Molly's on the floor. There has to be damage done in abundance. STK, time to pull up. Yes, indeed. Season Malofo, 1 dead, 1 down. Oath now completely distracted. And Detonation Gaming White's like, we did not anticipate this. We did not cover the backlines here. This has been so punishing. Oath, credit where it's due, Lauren. Every game so far, they've been in these top-end engagements, and they're always a high-fragging team.
Oh, they 100% are. Oath have not surprised me, but continue to impress me, and there we go. Another display of it now. Pack Cap's doing damage towards himself, but on the other side, would have been the other boys, but it is shoot to kill to find the timing just right. Penta's timing could not have been better, but further afield, DA finding an angle on this. Now, North America sadly goes down together at that point. All of them just get crumpled in. That north side, just a massacre, isn't it? Everybody just compiled upon itself. And I've got to say, I'd say DXG were probably the winners of that, taking the right time to just hit that middle kind of rotation, head up the road, everyone too preoccupied with their own fights, and they get to go on the mad flank around the back, so they actually walk out with the big ridgeline themselves. But now we pay attention towards the compound that remains. Now, this is always going to be a stronghold for Afrika Freaks. They play this area often. This is something that's very strong for them. DA waiting patiently too, just towards the kind of southwest side. Now, I wouldn't say this is Afrika Freaks' game to lose, but they're probably the most favored side right now.
The one thing I don't like about their position is that A, the building's up against the edge near enough, even though it's actually staying in. But they've split their resources. That hangar is ridiculously hard to hold. Like, with how open it is. They should have really had everybody committed here to the cause. Little boost up onto the roof. I'm totally fine with this one. DA's trying to individually cap off any players on the opposing side. And I think if they do this, A, they win it, but B, it's like kind of a failing from Afrika Freaks. I like the information they're getting, but it's just very, very open. And if they attack that building and two players can't rebound the onslaught of 4 pressure, like, yeah, I don't know. I just maybe prefer to have seen Afrika Freaks at a 4-man stack in here to defend this a little bit more aggro.
I'm with you. We'll see how they handle DA. The one nade gets traded, but the kill comes back in, and it's just blue in the kill feed. Who'd have thunk it? Hansi has done very well, though, to secure this. Code Marco now called upon to look towards a res. You can see those headshots came out real sharp. Helmet removed. DA on the recovery, but Afrika Freaks on the push. EJ has been flushed, so that's a bit of a problem for them going forward. They are down to 3, and they can't get rid of these guys quickly. Smash trying to hop up and over, but Afrika Freaks one in. That nade could be big. Posting it through the window. Does it find a target? It doesn't. A CAD makes it out onto the roof in time. An assassin creating around this one. Fine smash again, and this is not without an answer, though. Code Marco is doing damage right back. Neither of these teams will walk out cleanly now, as it is just Hikari left alive, as DA have somehow done well in this.
They have, but it's whether or not it will be all for naught if Detonation Gaming White can somehow get up that ridgeline and get into the fray. Then there is a sign of life, and there is a small chance. It is only small given the position, but now they have shown their hand. Now both of these teams know there is a third-party situation in abundance, and you have to be extremely careful as you evacuate that left-hand side. The bigger giant that we've not really spoken about in all of this is the fact that DXG still has a hell of a lot of room. They are backfilling into this fight, and most importantly, they have a 4-man stack alive and kicking. If they can split off that solo player, even though it is a team of 2, you know, Gokuri is completely away from his teammate. If he goes down, he's dead. If they can just single him out, they can swing on this third party and crush them all.
I'd say DXG, initially I'd say Afrika Freaks had the position, but having to deal with DA's left them in tatters, of course. And now DXG do take that crown. DA are so preoccupied with trying to deal with this compound, it's put them in an unfavorable situation, I guess. And this ridgeline is very, very usable. Afrika Freaks' remainder, Hikari, going to try and work his way back into safety. Maybe try and keep his head down until late game here. Neil T from above. Keep him watching this, and this is the power of this ridgeline. DA can't leave this compound easily. This is the problem for them.
Well, the circles here and the smokes are being committed. Vehicles being used wherever possible, and although it is a bit of a weird and wonderful place to see people driving by, whatever works. Sakari goes down, Afrika Freaks out for position. Malofo from the angle does have his teammate behind him. The vehicles on the opposing side will now be put to good use. Fergus has got into a phenomenal position. Yes, it is near distance, and yes, he probably will go down if it does clip him. But it has drawn the attention, and it has given information to where Detonation Gaming White will be forcing its last stand. With another follow-up from IQ 500, it starts to make things that little bit more easy, but they still have to go up against DA. That's the bigger thing, right? All DA have to come outside. There's only limited windows of movement that they can take.
Yeah, leaving this compound is almost impossible now. They have 2 doorways, and that's about it. DXG have them surrounded. put the guns down, come out with your hands up. You are not escaping this one. Long K is going to keep them locked in there as long as he can. DXG on the verge of this. Yes, you might be able to get a res, but you've still got to find a mad way out. And Neil T says, no. You need some big utility, something wild. Maybe they'll hop through onto the other seats. You can get outside of this. It looks like they can't. Mert now just has to make the last stand. This is Division X all day long. DA left it too late in the day. They could not make it out, and DXG work their way through. Well composed, good rotations, great adjustments. They make it to that first place into the weekend.
Nice play towards the edge of the crater up top. On the northern side, they swung up
huge.
all the way onto the east, and they basically just get involved so well within that third party. I mean, there was, what, 4 teams at one point? STK, VP, Oath, everyone just fighting tooth and nail.
So,
hindsight's this wonderful things. It's like, if Detonation Gaming White may have got involved earlier and maybe stopped that approach, you got to think that they drove straight through the middle of the map, essentially, and backfilled on everybody.
That's the thing. Around the 20-minute marker, when we had, it was like shoot to kill, Oath, VP, all up towards that north side, DXG took the initiative, got in the vehicles, and, as you said, sent straight through. And that got them on a mad flank, because the Freaka Freaks weren't watching it because they were preoccupied with DA. The fight towards the motel was still kind of just preoccupied with each other. DXG saw the moment to make the move. That consideration in that amount of pressure is very important. Now, I saw Batulins at the time trying to get some shots towards DXG, but that made his eyes turn away from Oath, and that's when that all exploded. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, Batulins had the right idea. It was just, it opened up that window of opportunity, and that's exactly when Oath took the moment to strike towards them. But credit to DXG to make that move, Rich. I'm glad you kind of pointed that back out. I think that was probably one of the smartest choices they could have made, because otherwise they'd have been in the same situation as, I guess, Oath or VP. They wouldn't have made it out of that circle.
There's not much places to go, especially when that final circle. They'd have been locked with all the rest of the teams that died. They were near enough on STK's same position. So to set the vehicles, it does have its risk-reward factor. You are going on a complete blind send. You're even dragging it uphill, so it's going to be a very slower approach. I just wish that maybe we'd have seen a bit more of a proactive rather than reactive play from Detonation Gaming White. Maybe they could have looked this way. Maybe they could have checked it harder. I don't know. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, and we can sit here with all the information. We don't really know what full information the players have at the time, but certainly to be able to get through the middle of the map, make it to the edge, and then not just sit around and do nothing, but actually get involved in fights, actually third party, it gives them an abundance of breathing room. And ultimately, it leads them to the grand finals.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it? That grand finals waiting now. We have another team added to the fray, and further chances now being taken away from the other teams. Now, team will join the lobby, but there's only so many slots, only so many teams can make it to that final weekend where pretty much it all comes down to, right? Like, there's no need to sugarcoat this. It's brutal. This format is truly brutal. The best are left standing, and everyone else will be swept aside.
It's a grand in the bank, as you can see on screen, but that number is going to change and going to escalate rapidly come Saturday and Sunday. Quite literally on the cusp of making a team, a bunch of millionaires. Genji have shown you what one weekend can just do in this competition. Yeah. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a very interesting one to watch. No idea how it's all going to unfold. If we've seen what we've seen from some of these players thus far, we can guarantee that it will be explosive. We're all going to be set up for that, but still, we have to find more teams, Lauren. And now, we're going to bring in Team Liquid. The question is, can they fare better than we saw previous?
PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌
PGI.S
6차
Weekly Survival Week 6.
매치에서 치킨을 가져간 행운의 팀은 바로 디비전.X 게이밍이었습니다.
And our winners of our
선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠볼게요.
8th match
축하드립니다.
was Division X Gaming. Congratulations.
디비전.X 게이밍은 원래 전력 유지를 또 참 잘하는 팀인 것 같기도 합니다.
I think your team has always been strong at maintaining your strategy. I want to ask about facing DA at the end of the game. What kind of decisions and orders did you guys have to make in that situation?
Họ đã nói chuyện với nhau về những gì? Có thể nói cho mình nghe được không?
Thì
Pha đó thì tụi em đã phone với nhau là để hai người của DGW combat với DA, và tụi em tận dụng lợi thế đó để tiêu diệt cả hai team đó.
DA 팀을 먼저 좀 저희가 주시를 많이 했었고요.
We definitely were trying to focus on how we could eliminate DA and eliminate each player at a time. And so we had a lot of discussions about that amongst ourselves. Last week, that was your first time making it to the weekly finals, and you guys ranked number 6, which was actually a really good result. And I think we can look forward to seeing you guys at this final weekly finals. How are you guys preparing for that?
Lần này thì cũng các bạn được tiến vào vòng chung kết. Vậy thì là có mục đích gì mà có thể lên vào vòng chung kết đó là gì ạ?
Tụi em đến với giải đấu này là cố gắng thi đấu hết sức mình và luyện tập và nỗ lực để đạt vào vòng chung kết, và thi đấu ở vòng chung kết đó đạt tiền thưởng là quan trọng nhất.
저희가 생각할 때 가장 중요한 것은 일단은 파이널에 올라가서 최대한 좋은
We think that the most important thing is making it to the weekly finals and to be able to show our fans some great games. And do you want to give a shout out to the fans who are cheering you on?
Các team trên thế giới thì các team hơn tụi em về một bậc, đó là xử lý tình huống và những xử lý trong trận đấu, nên mà tụi em thua thiệt về việc đó, và tụi em đã nỗ lực cố gắng xử lý những tình huống đó tốt hơn.
저희는 일단 최대한 이제 이런 상황들을 이겨내고 또 어려운 환경이지만
We will overcome all our barriers, and we promise to show you guys a great performance this weekend. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 DLT 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
DXG gets themselves the win here at PGI.S and qualifies for the most important weekend moving forwards. Avenger Cameron joining me here for this Miramar breakdown. And Cameron, DXG, I mean, it was like shooting a fish in a barrel for them towards the end, but they made good moves up on those ridge lines.
Yeah, it really wasn't until that final moment where they had DA pinned in that it did seem as easy as it was for those last few seconds, but they did make some key moves leading up to that position. That backstab on DGW when DGW was trying to backstab Oath, when Oath was trying to fight SDK. And so there's a whole domino effect that allowed them to get control of that ridge to begin with. And it was a little bit of a difficult push to even take that northern position away from DGW at the end. Okay, whoa, okay, all right, meta.
That was interesting. I didn't see that actually during the game. I don't know why I didn't see it, but there you go. But Ike's left putting in work for Petrichor Road. They've been kind of quiet throughout this tournament, throughout this week, I want to say, so far here. But Avenger, aside from that, what did you make of DXG's road to victory?
That's great. Honestly, starting up from the northeast, rolling down into Picado. Like I often say, you know what, don't go into the city unless you know it ends there, because it's going to be hard getting out. It was not hard getting out for them. They controlled the east side. They even had a 2-2 split until they started playing the dips on the east side. And then they started pushing up and playing uphill up onto the crater. Their road to victory here was one of the most impressive ones, albeit the circle was super similar. So I was super happy to see that it was a non-Picado resident team that managed to get into a really good position and win this one here, because this was a hard-fought victory for them.
Yeah, definitely so. As we take a little bit of a look here. Once again, not a lot of North American teams up in the north. They ended up being dispatched of a few teams, though. Aside from DA getting themselves kind of caught in this position, I did think, Cameron, that this game was going to be better for Africa Freaks. They had great position throughout the almost entirety of the game, but it just felt like they weren't warm coming into some of these final circles, it felt.
Yeah, I was incredibly disappointed with their result. The fact that they let DA get up to that building to even have the opportunity to get those first few frags that they needed to steal that position away from the Freaks was a bit of a disappointment for me. I know that towards the late game, we saw that the warehouse was going to be the more central position. Holding the warehouse, the barn only, is very difficult to do, but that's why you want to hold the double building, the double tower building, and then eventually transition to the barn. They tried to hold both at once, and by virtue of that, didn't really hold either of them.
Yeah, and here we have DXG joining the ranks of our final week's final. So impressive stuff by them to be able to join this elite roster so far. And I think for a lot of people, Avenger might have looked at DXG and thought to themselves, they're one of the weaker teams joining this to start things off. However, after watching last week's final, them getting a 6th place with consistent placement as well, they're on the up and up.
Honestly, they had, 4 placement with 3rd. 2 of them was with 12 kills. They were 2 points away from, actually 3 points away from taking 3rd and 2 points away from taking 4th in last week. So there's weaker teams than them that have been in weekend finals before. I think they're definitely a good team coming into this. It's good to see APAC representing so well here. 2 of our Thailand teams, and now DXG from Vietnam here. So super happy to see these guys coming into this. It's going to be a stacked weekend, especially looking at the fragging power coming out of these teams.
Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers that were racked up here. But what matters most is that 10 placement points for Division X. And when you look at the performance from last week, Cameron, even if you got a 6th place, anything through 1 through like 10th from last week is so close to being in the money. It's insane. So DXG missed out just by a whisker's hair, and who knows what could happen this coming weekend.
Yeah, and on one hand, that could be really tilting just because whenever you're that close, that's why people, they say that silver is worse than bronze in the Olympics. But at the same time, because they are so close, they're able to keep their mentality straight. And one of the things that I like about DXG is that if you're looking at the numbers throughout this entire event, there's no single player that really stands out. We're seeing a mix of them here in the leaderboards just from the previous. Sure, Long K might have overall the best numbers, the best stats throughout this event, but it's not by a significant margin. They're all pulling their weight properly.
Yeah, definitely so. And we've seen Pentalol getting himself the max damage coming out here from this lobby as well. So not too bad. STK getting themselves, I would say so far from the games that they've been participating in here, Avenger, pretty consistent placements. Not quite, of course, able to attend at the kind of podium finishes, but very high placements. STK looking all right here today.
Yeah, they for their sake, I hope that they're able to continue to do this, and that they can pop in and maybe win one of these games here. I feel like, we talked about it yesterday, closing out after qualifying for the first 3 weekly finals and not being able to do the last 2 here. I really want to see them in the last one, and I think they can do super well in our weekly finals format.
Yeah, definitely so. And another team that is always consistent for the most part, Cameron, Virtus Pro, had technically a rougher placement in this previous game, but came out with 9 kills. I feel like they truly have found their footing in regards to how they're playing out these games. It's just a case of, getting that W on the board.
Yeah, so even from yesterday, a lot of the games that they played, especially on Miramar, I think is really standing out to me as having really solid runs, getting a bunch of kills. Unfortunately, they're just never really in a position to put themselves in a position to win, and that's what's important here. If they were performing like this during the weekend, which whether it would be the finals or the bottom 16 reseeding, I'd be really happy with that performance. It's just a little concerning that they're still not able to put themselves in. Even if they are in a position in the late game, like we saw yesterday against the Sonics, they're not able to have it come their way. So I'm a little worried that we're maybe seeing a situation almost like FaZe a few weeks ago, where they perform tremendously points-wise, but we're not going to see them in the finals.
Yeah, that situation against Sonics yesterday was a bit unfortunate for them in regards to that circle. They had to try and go for a crazy Hail Mary. But one thing that they did do well, I think, in this game, along with some of the other teams, was take up residence along that ridgeline Avenger that, again, initially, Africa Freaks had that 2-2 split across. Virtus Pro took up that spot alongside the DXGs, etc. and stuff like that. So if things had gone a little bit differently up in that position, maybe it could have been their day.
Yeah, it could have been for sure, and it's a good spot for them. It's a close spot. They know how to play this area in general. I loved how they're able to play out and frag out how they did. In general, how they're able to kind of push and put on some of these frags was super impressive. But position is super important, especially in these areas here where high ground matters a lot, and especially when it comes down to playing in the crater. If you don't have some of these really crucial spots, it's going to be rough for you to get out of.
Look who it is. So far, we have no European teams qualifying in our first 8 here for the weekly final, and now we have another one joining the lobby. Team Liquid will make their entrance here, Cameron. And what are we thinking for the Liquid boys?
It's kind of concerning, especially when you see them. Granted, you could say Mixie's comments online were a little bit of a joke about that, but he's saying that they feel lost in this, and it sort of reads in their results and watching them play. I mean, the fact that they only got like a middling halfway placement in the bottom 16 from the previous weekend, which is why they're only just now joining the weekly survival, is concerning for a team that has been, over the course of however many years this roster has been together, at least the majority of it, been near the top of the EU region for the longest time. I mean, we know how good these players are, all 4 of them. Even Clib, the newest addition to the roster, has been pulling his weight very, very well. And so it's really hard to diagnose what is the significant issue with this squad.
And let's expand on this a little bit further here, Avenger, because now Europe is almost 33% of this lobby. When is Europe going to advance? Because right now, we're not having an easy time.
You know, statistically, the more teams that we can put into the lobby, the better, right? So if Liquid or one of the EU boys doesn't win, we get more EU teams joining in a bit later, you know. So that's fine.
Thank you for that breakdown, Avenger. Brilliant stuff. It's time as we get into our next game. There are 3 games remaining today here. Maybe Europe can get one through. We'll find out. A huge thank you to Intel for joining us here at the PGI.S. It's match number 9 for our weekly survival 6, and we head on to Erangel once again. Sims and Pansy, pray for Europe.
I already am, James. I've been the whole bloomin' time. It hasn't made much of a difference, though, has it? Right, we go again. We've added Liquid in. Oh, it just feels arduous, doesn't it? But they will have their chance at things, and as Martin astutely pointed out, more EU, more chance.
Forehead. I appreciate it. Quick math, it works, right?
Thank
All
you,
that we
Martin.
have in
This
here,
is
the
always
better
on
it
the analyst
works.
desk.
Yeah, Danish math. I'm a big fan. Hey. Well, I mean, he's got a point. We will bring some more in, and we'll see how it kind of goes and kind of goes from there. But the opposite end of it is the fact that there's only a limited amount of games to go. We have 5 tomorrow and another 3 left standing today, thankfully. Team Liquid, you'll have nobody encroaching on their position early on. Everyone knows Pachinki is their home. There's no one else going to try and take control of it. Bori MDA, the old meme, probably won't continue.
Oh, God.
Just honk him.
forgot
Honk him
about
away.
it.
It's fine. Yeah, I mean, you can't play this game now. It's not gonna work. Don't bother. Don't ruin your own setup. I mean, they've done well since they've been avoiding it. Hell, I think we've got about something ridiculous like near 200 grand for DA since they've stopped messing around over on that side of it. Circle will pop, and we spoke about this kind of scenario yesterday where you land on the car.
Uh-huh.
Oh no. Ay. Anyway. So, limited amounts of entry points for this circle. Thankfully, given the flight path, you do have the head of the teams already set up here. You're going to have, maybe 6 at most. 7 tops. Between Roshok, 2 teams down on Sosnovka, and then further afield, Stalby, you'll find VP. Outside of the circle, everyone else generally is already within there. There will be a limited amount of land as such, just as you go further towards the coastline. Loads of compounds that you can take residency in, but still a fair amount of water. And then you'll have from Yasnaya all the way down to the farmlands is going to be your crossover point of how you get into this one. Still a lot of teams will be playing that kind of border and that boundary. FaZe and TSG between farm and Milta, that could be something to keep an eye on, see if that does kick off or flare up in any way, shape, or form. Detonation Gaming White in the thick of it all. They'll be splitting on the Badlands and upwards of Shelter. On the opposing side, you'll see Prison to Mansion area. Zenith, so not too far apart, not too much of a distance to cover. Probably look for a lot of teams in this one early on to be setting up in 2-2s, just to keep as many compounds as viable as possible for the late game.
Yeah, it's not quite predisposed yet as to where that circle's gonna lean towards. It's a pretty tricky one to predict. We've had a couple of circles here and there. We had that one towards like Heaven, where we had that wild 2v. Was it like a 2v4 or 2v5? I don't even remember. But the two of them who just had no right winning it, pulled it off towards Heaven. So we've had that. I don't think I haven't seen like a Shelter or a Milter, you know, Lumberyard in a little while. Prison Way. I haven't seen that in a little bit. I'll have to wait and see. For now, the teams with the most kind of, I guess, the easiest springboard going forward, I'd say, I'd argue Zenith probably has the best shout. DGW, a Freak of Freaks, Shoot to Kill. FaZe with their classic drop as well, I guess I could throw in just because they're in Milter and they get to kind of just go up north. They don't have any rotations going in south of them and maybe the east to west road, but that's about it. Check in here in with 4 AM, kind of parallel to DA on rotation as it stands, both going at similar timing. So those two are aware of each other thoroughly at this point after those mad battles that went on. And look at that prize money, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is... It's just out of the realms of quantifying, to be honest with you.
Could I have, like,
what you could do with it.
that 702? Just so it's a nice clean number. Has anyone got any opposition to that? Like, just so it's 6 on the dot. That'd be nice. It's a little,
Kind of
little
wacky,
treat.
isn't it?
It's ridiculous. I just, whatever. I mean, it doesn't even seem like a real number at this moment. You know what I mean? You look at it, it's like, oh, that's just a big number. I'm like, oh no, that's life-changing money. Legitimately life-changing money for some of these teams, I can imagine. Most of these teams. Not everyone can boast the numbers that some of these teams have posted in the past, but that is absolutely wild. For now, seeing Liquid DA. Who else is around that area? DGW, I think, aren't far. All towards a similar spot by Shelter, so I'm not sure if they're going to commit to it, but I'm keeping it in mind. See Clib and Co in a vehicle. Maybe splitting to the other side already. It looks like Liquid are not really fancying sticking around for it, so they could head further afield, leave that to DA potentially, or anyone else. I think TSG are just over this ridgeline, though, so that's not particularly available. Liquid going to disengage away, it looks like.
The compounds where TSG are actually holding residency within, that's somewhere that Liquid does like to play off the back of. There's been an abundance of times we'll see them do the 2-2. Quite many teams, to be honest with you, will do it. They'll just cover the roadside and keep both garages, excuse me, keep both garages clear, both sides of it. Liquid decide it's not the best place to be sitting in one of the shelf sides, and I honestly don't blame them. Team's been able to wrap underneath you and also just gatekeep you from above. It's hard cover-wise, hard to get away from, should you have to go further afield. Quick look into the logo so you can see where people are going to be going and which way from. Petrichor Road still hanging around the Milter Bridge. I'm intrigued to know if they want to go toe-to-toe against Oath. Liquid could wrap into farm quite easily. Be a good place to go, to be honest with you, with how much water on as well. Like, I know a lot of people and teams are staying away from the western side, but to get closer towards the land ratio, it could get pushed this way. So we shall see. Now V yet to come into the fray. T1 off the back of scouting the mountain. They know that it's clear. Run through Roshawk and just
Scouting the mountain.
Scouting the mountain.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I also kind of caught for it and thought, man, I don't laugh. Just carry on.
That's why you liked casting with Toby, wasn't it? He'd let you get away with these weird things. Leaving me to cast with Toby. Unbelievable scenes. I'm not bitter or anything, don't worry about it. Most of the teams are heading on through. Have a look at this. Who's close by? Liquid's rotation's actually keeping me at least focused on this, because they've kind of walked into Petrichor Road as well, down on the bridge, which is a little interesting. I'm not sold yet. Crazy hates that bike so much. Sparking's trying to move and he's like, nope, absolutely not. 20 bullets, there you go. Doesn't like it one bit.
Pins them in at least. Any mobility taken away from a team you can do, then fair play. Stick them on the back of the bike and force them into much worse scenarios. Petrichor Road, they'll hit the Milta Bay area. I can already see Jeems looking this way, and Liquid's going to be set up shop in buildings just off the side of the bridge. You might see Oath being the next victim of this, to be honest with you. As soon as they come off that bridge, Liquid will shoot them. They should, in theory, hit the beachhead, drive down below where Petrichor Road are going to be setting up. If there's any way of actually killing them early, this would be it. If they know that this is the potential to unfold, Oath continuously will always rotate to the right-hand side. If they rotate left, I'd be very, very surprised, just because of where this circle is and because of what they're used to normally. Maybe he'll take, I think he's in this 3-stack here. Can't fully see just because of the angle of the camera, but if he is, he'll just shoot them, bop them down. And if Petrichor Road can see this, which some of those tracer fires are actually from the roster, then maybe Petrichor sets up shop for this.
This is a really weird fight to be happening at this point. Just kind of, not through bridge camping, but holding that southern point of the map now between Ibby and Jeems. Mexi and Clip have secured farm. Maybe they're just trying to keep control of the map, keep information flowing. Considering they adjusted away from shelter, which is, I'd say, drastically closer to center mass than this position is. It's definitely catching my attention. And I am waiting to see where this circle goes towards. We've got about, 7 seconds now. This is where my attention must be drawn to that map, because this could be quite defining. Remember at the start, Zenith, Shoot to Kill, the Freak of Freaks, DGW, and FaZe had probably the best spots in this. And actually, VP have just kind of thrown themselves into the mix there. Up towards the eastern side, Lipovka in play, Prison in play, Mansion still around. This is going to get dicey now. This changes the dynamics. Some of those teams are in power positions, but they're going to the east has certainly changed that up.
Well, certainly is, and gives us a bit different area of land to play with. Yes, we've seen quite a few common circles around where Digital Athletics are currently setting up. At Harry Potter Tower, it could not be the best place in the world. It could be the best place in the world. Who will know? A few circles time, we'll find out. It could still hard shift towards this western side, but with Lipovka still been in play, it gives us a bit of a fair amount of water. Some new territory to try and turn around. Metagaming. Petrichor Road is knocking at the door. Are you going to answer? Freak of Freaks have come back for one of the players. This could be an easy double kill for Gustav if he can find the target. Silzen in the kill feed. That's two players instantly as they come through. Sparking has fallen. Silzen 12 HP. This is absolutely brutal. Metagaming has been picked apart. And now it comes down to 2 to try and do something. But which way do you want to go, boys? You want to play this one super slow, super passive? Can't really do too much with how many teams are down towards the south. It's hard, really, to rotate anyway, especially as a 2-in-1 car. It's going to be very difficult. And if Oath just want to do with the drive-by on them, well, it would be, inadvertently running past them. Just, honestly, a bad scenario altogether for Meta that they're in. Oh, no.
You've seen the meme where it's like, my dad waking up at 6 a.m., me going to bed at 6 a.m. It's the two cars driving past each other. It's like, Oath's just like, why are you leaving the circle? Where are you? What have I missed? But they do kind of carry on. I'm kind of trying to keep my eyes on Oath as to where they go. They might be kind of veering off towards the east side a little bit, towards Milta Power, to maybe just scout out and potentially work out the rest of the lay of the land, because it's hard to see around that coastal side. So I kind of wanted a prison circle. I enjoy them. I like the concept of it. It could be fun. I don't mind Lumberyard. That was nice. We had some really good games over there. Where Hiruzen is still one of my favorite areas to fight in personally. And something that you all personally love is coupons. So go get it with this code that's on the screen right now. Go get your goodies. Other than that, though, still 60 players live. 16 teams. Liquid heading back up towards the west. Freak of Freaks en route towards what's looking like... There is that ridgeline across the road up here that teams can play, this kind of little hillside up ahead. Even the shack, potentially, could be playable. Yeah, it looks like the commitment's going to be there. So not a bad choice for a Freak of Freaks. It does at least get them a little bit more of a center lean. You don't want to be living in the pocket of FaZe down by Lumberyard, so they decide to move their way forward.
And again, it's another of those circles where there's enough compounds for people to be able to just play off what they want, and the land differentiates so differently over on this side from Lipovka to Mill to Power over by to Mansion Prison. Everywhere is just different. So it gives you all these nooks and crannies and all these little hidey holes that you can set up shop within and wait the next circle. And we'll wait it out and we'll get in a few seconds time and see where we're going. Circle 3, phase 3, because again, land ratio won't tuck into the next one, so we will eventually push away from water, and then will be once this circle pops in. And after that, for now, it gives us a real home on where this one could be going. You're pushing out the western face, where we've had quite a lot of circles ending off Prism. Zenith, a Freak of Freaks, and VP. Maybe, just maybe, DA manages to slot behind VP and take that priority compound if they can. They have a good overview of this map, and no one's got it. Like, that is a prime position right now, and nobody has taken residency within it.
I think just considering the water still out towards the east, I think teams are banking on it moving just sharp west, which might indicate why VP gave up that compound. But for now, we're seeing 4AM catching a couple of players on the way, but didn't actually manage to take any of them down. Hikari has found Sneakers. That's a problem for Oath, because I don't know if they can turn around for this. Backcaps is out of the vehicle, but Sneakers is dead, man. You got to just keep moving down towards the cliffs. It looks like they go. This might have to adjust their rotation route. Going to get a little dicey if they go past the Freaks. Zenith as well could have a shout if they try and veer in. DA, E36. This area is busy now, Rich.
It isn't, but there's still space between teams. Feels like there's going to be a lot of back and forth and no full-blown commitments unless we look to the side of FaZe Clan eventually. I can see Gustav is knocking on the door of TSG, and they're wanting to take that position as they work their way out of Lumberyard. They will play it slow on the approach. Relo falls in the kill feed. He's dead. A cat spots that one. Job done for a Freak of Freaks. Holding that compound back. Will it next be metagaming on the chopping block? This vehicle's been through a fair amount so far. And it feels like if you're going to drive out of one team, then unfortunately you might just be driving into the next one. DA will be the next team. Got to be careful here because you can't see all the way through, but you will get the level of information that you need at least to be able to find your next point of contact. 4AM, they have been playing super passive up against the edge thus far for the very short games that we've seen them. Jimbo, Xenia at the back of the car. No revive possible on that. And all of a sudden, Team Liquid, well, welcome to the party. This will be the first test of time.
They do have Na'Vi against the blue. That's one bonus for them. 4AM, you said it a little, not necessarily, I don't say passive, but not as instantaneously aggressive towards their destination. Very focused on towards Petrichor Road, which maybe means they've missed the beat on seeing that FaZe were over here too. You do have Uber and FuzzFace kind of playing together. The rest of FaZe, so Gustav and 80 trying to lock it down towards Prison on the kind of southern side of the main hill that wraps around. Yeah, you can see it perfectly on the map there. And now 4AM going to try and make a mad dash out of there, get in the vehicle, get out of there, get gone. FaZe need to get back to the rest of them because, okay, we might be... Okay, look, I know I was like, hey, Prism might be fun. Look at you, look at the circles tree in me, right? Oh, this is a treat. And we even get those new, like, trenches in the north side of it. This is very nice. I still say new, they're not that new, but to me, it's like, oh, that's exciting. We don't see it that often. This is cool. Now, it used to be pretty barren around here. If you weren't around that hillside on the Prison, you're pretty much dead apart from maybe, like, Zenith's position or Virtus Pros, but now, plenty of territory around here. Meta look like they're about to get in the vehicles and try and make a move. I don't know where they're going to try and get towards. And there goes one. That's towards, VP claimed that. I'm seeing who's still alive. I think it's just Wicked still alive. Yeah, there ain't much here, bud. And that car's not looking so good.
He's just doing whatever he can to try and keep them up high. Vehicle goes up in a ball of smoke, but he gets a few seconds to run. Darby also on the gauntlet here. Time to run. They've moved out of Team Liquid's trajectory path, and they're just going forward, but they are going for the full send. Spoke about the trench on the opposing side. STK's had residency and had a hold of that for quite some time. Wicked. No rest whatsoever. Down he goes. Na'Vi will then slot themselves into this position and try and hold on. Ultimately, a lot of people still have eye line onto this position. Orange and Besto, last two standing. Orange, probably not long for this world, too long, given that TSG are now bowing down on his Position. Yeah, this is... oh, dear.
How are they still alive, though? Zenith could have ripped them to shreds, but somehow Forium have been able to pull up towards poor old Bestos. They're like, what? Am I the one who gets found and 4AM get to roll in for free? Na'Vi go down in 15th. And 4AM, look, it's a usable spot. It's not ideal because, as I said, look at Volibear. But sadly for Volibear, he's got a mutant. And look, gun balance is hard. But the mutant, it do be like that. Now, there's still 14 teams. This circle ain't big enough for 14 teams. You're gonna have to kind of thin the herd here already. Volibear, yeah, you could use it as maybe an alarm system. Petrichor Road gonna work their way in. They were still down pretty far south after that earlier fight with way earlier, 4 AM. So they're just trying to snake their way in. FaZe might notice this, and we'll have a little look towards that in a second, see what Mill can do, because there's still a battle towards the east. DA, E36, Oaths over here, and some of the Freak of Freaks. But as you can see, Hikari's already in a bit of trouble there. Might need a res pretty soon. Smokes come up. And Patcaps can't quite get vision on this. The smokes have at least occluded his eyesight for now.
Can't go too far from this one, given that Zenith's position is so strong. It overwatches all of this one. FaZe, they've been playing border control for quite some time. It's time for them to move because TSG is actually forcing this fight. They're rolling into them. You can see from the Tracerfire down towards the south on the map stream. FaZe Clan is backed into a corner. All of TSG... In fact, no, it isn't. We've got actually one of the players is a little bit disconnected. They're further down, but the off angle could be fantastic if he's managed to work his way into an angle of opportunity here. Smokes will go down, and this will just allow TSG to get a little bit closer. When you knock a player like this on the side of Gustav, you know they're either going to commit for the res or they're just at a weakened position. So try and stab them in the back. This will be the play for TSG. But hold on. Hold on. We got another team rocking up to the party inadvertently. Guns out, hanging out the window. You know what, boys? There's action here. Let's get out and get involved.
FaZe are going to be baffled. There's no way they expect this. They try to make a run and no. Hikari and Akad, they get out of danger over towards the northern side and they make their appearance, and in some style, Fuzzface on the run, and this was just unpredictable aggression from a Freak of Freaks. That's madness. FaZe gets shredded in a second. Left just blown away from this. Triumphant Song on the other side, sure, they're loving it. They're sitting there like, sweet, we don't have to now deal with FaZe, but wait, do we have to deal with you? That's another problem we'll have to face, because the Freak of Freaks probably want to just kind of clear through this if they can. And again, I feel like if Freak of Freaks are willing to do that, that's mad. They are proper aggressive. DGW, clear out T1 quickly at that too. Everyone just got swept aside in a second. 11 teams now alive.
The issue is for both of these rosters, Zenith. Zenith is holding the cubes in front of them, and they have that ever so slight elevation in height. Line of sight is in abundance for Zenith, and they can just keep peppering. Even if they don't get the knocks, just holding them back and slowing their approach. Let the blue do the rest of them. FaZe goes down. Liquid find them. Liquid now up on the rock side of prison. And eventually Liquid will have issues of its own. I don't know how many vehicles they have. And to cross that road, you have 4AM. To cross that road, you have Zenith. To cross this gap at the moment, still a Freak of Freaks trying to do whatever they possibly can, but Shan says no. Down we go, AKM in hand. Ansia would be a madman to try and stick that res. Instead, he's going for the fight, takes it to them, and it's job done. Freak of Freaks go down, and now all of a sudden Liquid, you see them, kill feed. Detonation Game in white, try to pass them. But it's not without response. One victim will fall. And Liquid now have to look onwards of TSG, who will be rattling down that mountainside.
Okay, who's still in this? Okay, VP and DA, they've got their own fight kind of building in the north, and E36 might be heading their way too the more they kick off. Luke 12's going to tuck himself in, and this is one of those like newer areas. I love the terrain. It's just so fun to fight in, and already DA going to be down to, I think, 2 standing, if I'm not mistaken. Virtus Pro, I don't know if the res is possible. Spyro is still in the blue, so he might be done for at this point. I don't know if that's a possibility. And DA are going to make this tricky. And look at E36, though, quietly back building. They could completely destroy DA. I don't think DA has any idea. And, oh, Liquid, another dire straight scenario. E36 just batter DA. All of them go down there, eliminated. And now the next target would be VP. E36 going to sweep through. Madness in front of us. Liquid on their knees, struggling here. 2 knocked, or at least flushed, I believe, at this point. And now you can see the Vertinades coming out, trying to deal with TSG sweeping through that prison side. Shoot to kill still in the trenches. And you got 4am keeping their heads down for a second or two, trying to be quiet in this. As Virtus Pro get ready to deal with E36, and a little helping hand from Roth from further afield actually might make matters easier. Hiruzen and Batulins double down, and Batulin's got knocked, but he is resable. And they stay alive for now, and there's no way that Ibby and Jeems pull this off. No, Peng said absolutely no. Prone down there, die on your belly, I don't care. We're moving on. 6 teams now alive, 21 players standing. And Zenith in a very good position. I've got to say it, shoot to kill, not bad either. This could be the NA lobby. VP are down to, I think, 2 players, maybe 3? Question mark? 3. Look at them go. 4am, I don't know what to make of them. TSG, big amounts of players. And DGW quietly working away in the north, but that circle position doesn't instill me with confidence.
At TSG, they can't really do much, given 4am, given mainly Zenith. You're not getting off that hillside alive, really. You might be able to just make it inside the circle, but you're not going to be able to do and go much further. Their height advantage is just too damn good. There's too much vision towards you. BP go for the full send, and at this point, there really is nothing else they can do. I'm totally fine with this one. They'll find the shack. If they can build the vehicles around it, then maybe there is something. It's better than nothing, and that's a true fact we find ourselves keep saying during some of these lobbies. STK have to deal with Detonation Gaming White quickly. More importantly, cleanly. Try and keep as many alive towards the latter stages of this game. TSG, same principle factor of VP. There's nothing else, nowhere else you can go. So it's time to get in the vehicles and maybe send it forward. It's a blind send, it's a deadly send. And they are dropping like flies, unfortunately. STK will probably be the ones to try and put the nail in the coffin. But Shan says, you know what? We're okay here. This is inside the circle. We'll just stay. But you know what? People don't want to let him get away with that one. 4am says, no, we want to clean you out if we can. If he gets another nade closer, that is going to be all she wrote for Shan. Stay away from the vehicle. It's burning, my dude.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to bring up a couple of these teams have had moments towards the very end circle. Zenith, I look at, and I want to see them stabilize here. I want to see them play this out well. They probably have the best position currently. Now, they also secure a lot of the side of the circle. Look at where most of the participants now remain. Whoa, if that nade went through, that would have been VP gone. That could have bounced a lot worse. If that bounced in between the vehicles, see you later. And VP had to make a mad choice. There was no easy choice anymore for VP. But I want to see how Zenith plays this out, because they finally had that position removed away from them. But they do get to kind of pick up the high ground above 4am almost. So that should be the most likely rotation route. I doubt they'd go to the north. There'd be no point to it. It's probably the best play for them. Now we have to look and kind of consider, do they take a bit of a clear towards 4am? Do they do much about that? Do they let the north kind of battle itself out as well? Because you've got quite a few teams or players remaining still up there. DGW catches my attention because they will have to work towards shoot to kill now.
Zenith will hold on to this as long as they can. The 2 in the windows, they've sent 2 up front, so they've at least got a stepping stone to be able to walk into. Damage is done from the first nade. You won't have that. Oh my god, Chow. Are you still alive from that vert nade? Halo finds a different one this time round, and someone's swinging the nade in the air. We'll be able to come this way, and again, still, they're getting oh so close. If the molly trickles this way, he is burning. The second one will be a follow-up, maybe catch the splash damage. There's a nade there to boot. And at the moment, all this utility is being committed to the side of Detonation Gaming White, and for good use.
Ooh.
But none of them are going down. The same can't be said for Malofo. Nade comes in, Pentalol pushes. This could be the point where Detonation Gaming White says, you know what? We have a weakened capacity. We now have to get involved.
That looks right on to Luke. Oh, it is. Oh, that is right on. Okay, Kurt and Alo, trench warfare begins. Up on top in no man's land, you're going to see them trying to crest around. That's really good work from Alo. Just enough information filtered through. The wild spray into the smoke, hoping to catch someone. The nades come out. VP look like they're on their last legs. Zenith wanted to get rid of them at this point. Nades again. The bombardment continues. And VP full. A valiant attempt again. They are fighting hard for this VP. Not quite been able to close out at the end, but they have been in some of these final moments for sure. Now shoot to kill. Molotov's out, they're trying to work their way forward. Alo's gone, but they can just completely molly out these trenches, set it on fire. Malofo's down. No way you're getting up from that. Flushed out, doesn't matter who grabs it. And Cease now, last one alive, and in front of them, the smoke plumes. This is just unbearable pressure from these trenches. You can see it, the smoke above, several guns just surrounding him, just watching, waiting for that blue to force him forward.
Two solos that are eventually going to be pushed into the fray. But look at Zenith capitalizing on this downtime. They're wrapping on this circle, and they have 4 players alive. Poonage is going for a much deeper angle. He has that bolt action as well, so if he can get himself with a vehicle and just give him a slight leverage. Stepping up to the challenge. Unfortunately, sees. Can't see it through. He will die. STK is not without a bit of a response with a player knocked on the opposing side. They have to go into medic mode. Shan still holding point here, just praying for something, anything at all. Molly comes down. Zenith is firing on all cylinders. They have all the map coverage. They have all the toys in the world. This should be their game.
It would take another one of those crazy clutches that we have seen really often to dissuade that. Shoot to kill's low ground is hard, and they've been through the bloodied war over in those trenches. No way they're getting out of it alive, but they did manage to survive. They pulled themselves back together, and now it's losing Forever, who is... he's alive now. I don't know if I would have considered it alive before, but now he is back on his feet. And now here we go. Poonage with the kill towards Luke 12. It looks like Zenith once again. These angles are fantastic. You can see Poonage down, just creating the space maker. He's making sure that none of Shoot to Kill can get up to any funny business. He'll watch them all day long, and you can see the idea from Shoot to Kill to try and get further forward. They're barely breaking into the circle.
Even if he doesn't get any knocks or flushes or anything, he can just guide that information to the rest of Zenith, who can wrap down. Forever's still here, so even if they do make it across that road, they have to deal with another player. They eliminate him, and now the game is given up. The information is well and truly in the abundance of Zenith. They are just waiting for the smokes to dissipate. The walking wounded Pentalol, the last man standing. We've seen a few clutches, but you just have to say that this is a bridge too far. A 4 versus 1, nothing to do, nothing to say. Zenith qualify to the grand finals. Thus far, Zenith have been looking phenomenal in this competition. At one point, they were well and truly up there. First place within the money standings. And once again, they give themselves a potential chance of regaining that top spot at number 1. North America getting a second roster through to the grand finals. I'm sure Steve and the boys will be happy back home. But so far, North America, I've got to say, for this entire tournament has really stepped up its game. We were wondering, we were questioning with their respective region, do they just shine? Do they just excel within North America? But no, on the world stage, NA thus far has looked impeccable.
I'm in complete agreement. I think North America has... It sounds almost condescending, and it's not meant to be, but come on a long way. The other regions were leading for some time. We had glimpses of hope, but when it got to the international stage, we were waiting for a big champion of that region to deliver, and we're getting more than one now. We have a couple. We have a couple of very strong teams from the North American region looking solid, and for Zenith, I'm impressed with them time and time again. That circle was great for them. Keep in mind, they were probably in one of the best positions when that began, but they utilized it well. They took one of the prime spots. They played it out perfectly. They never looked like they were going to lose that game. And we've had a lot of clutches. We've had a lot of craziness happen, but they kept very well in control. So truly deserving. And outside of that, the pressure now just gets worse and worse, right? We've got a great deal of the lobby looking comfortable when it's their time to shine, even in those down and out situations. But now I don't know what to expect going forward. We had so many potential fights, and Zenith controlled every single element of theirs.
It was a good place, a good compound to take residency within. They get control of it like a hawk, and again, just of its position, really. You can watch all of Prison. You have the roadside down south of you. You have an open, small field in front of you. It's very hard to breach on arrival. You can put a player in every single building, and it's just a 4-stack set of towers. Just a little bit to be said towards Poonage at the end, putting him out on a limb with the car. He gets the headshot with a bolt action. That was literally his job, just to hold them, just to stop that back build from the opposing corner. And if anything, give the information. It all gets fed back. It's orchestrated well to an endgame. Ultimately, Zenith, with 4 players still standing, they take the chicken dinner, and they are in the grand finals.
Question is, who's joining them next, right? I can't even predict at this point. It's like, it feels like Virtus.pro have been consistently getting closer, but that final moment just evades them a little bit. They've been third-partied, you know, but I would say VP has probably been the most consistently up there, unless I'm forgetting someone. I'm trying to think through the lobby, but I'll save that for another time because the interview is ready.
위클리 서바이벌 6주차 9번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 제니스였습니다. 로스 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠보도록 할게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the win.
정말 제니스는 건물 안에서부터 전력 유지를 잘 하다가 자기장 주도권을 가져오면서 안정적으로 치킨을 가져가는 데 성공한 것 같습니다. 오늘 중점을 두고 플레이한 부분이 있다면 어떤 전략이 있었을까요?
So you were able to get the circles, hold the compound pretty well. And then from that, how did you play to win this game?
We did exactly the opposite thing we did yesterday. We decided that we wanted to try to play our zones as smart as we could, make sure we took advantage of the opportunities presented to us by other teams and play out at the right times.
어제 저희가 했던 플레이들과는 정반대로 했는데 어제는 저희가 어떻게 보면 기회도 놓치고 일단 저희가 이길 수 있는 그런 많은 상황 속에서 던졌다는 거에 반하면 오늘은 정확히 그 기회들을 잡고 승리를 취할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 6주간의 위클리 서바이벌에 참여하면서 서바이벌은 오늘이 마지막 매치였을 것 같아요. 그동안 6주 동안의 경기 중에 좀 가장 인상적이거나 기억에 남는 경기가 있었다면 어떤 경기가 있었을까요?
So this is probably the last survival match they're going to play. And out of the whole survival matches you've played so far, is there any special match that comes to your mind or that you remember the most?
I mean, we had a 22 kill win. We hold the record for international stage for most kills in a game. And it came on a game where all we needed was a win. We know this team can frag, and we're more than willing and ready to show the fans that we can be the best team in the world.
가장 기억에 남는 경기는 저희가 이제 국제 대회에서의 기록을 가지고 있는 22킬 치킨을 먹었던 그 경기가 가장 기억에 남고요. 이제 그런 거를 토대로 이제 저희가 아직은 세계 최강의 팀이라고 말할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
아니, 제니스는 22킬도 그렇고 2라는 숫자랑 연관이 좀 많은 것 같아요. 또 2등을 진짜 많이 한 팀이잖아요. 파이널 진출은 지금까지 한 번 했는데 파이널 진출은 우승은 지금까지 한 번을 했는데 이번 파이널에서 우승을 하면 그것도 2번째 우승이 될 수도 있을 것 같거든요. 자신 있으실까요?
So, you know that Zenith is really related to number 2 so far in this tournament, including the 22 kill, and you have a lot of second places. But this is your second weekly final as well. And are you confident in winning this one?
I believe we're more than confident in winning any lobby that we're in right now. We won the bottom 16 last week versus some really impressive teams, and we won the week before. So there's no doubt in my mind that this team comes out and blows away the competition and wins first.
저희가 지난주에 비록 바텀에 있었지만 거기서도 1등을 했고 이제 그 전에도 위클리 파이널에서 1등할 경험이 있기 때문에 이번 주도 1등할 것을 의심치 않습니다.
네, 또 그렇게 1등하면 1등이 또 2번이 되는 거니까 기대해보도록 하겠습니다. 로스 선수 인터뷰 정말 감사드리겠고요. 승리 축하드리겠습니다.
Congratulations on the win again, and just to let you know, if you win this final, it's going to be also second win of the final. Congratulations.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 로스 선수와 함께 제니스 팀과 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 계속해서 10번째 매치가
Is that a bird? Is that a plane? Or is it an eagle with a rocket launcher shooting fireworks out of its talons? That's right, it's North America back again for another victory. Pew, pew, pew for Cammy. There we go. I don't know why I was doing that's weird. We've got Adventure as well as Cameron here joining us as North America gets another team through. You know what, Cameron? I asked for a Europe win, and we absolutely don't get that. We get North America once again.
Not at all. And you heard Roth sort of explain the thought process of his team throughout that. They had a really solid position in the early game. There was no reason for them to leave that compound, even though there was all this fighting happening around them because of how open the center of the circle was. They waited for the circle to close. The space got opened up, cleared up, and just won out from there, honestly, using the high ground. They didn't have to do a lot of work in regards to going and fragging out and getting those kills and putting themselves in rough positions, but they played it smartly, intelligently, and they did not overextend their position.
I feel like North America throughout this throughout this week especially, has been very good about sniffing out some of these central positions in some of these later circles and kind of running with them. Some have not kind of come to fruition in terms of the win here, but Zenith makes it happen here with this one.
Yeah, Zenith getting a home turf circle and capitalizing on it as you should. Often you see teams, you know, getting home turf circles and then they don't play well in them. They often end up losing them, and also defending and trying, and also successfully pushing in a way that were close to considering a breach on them. They put a lot of peacocking in work as well, and yeah, they're able to take control of the southeast. Nobody helped them. Usually getting out of that compound is extremely rough, but nobody helped them coming out of the compound as well. They're able to come out quite nicely, so they were definitely capitalizing on them getting an eastern circle. So that was super good to see them being able to do so. Also getting 10 kills in the get-go. But yeah, I surely hope they will be able to put up a good statement for our weekly finals as well.
Yeah, and one of our weekly finals winners now ascending to the position and ascending off the floor as well, apparently. Zenith is getting themselves the victory and moving on into that grand finals weekend. They've got to be elated with this result. But also, just to look back at the interview as well, Cameron, great answers across the board in terms of, you know, discussing the fact that they have that leader position in terms of the kills during the survival game, no less. They know what they're capable of coming into the weekly final.
Yeah, and it's really exciting to see how they've come such a long way. This roster move, I mean, it was what, like maybe 9 months ago, coming up to a year. It was quite a while ago. And for the longest time in the North American scene, they've been performing well, consistently 4th place almost every single PCS. But it's great to finally see them get locked in. Unfortunately, they already have a planned roster move after this, but still, what if they're able to win this final week or even place high at all? What a great send-off for the current group of 4 that we have. But also, I want to note, Kickstart is often praised as being the best player on this team, and I absolutely do agree with that statement. But just look at the top 5 kills from this round. Do not make you think that Kickstart being the best means that everyone else on this squad can't also frag out in their own right.
Yeah, definitely so. Seeing Poonage up here as well. And if you saw our pre-show going into week 5, he's also not only proficient at being able to put the damage out, but proficient at spelling out his own name by wiggling his bum, which was great fun to see as well. So impressive stuff by him, as well as Roth sitting up at the top here for Zenith. So very entertaining to see them being able to get themselves the spot that they so thoroughly deserve. STK got themselves a 2nd position in this game here, with Purdy Curdy putting up some numbers as well. Avenger, is it a matter of time before we see STK make themselves a decent spot? I mean, a 4th, a 6th, a 2nd coming into these games so far.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, you know, with Oath and Shoot to Kill, they both have been doing extremely well. There's just 2 more teams from North America to qualify, and I could definitely see one, if not even both of them, make it through for the weekend. And before the game started, you gave me 20 seconds to explain why the EU teams are not, or how the EU teams are going to be doing well here, and I had to give a very short answer. Let me give you a proper answer why I think, obviously, before, now that we have ENS joining, we will have a rounded up 44% of the teams in the lobby is going to be EU. So statistically, it's obviously going to be higher. But in general, once we come into Miramar and some of the areas that we see, it's pretty well covered by the EMEA teams. And obviously knowing them from covering them throughout 2020, surely there will be a higher chance from just statistically having more teams in there. But it also, some of the better teams have been going out, and in our weekly finals is extremely stacked already. And we have some of the teams that have, you know, made less weekly finals joining throughout these next games here and for the rest of the day and tomorrow as well. So it should be a higher chance for them of having to make it. But I have been, especially the last 2 weeks, I've been surprised at how rough it's been for some of our EMEA comrades to make it in, and I've been super elated to see DA do well and represent EMEA that well.
Yeah, definitely so. Here are 4 winners so far, but actually, now that you mention it, and with ENS also joining now, this is like the most teams from a particular region that have probably been in the lobby throughout the entire situation here for PGI.S. So it should happen eventually. They keep getting themselves top spots. But Cameron, at this rate, we might see all of the North American teams events before the European teams.
Hey, I mean, listen, at the rate that it's going, the more EU teams enter this lobby, the easier chance it is for the NA ones to continue to make it out. So keep them coming. We still have TSM up.
Oof.
True.
Okay, then. Well, that's one way to look at it, I suppose.
I'm the only NA guy here. I gotta get a few in.
Mate, I'm sat here as the EU host roasting our region. What is that? Yeah, well, we do what we can. We do what we can. So yeah, in a few moments' time, of course, we have 2 more games remaining for all of this. But when you look at how some of these teams have been able to play things out, I mean, Liquid got themselves 7th place with a few kills here and there. It was their first game on the field here, Avenger. Did you make anything of their performance?
In general, it was a kind of a rough one for them. They came in from the west in circle 2. They had no good position. They were on the west side of prison, and like their rotation was slow. They didn't rotate as fast as they usually do and get into good spots as they usually do, and they got into an inferior spot. So not much for them to be done. When the circle popped up and kind of in the west area, we had Dia in the center versus Pros in the center as well. Zenith sitting in a good spot. Zenith putting out a lot of pressure. This kind of indirect pressure with both peacocking and putting on damage on the teams, making everyone around you aware that you're there. That alone makes the teams not wanting to breach immediately because they don't have the information maybe on how many players is in that, if it's a full 4-stack versus maybe a split. So Zenith definitely fought for this one here, even though the Circus was with them.
Well, gentlemen, time for a short break, and when we return, 2 more matches, 2 more teams will advance on here into our weekly final, the final weekly final. We'll see you in a few for more PUBG.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
leave me all alone. This battle's a lonely one.
They breached the house, I think, with car.
One's outside.
One's in the bathroom. Watch for TL, Shin. Is he roof still?
No, he jumped off. I almost knocked him.
Okay. Stun into the room, Shin. Shin stunned in.
I'm gonna run door.
There's gonna be one hard left. You have another stun. Last one in the corner. Nice, good job.
Nice.
4v2, 4v2.
4v2.
Let's. We should chill.
It's 4 up, deny, just deny, I think.
They're gonna push you. 100%.
Just get a knock. If we don't get a knock, I'll deny.
Are there sevens anywhere?
I dropped some.
Tell me when to molly. I'm gonna molly all the smokes. Okay, when the blue is moving, yeah? They're probably gonna deny, by the way, so we should start pushing where we know that they're 100% gonna.
He's got the door open now.
Careful, he can see you there.
Come here,
Come here, Shin. I nade it. He was on fire. Hey, burning on the right. Oh, let's go.
Got me like wanna check. Climbing and climbing a humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest to crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all, taking it all. No one breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Yeah. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster and I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee. Cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
2 more games remaining here at PGI.S as we have ourselves quite the battle to ensue. We've already talked about how Europe's going to do, how North America's going to do. What about the other regions here so far? One that does stand out, Cameron, for me, that has not had the easiest day compared to, say, for example, some other days, has been metagaming that have stood out for us for quite a while. Yeah. What do you make of metagaming here coming into these last 2?
It's really weird because they had what looked to be the beginnings of a solid first game, however solid you could make that. It was, remember, it was the Miramar one way back at the beginning of the day. That was incredibly chaotic. But ever since then, they've sort of been absent from the round, and this is the team that we had consistently just been hyping up of performing well, not just Sparking, Ragnar, Wicked, the entire team has been playing very, very well. So I don't know exactly what's not clicking here today. I'm confident that they can bring it back. I just, with only 2 games left, then we might be waiting for tomorrow for them to finally qualify.
We'll see. And Ents now comes into the lobby here. Martin, what do you think?
It's super consistent in terms of placement, but I want to see them be able to close out a win. Their playstyle has been, in Europe at least, has been going for the win. So they kind of indirectly trained for this, right? So I want to see them be able to step up. Maybe even their first game, you know, that would be nice.
We know their ability is in survival. Can they do it? As we now get into match 10. Let's do this thing. It's time to head over to Sims and Pansy for all the action. A huge thank you to Intel, though, of course, for joining us here at PGI.S, as plenty of money is on the line in that weekly final. Let's go to it. It's game time. Let's go to Miramar.
Let's do it indeed. I mean, look, we've got 2 more games, Rich, and that is it for the day. Now, yes, you'll have chances tomorrow, but the weight on your shoulders would be monumental. These teams need to step up, they need to close out and get on through, and they need to do it soon because, as I said, there's limited tries. We have a new team to the lobby. Ents have come in. Rich, what are your thoughts now?
Oh, it's very hard to break anything further down and deeper than what we've seen unfold on our screens. It feels like because there's so much on the line and because there's no real points, the dynamics of the games and the fluidity changes ever so slightly. You do find there is more of a stamp our feet in the ground kind of thing and really hold on to a compound for as long as we can. But also, the third-party scenario, it's only when... I don't really know how to break this one down as such, but things like what we saw earlier on with DXG, for example, that's quite a rarity. It becomes more to teams only having to really have a big fight when they absolutely necessarily have to. We saw one on the side of DA where they didn't really push into the compound. Freak of Freaks didn't go hard for the confirmation on the defense last time we saw them within Miramar. But then you see DXG complete polar opposite, where it's like there's nowhere else to go, so let's just bolt it through the middle. We've somehow managed to make it. Now let's get involved in the third party. So a lot of them, if there is a place where they can set up shop and they can be rather comfortable, which this circle might not really give them. Okay, well, everything that we've kind of discussed, you've got 3 teams who are currently sat in that circle. The only real benefit is that everyone's generally this side of the map and not too far from it. You know, no one's up by Campo, Militati, Eda Bronca kind of thing. But yeah, you've got a lot of that cliff face on the west involved with this. And then we have Prison Island as well.
Yes, we do, Richard. Yes, we do. Ooh, that's a well-timed reload for E36. Just making it out of there alive, barely. Okay. So look, if I'm sensible, maybe it'll happen. Right, so the likelihood is it'll go down on those kind of sheer roads that lead, you know, on the western side down south. Kind of imagine where FaZe is. Imagine where, you know, Pozo is, Monte Nuevo, the ones that lead further south towards Prison Island. Now, that's the traditional ending. We do have that little kind of pork chop of land, as I like to call it, that sits down towards the south coast. Quite a common ending. Chumacera's in there. But look, there is this little island, right? This little place, just in the south, that we've already had like a little tease of. So maybe, just maybe, goes on down south. I don't know if Paperthin's still here. I don't know where he is. Like, he seems to love these circles so much. So, you know, he's imagined it. Player Unknown's made it happen. It's how it works. Infallible logic. Got a good game on our hands. Now, what this actually does mean... it's
Add
for me.
more EU teams.
Lying.
Make more EU teams qualify.
Exactly. That's this infallible logic. What this generally does mean, though, is that the ridge lines are very hard to traverse. So grabbing a good spot that you feel is going to take you late game is going to be pretty important. Someone like FaZe, someone like Na'Vi gets a really good start to this. So does DA, for example. Ents will actually have a decent approach as well, because they get to just head down on that very... They're far up and towards the north, but they can just straight up send it down that main road all the way through. So this is about longevity. This isn't just about, about the initial kind of approach. This is about trying to find a good position to potentially play late game as well.
Teams that are set up early then. Let's talk about the ones who are inside the circle and residing already. FaZe Clan, DA, Na'Vi, the only teams that landed here. They're going to get a good fine pick of the bunch. Na'Vi 4-way split will be rather unfortunate for the start, but they'll easily regroup and just hit Valdemar. Again, we need this to get that prison island within reaching distance. We have to have a very hard shift towards the south now, all the way up against the edge. And then maybe, just maybe, it comes into the fold. Teams that are on rotation. I'm just taking a quick peek across at this map to see where everyone is. It's mainly the ones towards the north I've already set off earlier. The ones further down south, Los Leones, are still kind of posturing a little bit and making sure that they're fully geared up for the fight that will be ensuing later down the line. Ents, Meta Gaming, all the way down on the western road up against the cliff face. They'll be on the same trajectory path. Detonation Gaming White, have to be careful. You can just see in the distance, VP are also leaving the safety of that compound that they've just tanked up on. Both of these teams will be running in residency of FaZe Clan. Now, FaZe, this is... we've seen them win games from this position before. This is like home turf, home circle, so to speak, when they get this particular drop. The thing they need to be careful of is that we have Liquid, who are backfilling towards the north. We have VP, Detonation. All these teams are coming from the same path. But DA are not that far away from all of this. They're the slight worry for me, and they're going for a 2-2 to try and capitalize on this free land that they've been given for now. Down south, by the roadside, you're probably going to see TSG, T1. It's not necessarily roadside, actually. They're more middle of the pack. Oath will come off the back, potentially of Los Higos, and actually take Valdemar Bridge. That'll be an interesting one to see if that pays off and if they do all four fully commit towards it. For the north, everyone else is actually still loading up. I'm quite surprised. I've never seen a map so divided and so opposite end. You've got one side and one head of the pack that is magnetized towards the central side of the circle. The other, E36, 4AM, Petrichor, STK, Freak of Freaks, they're all still in and around Hacienda, doing their own thing.
Go on, Kleb. Have a little crack on the M24. Love to see it. And you're right, it's a very polarizing circle, it feels. The most... a great deal of the lobby is in the circle, and then there's a substantial portion outside, which is quite weird. Petrichor Road, 4AM, E36, Shoot to Kill, a Freak of Freaks. And here it is, right? You've got teams that are hyper-committed already, and the others that are going to be approaching late. Now, the one thing that's going to be interesting to look at is they won't get punished if it moves north, or even if it centers. They should be fine. If it does move south, which it's as likely as anywhere else, right? The next circle could go technically anywhere. We know that it has a percentage chance, so who knows? I mean, I quite like Oath's approach actually here, because they'll get out into Valdemar pretty comfortably at this point. Now, obviously it's not ideal. You are at the foot of the hill, but it's a clean rotation path at least. They have no problems with that. But yeah, a couple of those teams banking on those northern shifts, it seems.
I've got all the time in the world with this one. Thankfully for a lot of these teams, they still can loot up. They still won't be punished really for coming in late game. But they've been a very obscure circle like this, with Prison Island playing such a potential prominent factor. Valdemar certainly would be a place that is a point of interest and definitely a point of contact for a lot of teams. You don't want to get yourself backed into a corner down there. That is the one downside to it, because it's a city pretty much up against a small drop-off into the water. Once you're in there, you can be in there for the long game. Oath will be the ones who potentially commit to it. I mean, hell, if it does go this way, they're going to be sitting pretty. They can just set up a bridge encampment and laugh at everyone just working their way off the bridge. We have had a circle go here before. We have seen it. It has happened. It's not out the realms of possibility. But it takes those hard shifts to fall back to back to be able to get that.
You're telling me there's a chance. Okay, last team to probably enter in will be 4AM. I'm just kind of catching on with them now. Oh. am not having a good day. I've been trying to not make puns with that name entire broadcast, Rich. It's really difficult.
It was, I've got to say, it was very, until you had a bit of a giggle towards the end of it, it didn't click. It was very subtle.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, it's
really
good, that one. A good play on words.
I'm not gonna do it, you know, but I did it. Every time I see the name, it's baffling to me. Liquid, where are you off to? Liquid, where are you off to? Okay, towards DA. That's a
the grave.
suboptimal choice. Yeah, I'm not gonna get far on that. It's like, oh, we'll go to the next one. Phase are like, no. Okay, we move along. And then you got VP.
VP. Oh.
Ooh, we go again.
Oh, this is, yeah. It's quite difficult. Look at this. They're actually going to try and pull up on it. They are. They're going to go for it, and that's because Spyro is giving it up to them. I'll take a quick peek around the corner just to make sure. He did have a bit of a level of support from the back lines. You can see in the distance. That's the shots that would have come through. Oath, commit to the calls. Boom, straight across the bridge, and away we go. Make sure you are not caught off guard on the opposing island. It does magnetize towards the center. And for us, it gives us another bit of a pause, a bit of a lull. Everyone can kind of stay their feet if you were central previously. For others, E36, VP, 4AM, Petrichor, Freak of Freaks, all playing the exterior of this circle. The actually freest amount of land will be towards the west and the east here. E36 have got something they can play with. Not much, but it'll get them in cleanly. For a Freak of Freaks, they could wrap all the way on the south up the coastal road. Find themselves a nice little compound. There is one within the fields that I'm looking towards on that side. We've had a couple of circle endings go that way again, but you would be looking for this next shift to hit, and it'd have to be a very eastern shift.
I've got to say as well, I actually don't mind Liquid looking for options then. It's just, I think trying to go to those priority compounds is quite risky. Again, maybe assuming that there's going to be a couple of splits. So it may be feeling like they could work out if there was one maybe a little weaker than the others, but most of them are pretty well fortified by now by players. TSG, poor old Sia, about to be surrounded by Oath. Nade goes in, Mollies go up, and it looks like they want to try and get this one under wraps, get this in the back pocket. Clearing all the pieces of the compound. And Sia, ooh, not a comfortable position to be left in. How is that Molotov not burning them? They are just above. Oh, they didn't manage to be above that nade, though. Okay. Baiting out the noise on the heel. Going to try and force the fight. Nice idea, but Rillo not going to fall foul to any of that nonsense. And they claim themselves a bit of a compound to work from if they want to stay here. Or simply they secure the south.
Oath, it's across the road and chilling for now. Metagaming, certainly. No rest for the wicked whatsoever. Up on this little plateau. This is another prime position that we've seen teams like to rotate off the back of. It just gives you a bit of a view of what's in front of you, but also keeps you safe. Just from up on that hillside. No one can really look down without being forced into the open. But Ents are on the opposing side of that as well, so we'll see if it does kind of come into play later down the lines. Detonation Gaming white. You can see why now the compound has been so good. FaZe Clan's going for a huge split. Like, I'm a little worried I'm seeing a FaZe's play. I get why you want to do it, and they have now garnered so much land. But at what cost? The cost is a 1-1-2 split. Like, for so many players alive, for such a condensed circle, it's a bit touch and go for me. But these players are the best in the world. You know, I understand it. They can hold their nerve and they can hold their gun against the best of them. But certainly for so many players been in abundance, a 2-1-1 at this stage does give me a little cause for concern.
Just waiting with bated breath at the moment, it feels. Warm 3, everything you need. Good to go. 5 seconds until Circle does update. Let's see who gets the good slice of the pie. It looks like it went towards, yes, the west. Okay, so FaZe might have to bring themselves together now, decide which compound they want to kind of stay mostly towards, because you're going to get a lot of attention there now. DA's coming over. Liquid can rejoin towards Mexi if they want to stay towards the north, or maybe shuffle a little south. VP going to try and swing around, shoot the kill in the vehicle. In about the same time as Petrichor Road. And because we almost had a prison circle, we'll reward you with a code. There you go. Grab it now, get it in the game, and get your coupons. Lovely stuff. Freak still on the outskirts. This is VP over towards the west, kind of making that mad dash in. Going to slot in quite close towards Ents, who are sitting somewhere towards the center-ish, maybe slightly southern side. B36 are around here. DGW aren't too far away. And yeah, there you go. DGW actually is Malofo to find Lou. Now, ooh, that could be a punish. Lou can't escape it from one bit of vision to the other. So VP down to 3 now.
I'm going to be honest, this turns into a 50-50 circle for me. When I look towards it, it moves away from water with the land ratios in 2 minutes' time. It goes towards the north, but which side of the north? It will try and fit in as much land as possible. We will see both sides of the road coming into play here. I would honestly say that this is most favourable at the moment to FaZe Clan. Their position, top of the mountain, those broken wasteland kind of compounds are phenomenal. But it's going to be very prime territory, and a lot of teams are just magnetized towards this. 4am are going for the full-blown send. They'll have to turn it eventually just because of the blue. It's going to be pretty damn slow, so they're going to be okay. Petrichor Road also have to do this, and as I'm talking about it in the back lines, just be aware that FaZe Clan have decided to up and leave their position. They've gone for a compound instead of being in the open. They've regrouped themselves, and now they will sit at the foot of Detonation Gaming White.
Yeah, good point on that, because as you said, it is normally a bit of a 50-50. I guess this kind of puts them in the middle of that, though, right? They don't get drastically punished for either circle, so maybe a decent way to kind of hedge their bets. We'll see how that kind of works down the line. Star-Lord deciding to go on foot. Could get punished for this. Luke 12 going for the target that doesn't have the gun out, but doesn't quite find what he wants. And everyone should be getting in. I think 4am and a Freak's probably the last to shuffle in on the extremities, but they should be fine. Still 16 teams alive here. These teams are very talented at just managing to simply survive. So, as I said, for now, keep your head down and you should be good. There's 4am just getting in now. There's no one truly north. I mean, maybe one of E36's player. Maybe Liquid could see it. Maybe Petrichor Road. But now we have to wait and see that circle shift. About 5 seconds now. Eyes turn towards the map. Let's see who gets it. Okay, wow. Southwest, right. VP, if they had all 4 players, would be laughing. Oath can get a really nice spot as well. FaZe probably not too, unhappy with their choice they made either, because otherwise they'd be stuck towards, what was it, like T1's position, right? So a nice decision to be made there. Liquid probably not too unhappy if they make a good rotation off this. That's what you got to look at, though, is what they do in these scenarios now, because this is where they have to make the move, but they do have a fair way into it. 4am still lingering above them, though, and here's Metagaming greeting shoot to kill, and do they pull up? It looks like a pull-up, and well, Sparking's gone down. Barely a pull-up. Luke 12 didn't even get out of the car. Just dispatches of them so readily.
Time for other teams to make a move and try and make a stand. A few shots come back from Mexi to quieten down 4am. The problem is for Team Liquid, there is going to be many more obstacles in your way and your approach. They're out for now and pretty much all tanked up here. Freaks are not having the best of times trying to rotate off the back of this. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road have pushed into Digital Athletics. Tralia's first one to fall. Smash is the next victim also. Nades go in. They are being cycled on both sides of this. 2 versus 2 will unfold. Good nade if Mamu keeps running, doesn't realize it's ticking in front of him. Vert nade up in the air. I'm keeping an eye on that kill feed. If it comes down and rains hell, it's going to be devastating. Mutual self-destruction, though, towards the northern side of this map. Team Liquid and 4am just kicking the living hell out of one another. It comes down to Clib to try and keep Team Liquid's dreams alive.
This is hard for Liquid. I think they know that they're going to be struggling in this, and there's another bit of a struggle going on between Petrichor Road and DA, and not for long. DA gets swept through, and Petrichor Road, look at the state of them, though. For all of that, they're going to try and pick themselves back up, get on the move, get going, because this one is not done just yet. TSG and Na'Vi in a bit of a battle, too, and you've got shoot to kill. In the backlines, just watching this all unfold, going, well, we'll take down whatever's left of either of you. No problems there. T1 not finding an easy way forward either, but good work from Orange to create some space now. Work further in. Xianjian on the other side, getting a level peek on the ridge. Find Tab for a bit of damage, but Still Orange encroaching towards this compound, and the flashes and the nades and all the goodies starting to be invested. That nade looked a little too far, and Shanjian is still just holding the lower side of this ridgeline.
Pen can't move. He's boxed in by the mollies. The biggest benefit for them is that they can wait till Na'Vi pushes out, damaged up from the blue. The swing at the top, the tab and orange work simultaneously, but it's only the tab, the one who can stay alive. For how long? That's the bigger question. Aqua 5 down, dead. So's the rest of T1. Aitzi bangs out both of them. Vehicles flying down the hillside. And FaZe will be sitting pretty, hoping the circle is favorable to them. Again, a bit of a wild push on their previous rotate, but it has paid off insane amounts. Circle, even better. Good God. What a move from FaZe from that position to take residency here. If not, Detonation Gaming White would have been in this position, and they would have had to fight off against T1, who they've just killed. Like, to get ahead of this and to push Detonation Gaming White out is phenomenal. Yes, it's only one player, but it's still something. Presence can be noted by a team, and really, there can be nothing else to do. Same can be said for Team Liquid as they go battling out in 12th.
Yeah, they had a rough couple of times. They didn't find a position to get to. Those early rotations just didn't work out. Those compounds they were all looking at were truly taken. Now, VP, yes, they are down to 3, but the position they hold, yes, we talk about FaZe, you know, picking up that really good 50-50 spot, pushing out DGW, but it's not like VP haven't got themselves in a good spot either now. They're probably laughing about this. Shoot to kill on the move. Where do they go towards? You've got 4 AM up on this hillside if they keep going up this way. This could be 4 AM waiting. Post out the nade. Don't think he'll quite catch any of the vehicles, but this is why we talk about how hard it is to traverse this area. Now, that's not a bad little ditch to get towards. It is certainly playable, but 4 AM, if they're in nade range, oh yeah, they aren't going to think, oh no, maybe they do consider what they want to do with this. Maybe keep their heads down, kind of leave all the attention to go towards shoot to kill.
They're just repositioning the vehicles to give themselves a bit of a roadblock behind them. VP can't get to them because of how they're sitting. Like, VP's position is phenomenal, and something you mentioned earlier, Lauren, was really intrigued late game. A, if they make it, and B, if it would have made a difference if they had a full 4-man team going into that position. Hence, also, not a bad compound by any means whatsoever. They can keep track of a freak of freaks across the road. Maybe even get an eye line into BP if they want to try and step it down from the mountain side, but that plateau is just so good for keeping yourself out of line of sight, both from up high and down low, to be fair. Tab and Na'Vi, probably not long for this world, too much longer. Could wait for a freak of freaks again, with points not being a necessity when it comes to fragging. No real reason to show his hand just yet. With an AIDS opening up onto the side of Ends, we'd assume. Is this going to be a compound breach? Is the cat going to swing around and go for a different angle? They absolutely are. Here we go. Full pull-up in effect.
Yeah, but Hantia was way further ahead, and the cat wasn't in a position to help out. That was just kind of a freebie. A Freak of Freaks are normally really good at this, and this has been pretty... Oh, God. He's made his own teammate. This is... Oh, that's really nasty work. That's not great at all. Bit of, hey, look, we talk about pressure. This might just be it. That pressure's starting to really hit heavy on these guys. Ends just coming into the lobby like, well, we'll take it. I didn't think it was going to be that simple, but we'll hold the crash, I guess.
Okay, we've got 2 European teams in the circle with compounds. There's a chance going through here. There's a chance. But for everybody else that want to take that chance away from them.
Why have you said it?
Well, this is the thing. We've still got Oath on the west. The problem is for Oath, E36 can see them, and that's a very weird and winding road. The road will skirt the edge of the circle, which makes E36 a prominent target for Oath. And they can actually kind of get behind them. Once you go forward and advance, you've got this kind of small drop-off and ditch in the roadside that you can take, but it's open from up high, and that's probably where they will sit for now. STK, I don't see them really doing anything off the back of this unless 4AM has nades and they land them perfectly in the little gap that they are within. FaZe, it's time to come out from the safety net of the building. They'll send Fuzzface and ITC up front, Gustav and Uber to try and watch for the backfill, and more importantly, try and watch up high from the angles that they have with the buildings. It's very limited again. Same principle that was going towards VP. You're on these plateaus, and it's like no one can see you from up high, but again, you can't see anybody else either. Headshot straight onto Detonation Gaming White. The enemy at the gates that's been here for quite some time for FaZe. It's a full-blown send, and usually this only leads one way, either up the mountaintop, where you have to drag those cars like mad, or maybe you even try and go towards VP. Like, VP's the prominent spot here, the prominent position. But the thing is, for them, the circle's this way, so they could probably just chill.
Well, here come those nades that we were discussing, but it's actually not 4am sending them down to shoot to kill. It's E36 sending them down 4am. That's a double molly. Forever's done for. Burnt alive. Uber in the kill feed as well towards Malofo. 4am struggling to handle this. Godfrey just down the ditch. Aminot's going to see him. Godfrey, sun in his eyes, just wincing away towards this. Flash comes out, trying to send that one high. While this happens, FaZe need to sweep through this area as well. They're not going to be without maybe getting a bit of flack from this fight coming on. God V trying to hit the heel before he has to get moving. All these nades are starting to pour in. They're starting ready to get going on this one. Keeping the ridgeline. God V, he's done for. Can't make it out of there. 4am go down in 10th. And now the north side is controlled by FaZe, but Shoot to Kill is still in a good position. And E36 are further up the hill towards the west. But Vision is now going to come through. They can see each other pretty soon.
They're going to have to wrap low on this. There's only one way to go. Enter Force 36, put on Red Alert, put on Quiet by Oath. Again, the angle that we spoke about. It keeps FaZe a little bit safer. Unless they just want to take the vehicle and get involved with the fray. That would be very, very dangerous. They do, and it's easily dealt with. They are melted out of the vehicle. Yeah, you ain't getting away with that. That is an awful trajectory path. Nothing really else you can do about it. Full send, away you go. Hope for the best. FaZe, they lose one. STK is now starting to get a little bit concerned with what's happening here. And ultimately, it's kind of funny that Detonation Gaming Wide have transferred positions here with FaZe. They were pushed out, and now it's them who will be in the prime spot.
Prime's a strong word when you're prone down by a bike, aren't you? But I guess that's what you got to hold on to at this point. FaZe look too boxed in. Shoot to Kill, get all of this hillside to play with. FaZe can't go down low because of Detonation. They have to take this fight on Shoot to Kill, or they have to run away now. You can't sit in between because that is going to be the death of you. I think FaZe are knowing that their options are limited. They need the fight on one of these two sides. Make your mind up, boys. Otherwise, you are going to just capitulate and go down. There'll be no use for an Halo from up above. Going to see at least a little bit of a glimpse. Somehow, none of that connected. I do not know how that didn't find a way through. Maybe trying to stay alive to buy time on the blue to force Shoot to Kill to make their move. But while this happens, Oath are getting to this hillside. Now, if they pull up somewhere near Shoot to Kill, this should turn their attention away from FaZe potentially. But this is where it all gets dicey. VP are going to start looking their way because VP are well aware that that's a bigger problem that's going to be on their hands. Diggory's diving in. Spyro's got the nade out. Oath are on the receiving end. The vehicle is piling down real low. Oh, no! Real low! No!
Vehicle just lands on him and shuns him down the hillside. Shot from Detonation Gaming White gets the job done, and it's unrelenting. This time they've opted to go a little bit of an off angle. Response from I'd see nothing else he can do. Shoot to Kill now. They're going to fold into this. They realize there is an window of opportunity. Take advantage of it. You may as well, FaZe. That's going to be them going bye-bye. DGW next on the chopping block. 1 versus 4 on the side of STK. Sees what can you do? Not a great deal. STK keep going, and more importantly, they keep quite a lot of land control. Balefrost does knock one of VP.
Nasty.
Now the question is, who has the real best spot on this circle? Who has the most land to work with? Because as we see from the top-down view, a road, a yellow bit of sand, like there's nothing but a few trees to try and weave your way between.
Let me just say, Enter 4 alive. This is the first game that they've played. Not in a bad spot. Now, I don't know where the next circle's going. We have to find out now. Shoot to Kill maintain the north, but it's open. It's the hillside runoff, right? And that's kind of it. A little bit of low ground, a little bit of rocks. Okay, so it's probably more favorable to them than most. Petrichor Road quietly waiting on the wings. VP are going to have a horrible fight on their hands. They either have to fold towards Shoot to Kill while staying unseen by Ents, or it's not fun by any means. I'd still say if Shoot to Kill can deal with VP, easier said than done, of course, they are in the best position possible. Now, Ents haven't yet moved out. Diggory has lent a little further away from the compound, but without them going out and having a little bit of look around, Shoot to Kill will have their number with this high ground.
This is at a knife's edge. Some very strong teams have all been vying for qualification. Petrichor Road just in the back lines watching all this unfold, but you have to assume that Tixu or somebody from ENCE has made note of their presence. They can't really do too much given that road. They have to. Actually, saying that, if Circle... He can't even crawl down by it because it starts to go uphill, so it's not as if you have a ditch you can work with. They could really spoil ENCE's chances here if ENCE decide to try and make something happen and step out from the safety of the building. The safety now of the building will be removed from VP as they have to fight tooth and nail towards ENCE. Every single smoke they have left will have to be committed to the cause. There's nothing else they can do. The Blues here. And well, the offensive stance from ENCE will begin to unfold.
I'm not sold by this from ENCE. I mean, this is the first game in, so they're coming in. It feels a little colder than I'd like, but there it is. Squeaky finds Hiruzen. Now Diggory hesitant to work up the hill because he doesn't know how open it'd be. Shoot to kill once again have everything in their hands. This would be a surprise if they let this slip. 5 kills, best position. The only danger to me would be Petrichor Road if they somehow catch him out and haven't kept track on there. This nade could do in the entirety of VP. Now Alo's going to send that through. That's going to be a flush, not the knock. But he'll take it. Batulin's still just barely alive. The blue could do it for him. Spyro trying to just shift a little further forward. ENCE mirroring these moves, so they all need to close in now. The circle's on the way. Shoot to kill to get a bit of damage, but Batulin's goes down. VP now going to receive attention from both sides. This is the last thing they wanted. Kurt's trying to secure that prime position. Good nades again. Great nades from Shoot to kill here.
Spyro, last one standing, last one to fall, goes down to 3 teams. Petrichor Road still not moved an inch. They are waiting there as long as humanly possible to see how many players are left standing once this fight is all said and done. The grenades will now come through in abundance from the side of STK. They've worked closer to the middle. They've pinned ENCE in. ENCE was so distracted by VP, and rightfully so, they had to deal with them hap-handedly. Alo has found Petrichor Road. That has been denied. Shuts that push down.
Huge work.
And another team has been removed in the wake of STK.
Okay, STK now should have 100% control in this lobby. ENCE would have to pull off some of those individual brilliance plays to try and dissuade this. They have everything. All the smokes go up, the wall goes down. Rustamal's got a nice angle potentially unless he gets called off. Trade out comes in. Alo finds one, but it goes right back in it. But there it is. Luke 12, Kurt's coming in. They're all getting the flushes. I don't know how many are alive for ENCE. I think just one here. Diggory with it all to do. He tries to find the flank. He shot him in the back of the head, I think, there. He got a bit of damage, but he doesn't even know. The smoke is so thick in front of the eyes, and they're taken down in the end. Shoot to kill. Claim their spot in the finals.
You can see the relief on the guys' faces. Many questions, I believe, have now been answered. Everyone wondered, would STK be able to get to the grand finals with a team change midway through a competition? Well, that's your answer. They are now going forward to play for their shot at $500,000. You do have to question, like, you know, and I understand it so. When you're making a team change, it's a big thing. But not just any other day, midway through a tournament where you're cruising. So I get why there has been a lot of questions thrown their way. I don't think there's any need for some of the things that have been suggested. And people need to relax a little bit. And I'm hoping now that a lot of people do lay off them because they're in the finals. They've been up there with the best of them. They will continue to be up there with the best of them. And this team has been resilient throughout many years of PUBG. We've always seen STK. It may not have been up at that top 3 world level, but at all the international events, they are always there. In all of the North American events, they're always there. They're a damn good team, and the grand finals, they're going to be there.
Congratulations, Shoot to kill. And outside of that, though, my attention once again turns to the newcomers to the lobby, ENCE, to make a wonderful display on the first time of their go of things. Good performance, second place. They looked a little bit cold compared to Shoot to kill in that fight. I feel Shoot to kill hyper proactive, great mollies to clear out Petrichor Road. ENCE took their time. They were kind of held back, I guess, by Virtus Pro, who once again, close but no cigar. These guys are perpetually trying to push, and they are so close but have yet to convert. How many times have we seen them now late game? You know, we had that crazy game against, who was it? Sonics. Couldn't quite convert. We've had so many moments of them almost there, but not quite making it. But North American teams have been making it look very, very solid so far. So they have great representation in the finals. And once again, we have to say, Rich, we have none.
We don't. While disappointing, it's from a, regional perspective, it never bothers me because what we have seen so far within these past 2 days has been some clinical, technically impeccable PUBG played out. And all this just kind of gives us... Go on.
The only thing that I honestly feel bad about is how close VP have gotten. That's it. Because I don't think I can say from any of the teams this week at least, who've been perpetually putting up numbers, that haven't gotten through. VP so many times almost get there, and then just can't quite get past that final hurdle. I don't care about the rest. As much as I like to lean on the regional thing, I want VP to just get it through because they've been getting so close.
Another team you could kind of throw in that mix is Oath. I still have to give credit to, in abundance, to North America. They've been playing lights out thus far, and even Oath is stepping well and truly up to the plate. But for now, we'll end it. Throw it over to an interview with the winners.
함께하고 계십니다. 가장 중요한 6주차 파이널 티켓을 10번째 매치로 슈트킬이 가져가게 됐습니다. 퍼디커티 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win. Thank you.
네, 정말 슈트키라면 에란겔에서 강한 모습, 또 좋은 승률을 보여줬는데 오늘은 미라마에서 첫 치킨입니다. 그동안 미라마를 대응했던 것과 오늘 매치 어떤 차이가 있었을까요?
You guys have been showing great performance on most of the Erangel maps, but this time you guys got the chicken on Miramar. Like, what would be the biggest difference that you guys got the chicken on Miramar this time?
There's not a real difference about why we won on Miramar instead of Erangel. We just finally closed out an endgame.
특별히 에란겔과 미라마를 플레이하면서 다른 점은 없었지만 이번 게임에서 미라마에서 게임이 잘 풀려가지고 먹은 것 같습니다.
네, 마지막 교전까지도 생각보다 쉽게 잘 풀어내면서 파이널로 가게 되셨던 것 같습니다. 자, 또 슈트키라면 파이널에 진출하면 그래도 항상 상위권 성적을 유지했던 팀인데 또 이번에도 파이널로 가게 된 게 정말 큰 행운인 것 같습니다. 어떤 모습 보여주실 계획일까요?
Once you guys get to the finals, you guys always place in the top 4. So on this week 6 finals, how are you guys going to perform?
We're going to play to win, obviously.
어느 때와 다르지 않게 항상 치킨 먹고 우승하도록 노력하겠습니다.
네, 그리고 또 북미 권역에서 슈트키를 응원하는 정말 많은 팬분들이 계실 텐데요. 슈트키는 어떤 팀으로 기억되고 싶으실까요?
There are a lot of fans in NA cheering for 슈트키. How do you want fans to remember you guys?
First, for some fans at home, it was Luke's grandpa's birthday today, so shout out to him. And Alo, his brother's birthday was last Saturday, so shout out to them. And in general, hopefully we're winning some fans back by showing how great we are, because this is a great team, so thank you for the support.
우선 루크 선수의 할아버지가 이번에 생일이었어가지고 축하한다는 말 전하고요. 에일로 선수의 형도 이번에 저번 주에 생일이었어가지고 축하한다는 말 먼저 보냅니다. 그리고 나머지 팬분들한테 지난 한두 주간 좋은 성적 못 보여줬지만 이번에 좋은 성적 보여주면서 우승하고 이제 좋은 그리고 강한 팀으로 기억되길 바랍니다.
네, 퍼디커티 선수 강한 팀의 모습 파이널에서 보여주시길 바라겠습니다. 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win and hope you do well.
Thank you very much.
And huge potential from STK coming in here. They have been ultra consistent throughout the games they've been playing here in the weekly survival, and it gives you a good potential indication as to what they can do here coming up in our last weekly final. Avenger Cameron joining me here. Cammy, another win, another W on the board. North America, STK getting through.
Yeah, it was a really solid game for them, especially when we did see, I believe it was around phase 2 or 3 that the circle confirmed solidly in that southwest region. They were center, I believe, along with DGW. Granted, the center of the circle didn't stay on them, so they had to make a couple of moves, such as the one that we're seeing right now, to remove the rest of meta, and just consistently just leapfrogging further and further into the circle, taking intelligent fights, just like Zenith last game, not overextending onto any of them, but definitely having to be a lot more active into this game.
Yeah, we were looking at these circles, Martin, thinking to ourselves, you know, VP has a decent spot, ENCE has a decent spot in these compounds, but STK really made the foothills work to their advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually complete opposite, in my opinion, from seeing the twin last one. They came in from San Martin. They were playing east side of or west side of Chumacera. When they saw the circle pop away from them, they moved on to the next ridge. Circles continuously went away from them, and they had so many clever macro rotations coming into this, and also pinpointing this coming into it. Good overall control. Like, they were actually sandwiched at a point where I was sure, like, okay, Virtus Pro, FaZe Clan, 4AM, like these teams on the west side, they were gonna completely sandwich them and eat them up, but it didn't happen. They managed to work their way out of it with clever movement and pressure coming out. So super well executed by them, to be honest. And I'm super happy to see them coming into this because, you know, in a team that just made a change that people questioned, this is what they were expecting. This is the potential that they knew that they had. So I'm relieved to see them come into this, and especially see them going forward, and excited to see how they're going to be able to do in this weekend here.
Oh, totally. I mean, the final week is the most important week here in PGI.S. And when you look, again, Cameron, the consistency that they've put up throughout these games, 5th place, 9 kills, 8th place, 4th place, 6th place, 2nd place, and then a 1st place. Those kinds of performances, if you bring that to a weekly final here, are the kind of performances that will get you very much in the money.
Yeah, and one would hope that they're able to continue this performance because, as it's been mentioned, ever since they swapped Civ out for Penta, they've looked good. They haven't, like, completely fallen off the wayside, right? But they just have yet to... They hadn't made it to a weekly final still. So here's going to be their first chance with this full roster, and I think actually having those 2 weeks, not off, because they did still have to compete in the bottom 16, and that's not an easy task at all on its own. But I think they've been able to get a couple of weeks of practice under their belt and really be able to bring their full potential towards the weekly final.
Yeah, Luke showing up once again here. 7 kills coming in. I think, I can't... Is he still the kill leader, Avenger? I can't recall, but he's blasting.
He is smashing it, you know. Luke is, since, you know, the athletics performance at GLL and the shoot to kill, snatching him from that roster, and since he's been playing with them, he's been doing phenomenally, and it's really at the height of his career at the moment, he's really performing well here, considering everything.
Yeah, definitely. So well played indeed. Shoot to kill, making it on through. Once again, like, effectively, we'll see in the weekly final how it's going to go, but I very much have confidence in the fact that, and it's silencing the doubters is very much an easy thing for this kind of roster on Shoot to Kill. A very serious question now, Cameron. Virtus Pro, yeah, they're right now, they've played all the games throughout these current, because they were in the top 16 here so far. Yeah. They've had that 1 second place on their side in round 4, and they're moving forwards here. Is it because Batulins is not wearing his bathrobe? Question.
I mean, I guess it would have to be, because I don't know why they have yet to find a win yet. I have to echo Pansy's point at the end of the previous game. They've been performing so well. It's got to come at some point, but we've seen so many times that we've said that about different teams, and they just end up not making. Both VP and Oath have been playing really solid games over the course of this entire series. And granted, it's not the easiest thing to close out a game, no matter how many kills you have, no matter what position you have. With 16 teams in a game like there are in this Battle Royale, there are some things that are just strictly outside of your control, no matter how much you want to try and influence them. But they've been playing so good, I don't think it's unfair to say that they deserve a spot in the weekly final.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, I made a meme about it earlier before this game went down, saying that all the North American teams might advance before any European teams do, but right now that's looking like a reality. Oath is another team up there, constantly getting themselves decent placements here. Avenger, they were 5th place in this one, only 2 kills for it, but they've been so close with the 2 second places that they had here throughout this weekly survival.
Yeah, it's been extremely close. This one was a rough one, but they can definitely strike back, and their 2 second places were kind of heartbreaking. Second place as well, with 17 and 13 kills. Like, that is something you want to see translate into a win. But here, obviously, in our winner chicken dinner format, it didn't, and they had to step up. Joining us though is Furia. and they have not that many chances to try and go for it.
No, indeed. Just one more game today. Then, of course, 5 tomorrow here to join things on. When I look at Furia, Cameron, who stood out to you? For me, it's Necro. Necro has definitely been the star player of this roster so far.
100%. It's all on Necro. Sometimes a little bit too much. I've said this multiple times while we've seen them in the bottom 16 series. Necro is the only really consistent player on this roster, and almost everyone else has had their own moments, but it's been sort of passing the role, passing the responsibility amongst the remaining 3 of who is going to step up and support Necro, if anyone at all. So hopefully Necro doesn't have to try and carry the entire way through. They only have a few shots here. I believe it's only 6 games because we have 1 today and then 5 more tomorrow. But I don't think that it's unfair to say that despite having some solid individual performances, not just player-wise, but also game to game, there are a few standout ones. They are not necessarily, shall we say, in the top tier of competition here.
And another team actually that was kind of on our lips for a long time yesterday, as well as some of the previous weeks, was T1, that has done very well for themselves throughout this, but not that much today here, Martin. Do you think that we could potentially see a step up from T1?
I think after the performance yesterday in their second place that they could have won, they had a rough one, to be honest. So coming into the day, they have probably haven't reset properly. You know, they haven't been able to think, you know what, guys, let's step it up. 2 12th places, an 11th and an 8th, and with only 4 kills total, it's just not to the height of what we want to see from them. So I really hope that they're able to step up here. It felt to me the previous weeks that they figured out how to make it in and get into a good game and actually capitalize on what they were given. But let's see what they're able to do.
All right, let's see if Furia can make a splash as well as they now enter the lobby. It's match 11. It's the final game here of the day. Let's see who moves through to the weekly final. It is time as we thank Intel for joining us here at the PGI.S as well. Time to take to the plane and go to our commentators. Sims and Pansy, bring us the final game of the day.
Last game to go, and it all comes down to this, doesn't it, Rich? I mean, these 2 teams that we just saw go through have been fighting so many close scenarios. So many of the teams just going through today, I could literally talk through all of them, have had so many opportunities, so many clutches coming out. And now we've seen North America taking strides. Now, ENCE just came in and made a great first impression, but now they need to double down on it. Who else? Who's just coming? Furia have now joined us as well, who've shown kind of highs and lows. Definitely not a team to underestimate either. As much as this lobby is technically meant to get easier, I don't feel like it is.
No, it's not by any means. For a few of the teams that didn't set themselves up for the greatest of success, it all comes down to now basically just trying to give you everything you've got. There's really nothing left to lose at this point. Everything tomorrow comes down to those final 5 games, and honestly, we could be in some really wild action. And when you put people's backs up against the walls, you know, you start to begin to see the very best in them. Sparky, you going to be cruel? You going to be cruel to the guy? Come on. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. Leave poor Starlord be. Oh, they're ganging up on him. Dual vehicle usage. Is there any more? Oh, this is just cruel, man. It's one of those moments where, yeah, okay, quick beep, we're wasting time. Nope, Sparky wants another crack at the whip. No, okay.
Time to go.
Leave him be. Don't waste your time. Leave the man be.
He survived. Poor old Starlord, man. Circle, where is it? Ooh. We've had something similar. And last time it ended, was it Yasnaya Fields, this one? I think it was. Now, okay, a very real conversation that needs to happen with the circle like this is ENCE have basically half of the map to themselves if you think about where the circle is as it stands. They can get a really good position to begin with. They can play that end game, keep their heads down. I'm pretty happy. So let me just take note of the 3 teams who currently hold that good position. ENCE, of course, towards Stalber. Then you have DGW, sort of Yasnaya and East. They've got a fair little split on that. And then VP down below. So VP are kind of more Lipovka, if you think about it in like a tier band sort of system. The south coast is rife with teams. So most of the teams will be kind of heading the same way from that southern rotation. Furia might actually have a decent rotation off the north kind of springboard of the northern Georgia Pole side. It's not too bad. It'll actually work quite nicely. But for now, we wait patiently. Oath, one of the remaining North American teams here, over onto the military island. So they'll be doing, I guess it'll be a little bit more late in the day. We might see them cross. And it is very busy on the other side, especially by Milta. You have TSG, FaZe, Meta, and a Freaks around that area. So, yeah, a bit dicey on that southern road rotation path.
We've seen Petrichor Road and Oath kind of share this area themselves before. They don't necessarily clash heads or butt heads when they come this way, especially with a circle like this. You're not going to really camp down. It might change the situation if someone like TSG overstays their welcome. FaZe isn't someone I would anticipate who goes for a bridge camp. Honestly, at this point, I don't see anybody going for a bridge camp. If you're doing it, it really makes no sense. You're putting yourself at a disadvantage by doing it while everyone else is basically in the circle sitting happy. And so you spoke about it perfectly. This is home turf for them. This is a home turf circle. They should know the lay of the land. They should know how this is kind of working. If you've been watching in the back, your analyst, your coach, whoever, they'll be doing the math and realizing the percentages of where circles are ending, where they like to end, where they like to go, and so on and so forth. So all that information now should be made known in the back of the players' minds. As you say, there is a good pocket of players and teams towards that southern embankment. Only a small amount of land to be able to cross over into the circle with. Detonation Gaming White need to be careful that they're kind of cutting the resources thin and moving into VP territory. They're spread very sporadically up on the coastline in a full one-man stack, so they have to be careful while doing so. For Detonation Gaming White, you'll also have DA who like to encroach in that position, and then you'll see that the 4AM, the usual silhouette. It's Marco. Bump on the tree, forever switches to the gun, see if he can get a quick frag, and it's kind of wild when I don't know. It's nothing silly really. It's nothing untowards when you see where they both drop. You see where the both circle is. They play very similar off the drop and where they rotate. So we always do tend to see them catch up with one another, even if it's not near the very start of the game.
Okay. Looking to see who gets to slot into those really tasty positions. Now, VP had one of the first attempts up here. Now, 4AM trying to pull into this one. Forever going to continue forward. Maybe hunting a little further on his own. Going to have to pull himself back away from that. Actually, yeah, definitely now, after Crazy just got himself knocked. So they will take this position here, the kind of fortified trenches. DA across the road. Those two never far apart. You know, Tom and Jerry sort of thing between them. And at the moment, it's ends towards the north. So they'll be kind of keeping Overwatch. I want to keep eyes on how Furia approaches, because if they go on a very far northern swing, Ents could be a little surprised. It looks like Liquid might be crossing over by Rozok as well. So there could be a couple of teams approaching from the north, which means Ents' position is not, I guess, unraveled, but it gets a little bit more pressure potentially. But the southern portion is very, very busy, and the teams all seem to be predicting a similar area. There's just like a band of teams at this moment.
For years, we used to give Ents a lot of grief for how late to the party they would be. You kept track of the teams that were within this circle at the start, and I know it's something you do regular, but I kind of want to see how that plays out later towards the latter stage of this game, in case maybe moving 30 seconds earlier to get ahead of some of these teams would have fared better. Lou's just taking a banger of a headshot. Came from somewhere, probably Gustav's angle, but he's holding on that. Everyone is magnetizing more towards the coastline, so if we get the western shifty, if we get a hard shift over towards somewhere Stal beside Yasnaya, then any of your late stragglers will be sitting pretty, and it'll be very hard to get off that coastline cleanly. Regardless, next circle, everyone should be within reaching distance, if not already inside of it. The players clearly have made note of this circle, and probably best guessing at least, it is going to go towards the middle. DA, another reposition, and that's just because of 4AM's presence. They don't want to get involved with that forever. Beautiful little shot. Metralius, you don't get away from it that easy. Are they going to actually push on this and punish them? Surely not. Surely not. He's going for the angle. He's actually
He's looking
only
for
gone
it.
and bloody done it. Yeah, that's cruel. But this is DA. If they can take people away from DA, they'll do this all day long. This is punishment from times gone past for denying them access to those weekly finals, for being a pain in the ass, continuously fighting them.
Well, he's lost his helmet for it. Let's see if anything else potentially goes wrong. Should be okay for now. I think the res has come out, so should make it away on the DA front. You can see the bullets from Forever. DA make it back to the compound, or at least back away from the vision of 4 a.m. And keep your head down in future. Now you know who your neighbors are. As said, these two unrelenting in just taking chunks out of each other, sometimes to their own detriment, which was, as said, quite a hot topic of discussion for some time, and it definitely kept us kind of guessing as to how we feel about it. But for now, checking in across the board, we do have E36 on the very northern path around Stalber, trailing behind the likes of Liquid, who are kind of more towards getting towards Kameshki, I guess you could say. And they'll be on those slow approach. Furia did go towards the northern side as well, so they are up above Ents as it stands, to give you that mental picture in case you aren't seeing the map. Na'Vi, southwest approach, coming in kind of on the Shelter Road, the kind of little, I guess, T-junction. Taking it further up towards Yasnaya. Should be fine. They've got a bit of T1 presence in front of them, but T1 is still kind of shuffling themselves around as well. Quite split apart. And Oath, one of the other final teams to make it into the circle in the far eastern road. So most teams now have made their way in. They are all somewhat, safe's a strong word, but they're comfortable. I don't think anyone is now forced to make low percentage plays anytime soon. Maybe if there's a hard shift, then sure. But if the circle just kind of closes in, moves away from the water, it should be fine.
Right, comes in for T1. Aqua 5 going to be happy with that. It's actually a double crate drop. You'll see two of them within Yasnaya, the mid-presence of the one in front of it. Then Starlord could pick it up on the way by, because they do have to shift towards the north. Stalber now comes well and truly into effect here. There's a couple of those prime compounds. Ents is taking one of them. Furia next with the stepping stones. They do fall down further towards the south. They're going to have residents in, something I need to make note of and be very careful. The E36 is lingering around Stalber. Team Liquid is now just bolting it from Kameshki to try and get themselves a prime bit of prime could have beef here. VP could just be ahead of Liquid for that main compound. I can see the plateau one that is everyone's basically just going towards. You've got Liquid, you've got VP, you've got FaZe Clan, TSG behind them. VP's the first one here. They have just grabbed themselves a beautiful piece of land.
This is a pretty decent land grab. And now the shot's towards Fuzzface here. He's a bit pinned at this point. I don't know if his teammates can bail him out, maybe. I'm looking towards the rest. Fuzzface is on an island. And it's not water surrounding them that's the problem. It's the sharks on the hillside. That's a weird sentence, but we're going with it. At the moment, he's in danger, and so are 4 a.m. Oath on a mad pull-up on this one. Maybe scouting out the split was in place. Still lose a bit further away as is Crazy. Snakers gets Forever, and they need to quickly clean up the second God V. Easier said than done, of course. But Oath are on the case. God V now gets a little bit more damage. There's Rello again. This is good work. Nade goes out. What a shot as well from Bale Frost. That's great work from Oath. Quick as anything, saying, hey, DA, that's how you do it. I don't know why you made it look so difficult. Jeez.
They dealt with them cleanly. That was absolutely picture perfect coming out from Balefrost at the end.
Oh, yeah.
Pushes aside the last two, and it's it's a job well done for that one. Central position as well, so a very good fight to be able to win. Look, I'm not taking anything away from them. It depends which way you rank North American teams, but it's certainly not been coming into this up there of your Sonics STK pack. But honestly, all of them have looked bagging for this competition. Slowly but surely, progressively, got better and better. Honestly, there is a very, very strong possibility we have every North American team in the grand finals.
Yeah. If they keep playing like this, bring it on. Absolutely bring it on. If that's the sort of caliber you're going to bring out, And my other options, the European teams who've just struggled completely. Nah, bring me the NA teams right now. Show me what you can do in the big pressure moments. I'm down for it. Oh, that's not fair, is it? Why even show us? Nasty.
Come on, you could have won.
But for now, looking further afield though, up towards the hillside, I'm seeing the tracer fire just kind of pinging off. AT has found Clib, and to make matters worse, Europe's gone, well, we can't kill anyone else. Let's just get each other. All right, brilliant. Brilliant plan, Batman. We've got VP, ENCE, FaZe, Liquid all right next to each other. Oh. Sad.
Or maybe the circle can fare better for them and give them an opportunity. Okay, this is really where VP is pincer maneuver earlier on. The previous rotate comes into play. That was between Liquid and FaZe's position. VP jumps in front of them. ENCE. Oh boy, have you got the prime compound now, though. It's going to be difficult to, to keep control of. A lot of people will start to encroach on that position. Furia being the first, Oath potentially being the second, who can just have the one green shack below it all. This is kind of the calm before the storm. They are sat between it all. And you know what? A freak of freaks might want to get involved in this, folks. If they don't, everybody else will fight them.
Okay, they got to spin on. If they were even considering this compound, nope, next one. Right, what's up next? Remember what Liquid are like when they're trying to find a home. This might be a similar thing for a freak of freaks. Already, though, on the way. Gonna take a little bit of a diversion. Pull up above Clib. Oh, no, poor old Clib. He's getting attention from VP. He doesn't want any of this, man. He just want to live up here on his nice little mountain all alone. T1 find their plateau to play to. This is where it gets super dicey. Elevation comes into play. That verticality of the hillside is critical. E36 quietly waiting in the back lines as well. They're the ones towards the furthest point towards the top. Then Liquid. Then you'd say maybe a Freak of Freaks. And then everyone else kind of rolls down in a similar fashion. And we still need to see how a couple of the teams make into the circle.
RV, where do you go at this point? There's still 3 teams who've really not made any kind of stature on the southern side of the circle. Detonation Gaming, Petrichor Road, all yet to really get in the fray here. Belter of an aid, Wool Damage and Tickle Aqua 5. Starlord still trying to get himself back on his feet. Meds will be in abundance. Na'Vi, big old run, and unfortunately they pulled up directly in front of Oath Gaming. Oath have the compound, they have the windows, they have it covered. The tab from a distance, and before we can even get into it, the second they pull up, the second they will get pushed out. Diggory slams the nail in the coffin with the M24 at distance. Na'Vi, 15th place. Oy, boy, this comp has not been good for them.
No, it's not. They've been struggling to make it work, and that's kind of it's more a surprise when they do well. At this point, you're like, oh, okay, there's the team that we remember, but not as of late. It's not been as consistent as you'd like to see. Now, Petrichor Road, how do they get into this? By, I guess, taking down DA. Fair enough. There's my answer. Mert gets flushed, and that opens up a window of opportunity for them to maybe try and build upon. But, again, DA is still a sketchy side, but they're clearly not well equipped to maybe handle this. Code Marco on the high ground. Long's already over. He's got himself across the road. And he can maybe find Metralius here if he does decide to kind of commit towards that peak. Circle updating in, 5 seconds? Keep eyes on this. Who gets it? We're talking about VP, ENCE, prime spots here. Staying pretty prime. Now, if Freak of Freaks get played in, Liquid stay played in. Oath, not bad at all. It's the teams on the outskirts who are potentially going to have to swing towards that northern side. That road that leads around Stalber is now pretty playable. Meta are going to be forced to fight T1. DA and Petrichor Road will be forced to fight as well. And FaZe need to find their way in.
Shots will begin to unfold. First contact made. Starlord goes down. Long also in the kill feed. Machau off the back of Petrichor, but there's a response. Starlord committed to the grave. Sparking spots him, and they still have to keep on going. These shots will be garnering attention from Furia. Do not forget about that. DA in the distance, just wondering what they're actually going to do. From down low, Aqua 5 is knocked. Batulins finds Shan. That's on the rotate towards this. T1 is eliminated. We said Furia could be looking onwards of this. Nade down, guns up. Here we go. VP. Time to tackle the problem at the gate. Zuber also helping out from a distance. Sia will fall on the side of TSG. It's left to Volibear and Peng to try and make something happen, but you can see Uber can see it all. Might be able to snap his ankle underneath the car. If he can't, They'll at least keep them quiet for now. Oh, Gustav's going for it. It's full send here. He wants to get rid of him.
Oh, no. It's time to go. Does he actually get there in time, though? Gets out of the vehicle. And, well, he's more looking towards Liquid than anything. See if he's visible to that ridgeline, but... actually, Batulin's catching a bit of damage from a CAD. Now, unless there's compound takeovers, I'm watching TSG here because they are getting close towards VP, and if they've seen that knock, they might use this as kind of a go point, a bit of a launch pad. Batulin's ain't that far from that doorway. So now Peng kind of, posting a couple of flashes, starting to show intention. Nade goes in towards Hiruzen, and that looks on. Yeah, it is. See ya. Oh, this has to be go time. Batulin's better get himself healed up because they're about to be breached. Nades go in. This is a really terrifying prospect for Virtus Pro. They are now going to have teams pouring their way. Not really in the perfect positions. Batulin's barely back alive. Spyro's been caught off. The bombardment from TSG is brutal.
1, 2, thank you. Batulin's doing everything he can. Catches one inside the building quickly, and it's all three dead! Batulin's in the time to step up. That was it. He keeps the tournament life and tournament dream alive, but probably not for long because FaZe is at the door. He's got to do the same, and it's denied instantly. We said the prospect of FaZe jumping into this at the right time, and the venomous snake strikes, and it kills two teams by doing so. Now we move back. Furia. You've been listening and watching all this unfold. The third party, not quite the third party, but information should be well and truly in abundance. And they know exactly where Meta has been setting up shop. You do have one player in a bit of a deeper angle. Do not be shocked if we see also DA getting in the fold here. They are just downwind of this, watching intently to see what happens, and maybe the third party becomes a realistic factor for them.
I feel like DA almost want to slip into the circle undercover, but I don't know if Petrichor Road's going to let that happen. But you're right, it's these two taking chunks out of each other. Now Meta are slightly further away from Furia, so Furia get the benefit of being able to hold them back and kind of just step back and back and back into that circle. Ents once again maintaining good position, as are Oath, and we have to once again credit Oath for that kind of, not mad send, it was a pretty brave one, but they managed to pick up a great compound here and have held it against a little bit of pressure. Now Freaka Freaks and Liquid very close by as well. Liquid on the push through, maybe want to try and clear a Freaka Freaks, but they are pretty well committed to these rocks, Rich. They look dug in on this.
Yeah, Cad's holding point. And let's not, take away from the fact that FaZe has left players up against the blue to try and catch any stragglers out on the outskirts who overstep the boundaries. Clip. First contact made, bullet goes down. Damage in abundance. EJ down and dead, E36, different fight altogether. And for Freaka Freaks, I feel so sorry because if they go downhill, it's Liquid. If they go uphill, it's Enterforce 36. For Liquid, also have to be careful. Same prospect for them. Downwind FaZe clan uphill. E36. E36 eventually will have to start rolling down these folds in the hill, and when they do, that's when trouble really starts a brewing because you get opened up to Furia. You get opened up to every other teams below it. Look how slow these vehicles are going for DA. This is a very, very cruel prospect. Atralia should fall here. Rusty Zero, a different angle. Kill demo, two of them pinned against a tree. And ultimately, it's Rustin Ma to come over and solidify the deal onto Marco. Smash, really, what else is left in the tank? How many more smoke nades do you have? If not, it looks like Rusty Zero is trying to find a different angle of approach to just finish them off and stop the approach.
Okay. I'm watching. See what Rusty can do on this one. Well, I guess that helps out. So, a couple of shots come in, DA go down, and Furia continue forward. Now, I was kind of imagining DA could have been the third party to that, but they opted to stay away. Now, how many do we have? 9 teams here. Right. Let's look at it. Ents still good to go, doing Ents things. I'm not too. I never worry about Ents until end game anyway. They're fine. They are very self-sufficient in that regard. Meta still slightly in the shadow of kind of Furia keeping them busy and kind of forcing them into this low ground. Oath quietly waiting as well. Dangerous team still up. Liquid in the north. Freaka Freaks, are they down to 3 now? They are. And then E36 have been very, very patiently playing from the top side of Stalber. Went a bit Australian then. Stalber, but FaZe are also out in the east, but they're down to 3, and Petrichor Road, of course. So now, circle updates. And I love the fact that Oath and Ents are both in this, because they have been playing very nicely in this game, you know, quite polarizing. Ents got early circle position and have held it. They didn't look too threatened. They've looked comfortable in that regard. Whereas Oath had to kind of fight for this a fair bit, kind of fend off the other teams trying to send past them. But now we have to see if they can hold it against the lobby, who's going to start looking a little desperate. Liquid on the push-up now. A cat flashed up, forced away from the fight. Where's that next peek? It's all Ibby. He has to almost overcommit to that, but he does find a CAD. Nice work from him. And now Hikari is a little further away from the others. He might need to bail his boys out here, but luckily for them, Petrichor Road is actually helping them out a bit more pressure applied towards Liquid, and now suddenly these ridgeline peaks they've been making aren't so safe.
Fury up, time to go. Want to get involved in the fight. 2 players down low as well. Need to be very aware of Oath. If they do decide to wrap, then it could be very dangerous. But Meta, I suppose, is the first point of contact. An aid comes flying down. That's going to be Ents to start the bombardment and to start the castle defense. E36 still up in the wings, just waiting to cause everyone abundance of mess. They come flying down the valley side. A Freak of Freaks and Liquid still needs to come to a head. Hasn't completed just yet. It looks like Hikari is the last player standing for that fight, that battle. FaZe Clan in the safety of the compound for now, but again, eventually Petrichor Road is just waiting. The full yeet indeed. All the nades, all the utility. Ents were so fixated on Fury, they probably did not anticipate this coming their way, but they have to deal with it. Enemies at the gates on all fronts. The Wolves are knocking at the door. This is bad and trying and testing times if you decide to FaZe Clan. For Furia, you could probably just wait this one out. Let them fight toe-to-toe. Let's deal with another team altogether.
Yeah, and Rustamar being knocked is a bit of a problem. I don't see a flush yet, but E36 need a bit more damage, I feel. If they can do that, now the timing's everything. If Furia get done with meta quickly, they can turn around and get in on this fight. Third party it, try and make it pressure for the side who may look like they're about to lose it or whatever. However they feel they want this to go down. James just flushed Ibby, not sure what's happened. Yeah, who knows? I couldn't tell you. James is going to at least get the res towards Mexi. FaZe still trying to work it out, and you can see they are down in the ditches here, trying to work their way up. This is such a scrappy battle, but keep in mind, Oath have yet to be truly noted. They have gone unchecked in the circle. Every other team in a battle, just recovering from one. There it is. There they go. Finally making a bit of a name for themselves on the board again. Just huge amounts of work from Oath. They are now once again maintaining position. Will anyone look their way? Ents are preoccupied. They've got problems of their own. Oh, the vehicle, not again. And here we go. This is all about to kick off, isn't it? Ents are dealing with E36 in their compound. Furious still trying to keep back meta. Now, Oath might get some pressure from Petrichor Road, it looks like, and they've got the circle too. This could be a North American day. This could be huge for them.
Most certainly could. Wicked and Sparking fighting an uphill struggle here. So having an uphill battle at this point. Small pause of room. Take a breath while they do get their full roster back on the feet in the side of Furia. The nade bounces across the way of FaZe Clan, tickles them, keeps them on red alert. Still E36 chomping at the bit to try and get out of this room. And by Furia not pushing the advantage and not pushing the aggression onto Ents, it's actually kind of paid off. They're outside of the building. They're not trapped in. They can wait this fight. Watch it unfold off the side of the building. One of them goes, post it through the letterbox, and it's in. Now they will come flying and flooding outside of this. They're trying to find the individual players in the corners, making sure everything is covered. A 1-2 thank you from Pure Boy. And Satu going down. Rustamar is making it work in tandem with Squeaky. Now the mollies have been thrown. Now they have made note of his presence in the corner. Surely there's nothing else really he can do as players come flying out of here on fire. All of a sudden, Furia stepped up. They realize what's happening up top, and they want to get themselves involved.
Diggory just bailed them out, though. Finding at least the knock onto Necro will give them a second, and I do mean a second, until they start pushing. Ents have yet to deal with their own house. Now, FaZe have got through Petrichor Road at least a little bit. I think there's still some of them left alive. Rustamar, I think, is done for here, and here we go. Bit of a trade-out. All of these teams are taking chunks out of each other. Tixu's finally gotten rid of E36, but by now, Fury is here, and Ents are down to one player standing because everyone can see this. Just Tixu trying to work away as best he can. Do whatever he possibly could to keep his boys alive, but even he knows this one's tough. Squeaky is still... he's knocked. He's not flushed. Furia... yeah, got that res off. If they get him back up, maybe there's a chance. Hikari's found Squeaky. So now, look, there's so many teams in this compound. So many smokes. Nobody knows who's where. nades, a smoke, anything, Raspu can't find it. There's not much more to be had here, and they might just need to back away from this compound. Tixu goes up top, gets down one. That's Necro gone. If you're going to take us down, I'm going to drag you with me. You don't get to cost my team their chance and walk away with this. And he will stand here, and he will deliver again. He sees Hansia still looking. He needs to get the real though real quick. Needs to make a mad dive for it out of the window. Tixu tries to make the hero landing, doesn't quite make it work, but a valiant attempt, and he's basically cost all those other teams. They went over there, and none of it's worked out. The Fury is down to 1. You have Freaka Freaks with 1. This is Oath's game to win now.
It is, and if they push out a little bit and try and get involved with this fight down towards the eastern side, then maybe they can capitalize on a very weakened team. That's exactly what Balefrost and co is doing. They're looking the side of Petrichor Road. They realize that FaZe has fallen. They back off for a second to get a lay of the land, take a quick breath. Metagaming is still within reaching distance of them, and they both 3'd up players. Something to be definitely aware of. That is a deadly combo. Hiding in the bushes in the distance, Freaka Freak leaves us. 2-2 versus 4. Oath with the compound, Oath with the territory, Oath with the manpower. But look at Meta. With 2 crate guns, we have to assume level 3 gear being worn as well. It's not exactly a complete easy GG. We can't throw that, and we've seen with many different things within PUBG, especially this weekend. Any given day, anything can happen. When a single player steps up to the plate and clutch moments happen, it'll be the difference between bowing out and going forward to the grand finals. Balefrost will sit low behind the vehicle. Vehicles will begin to move, Lauren. They're trying to wrap above, but the question is, does that then distract metagaming?
And look, to anyone saying, oh, they're just sitting in the compound, they've got 10 kills. Absolutely not. They've been battering people on the way. Balefrost, these guys swept through so many teams to get here. Do not doubt what they have done. Do not disrespect how hard they fought for this. 12 kills now. And a 4v2. Meta, you would have to go above and beyond now if you want this. Silton and Sparking are there. And Oath wait on top of the compound. The flash is in hand. Rello wants this one done. He wants to move on. Can he get rid of these final 2 players?
They're looking for it. Certainly, different angle of abundance will do a fair amount of damage. That puts him on red alert. Reload, though. Oh, my word. Answers and instantly responds. Oath. If it was a game of poker, it would be a 4 of a kind. All 4 North American teams have now qualified for the World Championship Grand Finals. All questions across the board about North Americans' potential performances have been answered. This so far to say we are only day 2 of day 3 in. This has been their weekend. NA is looking insane.
Incredibly well played to Oath at the end there. They held their nerve and did perfectly in that scenario. Worked hard for it. They went for that full send through the middle. Beat the other teams to the punch, and they took a fantastic compound. They absolutely decimated teams on the way there as well and held their nerve to the very end. So congratulations, Oath. You deserve it, and North America can be very proud of their region. All the teams stood up to the test and got their way through. Now, the question then becomes, who else will be joining them? This is the final game of the day we've just had. There's only so many slots left. So again, this is where all of the pressure will mount.
That's it. One more day left to go, and an insane amount of skill still left to be put on display. The question we have to ask is, moving forward tomorrow, what's left in the tank? There literally is nothing left to lose. FaZe Clan, a team that barely qualified to the previous World Championship out of group stage by the skin of their teeth on the final game. Liquid, a team that didn't qualify at all. We've seen bad things, unfortunately, can happen. And tomorrow, as we roll into the final day, does history repeat itself? Do we not see Liquid in that grand finals? Or can they turn the tides? The story is completely unwritten, and there's only 5 more spots available, Lauren.
And look, it's my bad. I read someone saying, oh, of course they won. They were gifted the circle. Are you... Where are your eyes? Have they been on the screen? They were the last players into that circle, essentially. They came from Sosnovka Island. They wiped 4 AM. They snagged the best compound that they could right under half the teams. Have some good decorum to appreciate how well they played. Absolutely not having any of that nonsense. That is a brilliant game from Oath. And look, you call it when you see it. We've seen teams cruise to the end having, you know, the prime compound. That wasn't it. They had to work for that one. If you're gonna flame people, at least be good at it. Damn. But for now, we do have to look across the board at what's left. And the resounding thing is, it's a lot of Europe. Now, look, I'd say right now, for me, the one team that stands out is someone like Virtus Pro. They have played like they've been trying to qualify in every single second. Ents have done quite nicely too. They've done very nicely in that. They've actually stepped up. They've looked competitive. FaZe have been quiet. Liquid have been quiet. DA, hot and cold. And Na'Vi, I mean, Na'Vi have been having a nightmare. So I would say personally, I'd be very surprised to not see those teams I highlighted going through. But what I want to hear is from the players themselves.
서바이벌 6주차 오늘의 마지막 매치의 주인공은 바로 오스였습니다. 릴로 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠보도록 할게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
정말 오스는 파이널 개근입니다. 앞서 북미 팀들이 전부 다 파이널로 진출하면서 약간 조급한 마음이 들었을 것 같기도 한데요. 어떤 심정으로 매치에 임하셨을까요?
We went to the weekly finals every week, but all the NA teams were ahead of us going to the weekly finals. There must have been some desperation. What were some of the conversations that you guys had?
There's been a lot of stress about this tournament, but I mean, otherwise we've been super positive the entire time, and I mean, we've accomplished to make every single weekly final. So.
이 토너먼트를 치르면서 많은 스트레스 많이 받았고 쉽지 않은 경기들을 많이 치렀지만 그래도 이렇게 좋은 결과로 매주 위클리 파이널을 갈 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋게 생각합니다.
네, 또 그 절실함이 결국 파이널 진출로 이어지는 것 같습니다. 사실 지난 위클리 파이널에서의 성적은 좀 다소 아깝고 아쉬운 그런 느낌이었는데 이번 파이널 우승을 위해서 어떤 부분을 좀 서로 보완하면 좋을까요?
Last week's weekly finals results weren't that great. What are some changes we can make to do better this week?
We're just looking to focus on our mental. Our mental was super shot after the first day last weekend, so we're just trying to stay positive.
저희는 일단 긍정적으로 모든 경기를 치르려고 노력할 거고 그리고 멘탈을 잡아서 첫째 날 스트레스 받지 않으면서 이틀 다 좋은 경기를 치르려고 할 겁니다.
네, 그리고 오늘의 마지막 인터뷰이기도 하고요. 오스에게는 위클리 서바이벌 마지막 인터뷰이기도 해요. 지금 이 순간 누구에게 어떤 말을 가장 남기고 싶으실까요?
This is the last weekly survival of this tournament. Is there anything that you would like to say to someone or to anyone? A message or something?
Shout out to Ven. Shout out to this dime piece, our team handler Niall, and thank you to Oath for supporting us.
일단 저희를 후원해주신 오스한테 너무 감사하고 같이 동행하는 모든 스태프 그리고 매니저들 감사하다고 생각합니다.
네, 릴로 선수 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요. 파이널에서 뵙겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Thank you for the interview. Hope to see you in the finals.
네, 이렇게 해서 오늘
With that here, we have North America getting themselves yet another position in our grand finals. That is 4 for 4. Cameron, gotta start with you. You must be ecstatic. North America just looking fantastic here.
Yeah, it's been a really good performance for them across the board, even though it might have taken SDK and Oath a little longer than their performance throughout the series might have hinted at. It's still, it's always nice to see teams that consistently perform well series after series after series eventually get their due. And I think at this point, it's really only Virtus Pro that you can make a heavy argument for that still remains that have perhaps deserve a spot.
Oh, definitely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. And actually, to be fair, Avenger, these highlights are littered with Oath. Taking out 4 AM, especially in that fight as cleanly as they did to start this campaign. Ridiculous.
You know what? When a team that loots military that managed to get a good rotation off with some good macro strategy and go all the way up to the northeast, close to Stalber, and win a game from there, that's where I really get happy. And in general, their whole positioning through the game was obviously super centered. They were in a good spot, but they managed to flex out and put some pressure around some of the teams to make sure that they didn't get sandwiched themselves. So in general, their positioning and the amount of frags they were able to put out as well was super impressive with 14 frags.
Yeah, definitely so. Very impressive stuff here. As we take a look over towards the west side of the circle, a lot of these teams killing themselves off definitely helped Oath's campaign towards the end here, as Ents was having a nightmare of things here, Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, maybe 1-2 kilometers? I don't know European units, so it's a little messy here. But away from that Yasnaya's, it's close enough. Away from that Yasnaya field ending just a couple of games ago, and the terrain could not be more different. A lot of more areas of natural terrain to use to approach a position, to get flanks off. And we saw a lot happening on the east side between FaZe, Petrichor Road, etc. And then on the west, where, as you mentioned, that entire Smash fight between E36 and Furia Meta were involved. And so there were a lot of decisions that we saw multiple teams make to try and find different angles onto each other. And it was actually very, very exciting gameplay. But the fact that Oath, throughout all of that happening around them, also got 14 kills for themselves, like, you really cannot say that they did not earn this victory.
No, very impressive indeed. And again, to reiterate here, Martin, the fact that 4 of our North American teams, all 4 of them, have qualified here for the final week, shows that North America is absolutely here to play, absolutely impressive. And I'm if I had a little American flag right now, I'd be waving it, mate.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be the only flag that you would having, to be honest. But here, Oath coming in with 4, with 24 points. Obviously, the winner chicken dinner, of course, format. So it doesn't really matter how many points they get, but it's still impressive for them to come in with this one, especially after their 2 second places with 13 and 17 kills, and also the fact that they're the second team that has been able to make it to all 6 weekends. Super impressive for them. And Snakers on top here with 7 kills.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Mill showing up as well for Petrichor Road that, you know, we haven't seen too much of, but Mill has definitely always been a standout. Rusty Zera making an impression in their first game here in the weekly final. But I think one thing to take away as well from this game in particular, while Sparkin puts up the damage here for Meta Gaming, this is their 3rd second place here, Cammy.
It is. It's... Even though with the damage, though, they are lacking in kills, so being unable to actually finish off a lot of the engagements that they tried to be involved in, it's just 1 kill for Sills and 2 for Sparking, and to come out of 857 damage of the round with only 2 kills is a little disappointing, but they were constantly having to maneuver around their position. You could tell that they were never in a particularly comfortable spot, never really in a position that they could really barricade, hunker down, and just... I don't want to say hang out in because that implies that they're not doing anything, but as far as like an actual fortified position, and so the fact that they're actually able to make it into 3rd place while constantly having to basically slap, whatever, away different, words not working right now, it's been a long day, different other teams approaching onto their position is very, very impressive.
And there we go. There we have the confirmation. The last 3 games, back to back to back, all North America. What a performance from them, really putting it up when it absolutely matters. And of course now, Martin, that leaves us with only 5 games remaining for the 16 teams that are already remaining. And then TSM, Damwon Kia, Attack All Around, and K7 have the scraps to try and work with towards the end of the day.
Yeah, LG Divine joining us for the first one. And then the teams on our waiting list is waiting. And you know what? It's not a lot of chances. Only playing 1 day must be extremely stressful. And also, you know, joining midday must be extremely stressful. 4 chances for TSM, 3 for Damwon Kia, 2 for Attack All Around, and then only 1 for K7, 5 for LG Divine, of course. That is not a lot of chances. And historically and statistically, it's super low chance to be able to make it into a situation where you only have these kind of amount of slots to be filled left. We saw versus Broadwood in 3 games and one of the weekends as well, and one of the weeks, and that was really an outlier in terms of that.
Yeah, there's going to be huge urgency, I think, is going to be felt through all of these teams tomorrow, especially a team, Cammy, like Damwon Kia that has not had a good road here at PGI.S, who we did have big expectations for, and they only have effectively 3 games to try and make something happen to almost, to a certain degree, save their reputation a little bit. It's a big statement to make, but I think it's fair here.
I mean, their reputation is in a really bad spot right now. I feel so bad for Under because every single game, win or lose, he is trying so hard. His numbers look outrageous. They've been playing a lot of games because, of course, they're in every single bottom 16. match, and it's going to be a process once this event is over, no matter where they place, I think.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here for our day number 2 of Weekly Survival 6 for PGI.S. Tomorrow, 5 games remain. So far, no European teams. A lot of Asia is going to compete, as well as South America, to try and move on through into the most important weekend of their PUBG lives. That is it for us. Thank you very much for tuning in around the world. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.